Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfic guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What Sweet Cute Deku Got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It all began with a thought at UA High School, the premier institution for aspiring heroes. This school attracted students eager to pursue the noble profession of heroism, which had become a vital part of society since the first child with a quirk was born. The emergence of quirks brought about significant changes, leading to both an increase in crime and the rise of heroes dedicated to using their abilities for the greater good. Heroism became a respected profession, akin to that of firefighters, medics, or teachers, complete with its own set of benefits and responsibilities. To prepare future generations for the weight of this responsibility, the Hero course was established, quickly becoming the most sought-after program among students. Amid this wave of aspiring heroes was Midoriya Izuku, a shy and introverted teenager who had once been quirkless but was now the inheritor of the legendary hero All Might's quirk, One for All. Izuku's previous lack of a quirk had led to a lonely childhood, marked by bullying from his so-called friend, Bakugo Katsuki. Despite these challenges, Izuku held onto his dream of becoming a hero who saved others with a smile, just like his idol. Having acquired a quirk was the first step toward his goal. Next, he enrolled in the esteemed hero course that had once shaped his mentor. Now, he faced the challenge of mastering his newfound power without injuring himself. Additionally, he needed to improve his social skills to become a worthy successor to the symbol of peace. Despite his introverted nature and his tendency to mumble, Izuku was a kind-hearted individual with unwavering determination. Those who took the time to know him, like Uraraka Ochako, recognized his potential. Ochako was a warm and cheerful girl, embodying the brightness of her name. She had met Izuku at the entrance of UA and they had even faced the admission test together. Although she would never admit it, she had developed feelings for him almost instantly. However, she found herself grappling with her own internal conflicts. In the quiet of her thoughts, Ochako realized she was becoming increasingly infatuated with Izuku. The intensity of her feelings surprised her, as she had initially found it easy to be flustered by him. Now, just the thought of him made her heart race. She struggled with the overwhelming longing to be closer to him, feeling as if she were losing control over her emotions. The idea of someone else capturing his attention filled her with unease, and she couldn't shake the feeling of jealousy that bubbled within her. As the night wore on, Ochako found herself alone in her room at Heights Alliance, reflecting on her feelings for Izuku. She had a picture of him working out, a moment she had captured without his knowledge. The late hour meant that everyone else was asleep, but she was wide awake, consumed by her thoughts of him. She had lost track of how many times she had fantasized about him, but she no longer felt guilty about it. The thrill of her feelings for Izuku was intoxicating, even if it made her anxious. That night was different from others. Earlier in the day, during a rescue training exercise, she had played the role of a victim, which had left a lasting impression on her. The adrenaline and excitement of the day lingered in her mind, intertwining with her growing affection for Izuku. As she lay in bed, she couldn't help but wonder what the future held for them and whether she would ever find the courage to express her feelings. She found herself in a precarious situation, tied above a simulated pit of acid. The rope that held her was set to be cut in mere minutes, leaving her fate in the hands of the hero who needed to defeat the villain and save her. Midoriya, in her eyes, executed his plan flawlessly. He faced off against Kirishima and Ida, a challenging duo, but Midoriya's strategic mind came into play. He devised a clever plan to breach the barrier and rescue her. Ultimately, he used Kirishima as a shield against Ida's relentless charge, resulting in a chaotic scene for both of them. With his full cowl activated, Midoriya caught Ochako just in time, cradling her in his arms as she fell, embodying the essence of a heroic rescue. While Midoriya internally panicked about holding his crush in such a romantic manner, Ochako's mind raced with thoughts of their future together, envisioning all the adventures they would share. With that exhilarating event fresh in her mind, Ochako eagerly awaited midnight. She felt an overwhelming need to release her pent-up tension, But the aftermath of the rescue left her feeling different than usual. She had already succumbed to her desires multiple times, yet the heat within her persisted. Was it truly heat, or was it frustration? She realized that her hesitation to ask Midoriya outweighed heavily on her, and she recognized that mere photographs of him would not suffice to satisfy her feelings. The closest image she had was one where he displayed his toned arms and a hint of his abs, but it was not enough. Moreover, she acknowledged that her imagination and physical exploration had their limits, and the thrill she once felt was fading. Despite her shame for indulging in such thoughts about Midoriya, she knew she needed to break free from this eel. Determined to find a way to feel closer to him, she contemplated various options. Perhaps she could explore some of the ideas she had heard about, but the risk of leaving evidence in her room made her hesitate. Then an idea struck her. The best way to truly connect with Midoriya was to experience the real thing. As she stood on her balcony, she wrestled with her thoughts. Midoriya was everything she admired, appealing, perfect, and pure. The thought of acting on her feelings made her feel guilty, yet the temptation was hard to resist. She longed for just a moment with him, to memorize every detail of his being. The image of his curly hair, freckles, and bright eyes filled her mind, and she felt overwhelmed by her emotions. Despite her internal struggle, she found herself on the balcony, contemplating her next move. The starry sky above her reminded her of the potential consequences of her actions, but the cool breeze only intensified her determination. She used her quirk to lighten herself and leaped from her balcony, climbing silently to the roof where the boys' side was located. As she ascended, she felt a rush of excitement that propelled her forward. Once she reached her destination, she slipped through the open glass door into the dark room. The moonlight illuminated Midoriya's peaceful face as he slept, and she couldn't help but admire him. She lost track of time, her thoughts spiraling into fantasies that she had previously tried to suppress. The moment felt electric, and she felt herself drawn closer to him. In that quiet room, she made a decision. She reached for his blanket and swiftly pulled it away, revealing that he slept without a shirt, clad only in boxers. This unexpected sight filled her with exhilaration, and she quickly captured a few images with her phone. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she leaned over him, contemplating her next move. As she carefully removed his boxers, her heart raced with excitement and anticipation. Just as she was about to cross a line she had only dreamed of, she heard him mumble her name in his sleep. The realization that he was dreaming of her sent a rush of emotions through her, solidifying her resolve. In that moment, everything changed for her, and she knew she had to act on her feelings. That weekend, Midoriya Izuku felt transformed, unaware of the impact his actions had on Ochako and the journey that lay ahead for both of them. One night, Midoriya achieved his goal of confessing his love for Uraraka Ochako, and he asked her to be his girlfriend. To his delight, she said yes. They both agreed to keep their relationship a secret from their classmates to avoid unnecessary attention, deciding to gradually drop hints until they felt ready to share the news. Monday morning arrived, marking the first day of Midoriya's new life as a teenager in a relationship. Excited to go to class and be near Uraraka, he jumped out of bed, a huge smile on his face at the thought of her. He quickly changed into his training clothes, having woken up early for his usual morning run, which consisted of 20 laps around the track. After a quick shower, he headed to the common room for breakfast, choosing cereal and letting his mind wander to thoughts of Uraraka. So lost in daydreams was he that he didn't notice his friends Kirishima, Aoyama, and Ojiro joining him at the table. Kirishima waved a hand in front of Midoriya's face, bringing him back to reality. He greeted his friend, who commented on how early he was up. Midoriya explained that he was used to waking up early, as it had become a habit. Aoyama, ever cheerful, inquired about what had been on Midoriya's mind, but he managed to steer the conversation away from Uraraka. The group chatted about various topics, and Midoriya felt relieved to avoid discussing his relationship. As the day progressed, classes continued as usual, with brief exchanges of glances between the secret couple. When hero training began, they participated in a standard rescue mission on Ground Beta, with Midoriya teaming up with Shoji against Tokoyami and Sato, while Ida played the role of the hostage. During the exercise, Midoriya was surprised when Uraraka playfully slapped him on the back, but he managed to maintain his composure while she wore a sly smile. The week unfolded with regular classes and hero training, punctuated by moments where Uraraka would interact with Midoriya in secretive ways, always careful to avoid being seen. She would touch him affectionately and steal kisses while he trained or walked by. One day, she even playfully pulled him aside near the running track, catching him off guard. On Friday, during lunchtime, Uraraka pulled Midoriya away from their friends, claiming she needed help with something. Their classmates, oblivious to the true nature of their relationship, assumed it was just a harmless crush. Uraraka led Midoriya to a secluded area behind the gym, surrounded by trees and bushes, where they could be alone. Once there, Uraraka wasted no time in kissing him passionately, her hands exploring his chest and abs. Initially startled, Midoriya soon reciprocated, running his hands over her back. After a few moments, they broke the kiss, both breathless. Uraraka leaned against him, holding onto his clothes, and Midoriya remarked on how it felt like she hadn't seen him all week. Uraraka playfully teased him about their relationship, and as they continued to share NTMT moments, the thrill of their secret only heightened their connection. They both felt the excitement of their budding romance, navigating the challenges of keeping it hidden while cherishing their time together. Izuku found himself enjoying the moment more than he expected. He was captivated by the way Ochako moved, the soft sounds she made, and the way her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she focused on him. Her bright brown eyes seemed to ask if he was enjoying what she was doing, and he couldn't help but feel a rush of warmth at her attention. Despite his inexperience, everything felt perfect, and he was swept away by the sensations she evoked in him. His thoughts shifted to Ochako herself. She was appealing, radiating happiness and positivity. He admired how she always tried to lift the spirits of those around her and how deeply she cared for her friends. He loved her determination, the way her brown hair framed her face, and how she looked in her hero suit, both cute and strong. The way she carried herself, especially when she was excited, was undeniably attractive. As the moment progressed, Izuku felt a surge of emotions and sensations. He was overwhelmed by his feelings for her and the connection they shared. He wanted to savor every second, but he also felt a growing tension within him. Ochako, sensing his state, encouraged him to let go of his inhibitions. She expressed her longing for him to enjoy the experience fully, assuring him that he didn't have to hold back. Her playful demeanor and genuine affection made it impossible for him to resist her. They shared a bond that was both thrilling and tender. Izuku felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as he navigated this new territory with her. He was aware of the intensity of their connection, and while he felt a sense of guilt for being the one receiving pleasure, he also recognized that Ochako was equally invested in their moments together. Their encounters became a routine, filled with playful secrecy and shared laughter. They found themselves sneaking away to various spots around their school, each time deepening their connection. Izuku was amazed at how Ochako seemed to thrive on their adventures, her enthusiasm never waning. As time passed, he noticed that he was becoming more comfortable with the situation, and he appreciated how their relationship was evolving. Each encounter brought new experiences, and he was grateful for the bond they were building. Despite the occasional pang of guilt, he knew that their feelings for each other were genuine and that they were both exploring their emotions together. With each passing week, their connection grew stronger, and Izuku found himself looking forward to their time together. He cherished the moments they shared, knowing that they were creating memories that would last a lifetime. Though he would never truly admit it, she had a certain talent that captivated him. Today, Ochako was particularly engrossed in her actions, displaying a level of enthusiasm he had not seen before. It was evident that she was eager for his attention, and her determination was palpable. As she looked up at him with bright, expressive eyes, she encouraged him to be himself and not hold back. This reassurance allowed him to feel more comfortable, and he noticed how she seemed to take pride in understanding his limits. Izuku appreciated her carefulness, as she always respected his boundaries, even when the situation became intense. The energy between them began to build, and he felt the familiar surge of power within him. As he instinctively guided her movements, She adapted quickly, showing her willingness to embrace the moment. The connection they shared was electric, and he found himself lost in the experience. Eventually, he reached a point where he could no longer contain himself. The overwhelming sensations took over, and he felt a rush of emotions as he held her close. She managed to keep pace with him, and he was impressed by her resilience. Afterward, he realized he had become somewhat lost in the moment, but she reassured him that it was fine, indicating that she enjoyed their time together. As she stood to change her clothes, he caught her attention, his gaze serious. He expressed that something was on his mind, leading to a tender moment where he explored her features with gentle kisses. The sudden shift in their interaction left her feeling both aroused and confused, but she was willing to let him lead. With a sense of urgency, he began to remove her jacket and unbutton her shirt, revealing her delicate form. She responded by running her fingers through his hair, feeling waves of pleasure wash over her. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and he took his time, savoring every moment. As he continued to explore her, she felt herself becoming overwhelmed with emotions. Despite her initial hesitation, she found herself encouraging him, wanting him to know that she was open to his advances. The connection they shared deepened, and she felt a mix of excitement and vulnerability. In a moment of shared intimacy, he guided her to lie back, and she embraced the thrill of the situation. The anticipation was evident on her face as she playfully engaged with her own body, inviting him to join her in this exploration. He responded by showering her with attention, and her reactions were a blend of pleasure and surprise. As the intensity of their connection grew, she found herself lost in the experience, her emotions spilling over. The joy and exhilaration of the moment enveloped her, and she surrendered to the sensations that coursed through her. It was a side of her that he had not seen before, and he found it captivating. In that moment, they shared a bond that transcended words, a connection that was both exhilarating and profound. As they navigated this new territory together, they discovered more about each other, deepening their understanding and appreciation for one another. The experience left them both breathless, a testament to the strength of their relationship and the trust they had built. Out of nowhere, her eyes focused again, and she sat up in an instant, holding Midoriya by his arms and sharing a passionate kiss. The sudden move caught him completely off guard. As quickly as she had approached him, she released his face, her expression filled with excitement. She exclaimed that it was amazing, claiming that for a moment, she felt as if she had gone to heaven. Midoriya, flustered, scratched the back of his head nervously. He admitted that he had done some research and learned a few things. When she asked if that meant he had watched adult content, he felt a pang of embarrassment but explained that he wanted to understand what to do since he had never experienced anything like that before. She reassured him that she was happy he had taken the initiative, emphasizing how lovely it was that he cared about her feelings. Midoriya was surprised to hear her enthusiasm, and she expressed her genuine happiness about his efforts. When he hesitated, worried about whether she minded him watching another girl, she dismissed his concerns, explaining that it was all part of the fun of videos. She even confessed to having watched some herself. Curiosity piqued, Midoriya asked how long she had been attentive to him. She hesitated but eventually revealed that she had noticed him during their training camp and after his fight with Overhaul. She found him particularly attractive when he worked out at the gym and playfully suggested he do sit-ups without a shirt next time. However, she admitted to having felt insecure about herself, comparing herself to other girls in their class. Midoriya, sensing her vulnerability, gently held her shoulders and told her that he thought she was perfect. He confessed that he had fallen for her for who she was, not just her looks, and he found her incredibly attractive. As Midoriya spiraled into anxiety over his own words, she took a moment to process his compliment. She realized that he valued her inner qualities, which made her feel special. She playfully teased him about being a bad boy for saying such sweet things, which caused him to blush. Midoriya had always struggled with accepting compliments, but her playful demeanor made it easier. She expressed that he could have any girl he wanted, but he replied that he didn't need to pursue anyone else. She playfully suggested that maybe he was too much for her alone, but she declared that she wanted to keep him for herself. This led to a deeper conversation about their feelings, and Midoriya hugged her tightly, confessing his love for her and expressing his longing to be with her. She playfully asked if that was a wedding proposal, which sent Midoriya into a flustered state as he stumbled over his words. She laughed, finding his nervousness adorable, and reassured him that there was no need to rush things. She thanked him for always being there for her. As they walked together in silence, their heads leaned against each other and smiles on their faces, they appeared to be just another couple in love, enjoying each other's company. However, Hagakure Toru, who had witnessed the earlier moments between them, knew there was more to their story. She had seen enough to understand the depth of their connection, even if she had to hide her own feelings of embarrassment and confusion about what she had observed. The real problem would arise if he saw her. Uraraka needed help, but Hagakure was uncertain if she could assist, especially considering Midoriya and his powerful quirk. She cautiously peeked around the edge, completely unaware of her invisibility. What she witnessed was Midoriya in a compromising position with Uraraka, which instinctively made her cover herself protectively. Although she was a bit far away, she could hear the distressing sounds Uraraka was making, which filled her with guilt. Hagakure recalled hearing about a particular act before, but she quickly dismissed the thought as her face flushed. If someone with infrared vision passed by, they would notice that her face was not the only thing that was red. When Uraraka screamed loudly and then fell silent, panic set in. Hagakure ran away as fast as she could, hiding in the first spot she found. She feared that if Midoriya discovered her, she might be next. She didn't want to find out what had transpired back there, and she hoped Uraraka would forgive her for not intervening. Finding refuge behind a large tree, she took several minutes to catch her breath and calm her racing heart. The sight of Midoriya, a boy everyone considered harmless except for villains, engaging in such behavior troubled her. It felt like a crime. Was he turning into a villain? What if he had always been bad? Could he be responsible for the previous attacks they had suffered? Hagakure tried to calm herself, reasoning that Midoriya wouldn't fight so fiercely and injure himself repeatedly if he were truly a villain. But then again, why had he acted that way? Did he have feelings for Uraraka? This realization troubled her. She had thought that Uraraka liked him too, but what if that wasn't the case? The thought of Uraraka never getting married filled her with dread. Her thoughts were interrupted by familiar voices. She peeked around the tree and saw Midoriya and Uraraka walking together, embracing each other. Hagakure's first thought was that Midoriya might pressure Uraraka into declaring she was his girlfriend. He could easily do so with his strength. As a good friend, she decided to help Uraraka out of this predicament and knock some sense into Midoriya. After all, he was still a friend. She moved from her hiding spot, taking a different route to the main building at UA to find her friends, feeling that she would need their support. Unfortunately, lunch was over, and she had to return to the classroom. There, she struggled to focus on whatever Aizawa-sensei was discussing, her gaze darting between Uraraka and Midoriya, then to the clock, and back to Uraraka. One advantage of being invisible was that when she wasn't paying attention, no one noticed. However, Aizawa had mastered the ability to detect deviations in attention after years of teaching the 1A class. When Aizawa called her name, she was startled and quickly responded, though she had been lost in thought. He noted her lack of attention and instructed her to pay more attention to the lesson. After that, they transitioned to hero training. On the way to change into their training clothes, Midoriya approached Hagakure. He offered to help her with her lessons, but she quickly insisted she could manage on her own, feeling the need to prove herself. Midoriya, confused and slightly embarrassed, wondered if he had said something wrong. Ida, noticing Midoriya's discomfort, reassured him that Hagakure likely meant it when she said she needed to handle things herself. As heroes in training, they all needed to overcome their challenges. By a twist of fate, the hero training turned into a game of tag, with teams of two tied together. The objective was to steal the headband of the opposing team, reminiscent of a chivalric battle. Hagakure found herself facing Midoriya, partnered with Kirishima, who was as enthusiastic as ever. They were up against Midoriya and Koda, a combination that was not particularly strong but still formidable. In a surprising turn of events, Koda and Midoriya emerged victorious. Midoriya devised a plan, convincing Koda to use his quirk to summon a group of crows that distracted Kirishima and Hagakure. Seizing the opportunity, Midoriya activated his full cowl and launched himself toward the target. Kirishima, determined not to let Midoriya go, held him back, but in the chaos, Hagakure panicked when Midoriya reached for the headband. She rolled over Kirishima's back and entered Koda's range, who easily snatched the headband, much to their relief. After the match, everyone gathered around Koda, who was overwhelmed with nerves, while Kirishima lamented the loss. Hagakure sought to distance herself from the quirk inheritor as much as possible. Once class concluded and everyone had finished showering, the invisible girl hurried from her room to Yaoyorozu's, where the other girls were gathering for a study group. She burst through the door, startling her friends, and quickly closed it behind her. However, the real shock was yet to come. Hagakure announced that Midoriya had been in a compromising position with Uraraka. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted, freezing everyone in place. It took a moment for Hagakure to realize that Uraraka was also invited to the group, making her announcement less than ideal. Fortunately, Uraraka was not present, so Hagakure felt a sense of relief. The girls reacted with disbelief. Jiro was the first to express her shock, urging Hagakure not to repeat what she had just said. Yaoyorozu, still processing the sudden revelation, chastised Hagakure for gossiping, especially about such a sensitive topic. Meanwhile, Ishido was intrigued and wanted to know where Hagakure had heard such news. Hagakure insisted that she had witnessed the event with her own eyes, which made her friends shudder at the thought. Tsuyu, however, expressed skepticism, doubting that Midoriya would behave in such a manner. Jiro echoed this sentiment, noting that the two had shown no signs of becoming closer throughout the year. The girls all felt a blush creep onto their faces at the mere suggestion of such an NTMT encounter, their imaginations running wild. Mina, feeling particularly uncomfortable, asked Hagakure to clarify what she meant by between her legs. Hagakure explained her observation, but the details made Jiro cover her ears in embarrassment. Yaoyorozu, trying to maintain a sense of maturity, warned Hagakure that spreading such rumors could lead to serious trouble if the teachers or the individuals involved found out. Despite their doubts, the girls couldn't shake the mental image that Hagakure's words had conjured. The room's atmosphere shifted from cold to an uncomfortable warmth as they grappled with their thoughts. Yaoyorozu took it upon herself to steer the conversation back to reason, suggesting that they should not jump to conclusions since Hagakure had not been noticed by Midoriya and Uraraka. Hagakure recounted how she had followed the pair out of curiosity, only to stumble upon them behind one of the gyms. She had initially thought she heard a cat but ended up witnessing something far more shocking. The girls were torn between disbelief and intrigue, and they decided to keep an eye on Midoriya and Uraraka in the coming days. As the weekend passed, the group of girls observed the potential couple from a distance, attempting to glean any information without raising suspicion. To their disappointment, Midoriya and Uraraka appeared to be acting normally, but Hagakure remained adamant about her claim. As the following week unfolded, the girls noticed subtle signs of closeness between the two. They exchanged glances during class, shared snacks, and sat closer together, all while cheering each other on during hero training. Their smiles were infectious, and the girls couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness for them. By the end of the week, the girls reconvened in Yaoyorozu's room after finishing their homework. They discussed the budding relationship and what Hagakure had supposedly seen. The consensus was that Midoriya and Uraraka were indeed growing closer, but not in a way that warranted concern. They questioned Hagakure about the possibility of a prank, but she remained firm in her belief that she had witnessed something real. Despite their reassurances, the lingering thoughts of what Hagakure had seen weighed heavily on their minds. They all felt a mix of curiosity and unease, wondering what Uraraka had been up to that had kept her from joining their study group. The girls resolved to focus on their studies while keeping an eye on their friends, hoping to uncover the truth behind the mysterious connection between Midoriya and Uraraka. In the quiet hours of the night, a sense of unease settled over the dormitory. Hagakure felt a weight in the back of her mind, a troubling thought that lingered like a mark left by fire. She considered the possibility that it might be the effect of a quirk, and suggested that they could find the user to ask for a resolution. Her friend, however, dismissed the idea, insisting that they should not involve Midoriya. Hagakure, feeling overwhelmed and exhausted from a week of restless nights, sighed and expressed her longing to go to bed early, especially with a special class scheduled for the next day. The others groaned at the thought of Saturday classes but were somewhat reassured that it would be focused on hero training. As the girls dispersed to their rooms, Hagakure found herself unable to sleep. Doubts clouded her mind, particularly the fear that her friends did not believe her. She wished it were a lie, but the vividness of her thoughts made it impossible to dismiss. She pondered how Uraraka felt about her own experiences, aware that many women had their own perspectives on such matters. Yet, she felt uncomfortable approaching Uraraka with such personal questions. Frustrated with her thoughts, Hagakure decided to get some fresh air. She stepped onto the balcony, allowing the cool breeze to sweep through her hair as she gazed up at the starry sky. The moon shone brightly, casting a bluish glow that captivated her attention and helped her escape her troubling thoughts. However, her peace was disrupted when she noticed a figure scaling the building, illuminated by the moonlight. It appeared to be coming from Uraraka's room. Realizing the implications, Hagakure's heart raced. She feared that Uraraka might be in trouble and rushed to wake her friends. The urgency in her voice cut through the early morning stillness as she alerted them to the potential danger. The girls quickly gathered, their initial sleepiness replaced by concern. They speculated whether it could be a villain attack, and the group decided to investigate further. They made their way to the boys' side of the dormitory, moving quietly down the corridor toward Midoriya's room. Hesitation gripped them as they exchanged anxious glances, unsure of how to approach the situation. They concocted a plan, deciding to claim they had seen something suspicious outside. With a sense of determination, they prepared to confront whatever awaited them behind the door. Yaoyorozu took the lead, attempting to unlock the door. When she found it locked, she quickly fashioned a lockpick, demonstrating her hidden skills. As the door creaked open, the girls entered cautiously, their eyes adjusting to the dim light. However, what they found inside left them in shock. The sight of Uraraka and Midoriya in an NTMT moment caught them completely off guard. Time seemed to freeze as the reality of the situation sank in. The girls stood frozen, processing the scene before them. Uraraka remained unaware of their presence, and the shock of the moment was overwhelming. They had never expected to witness such a private encounter. Finally, the silence was broken by a flurry of exclamations, but the girls quickly stifled their voices, realizing the need for discretion. Yaoyorozu demanded an explanation, her voice a mix of disbelief and anger. Uraraka, startled, attempted to defend herself, but the gravity of the situation left everyone speechless. The unexpected revelation would linger in their minds, forever altering their perceptions and relationships. The atmosphere in the room was tense as the group processed the shocking situation involving Ochako and Midoriya. Toru had seen something, but the details were unclear. The uncertainty left everyone on edge, especially with the knowledge that Mina was also present, which could lead to rumors spreading quickly. Midoriya and Uraraka felt the weight of the moment, particularly as Kyoka's serious demeanor indicated that trouble was brewing for Midoriya. In an unexpected turn, Midoriya found himself exposed, which only heightened the embarrassment and fear among the group. He instinctively tried to cover himself, his face flushed with shame. Uraraka, quick to react, jumped from the bed and positioned herself protectively in front of him, trying to shield him from the impending confrontation with her friends. Yaoyorozu, with a grave expression, warned Uraraka that the situation was precarious, especially given their surroundings. The tension escalated as the girls confronted Midoriya, accusing him of wrongdoing. Uraraka felt compelled to defend him, insisting that he had not forced her into anything. The accusations flew thick and fast, with the girls expressing their outrage and concern for Uraraka's well-being. Amidst the chaos, Uraraka took a deep breath and asserted her autonomy. She was there because she wanted to be, and her friends were taken aback by her unexpected declaration. They struggled to reconcile this new information with their protective instincts, fearing that something sinister had occurred. As the girls rallied around Uraraka, they attempted to make sense of the situation. They pressed her for details, but each question only fueled her frustration. She reiterated that she had acted of her own volition, but their disbelief lingered. The conversation turned to the events of the previous week, and Uraraka recalled the moment Toru had witnessed, realizing that her actions had been seen by others. Despite the mounting pressure from her friends to report the incident, Uraraka remained steadfast in her feelings for Midoriya. She acknowledged the bond they shared, emphasizing that he had never harmed her. The group fell silent, grappling with the reality that Uraraka's feelings for Midoriya were genuine and not a result of coercion. As the discussion continued, Uraraka's friends struggled to accept her perspective. They were protective and concerned, but Uraraka was determined to assert her independence. She insisted that she had chosen this path, and no amount of persuasion would change her mind. The tension in the room was palpable as they navigated their conflicting emotions, each girl wrestling with her own understanding of friendship, loyalty, and love. Midoriya felt a sense of unease, believing he had unintentionally upset Uraraka. She had stormed out of the room, expressing her disappointment in a way that left him feeling guilty. After her abrupt departure, she retreated to her room, collapsing onto her bed and burying her face in her pillow. Despite her feelings, she knew she would have to face Midoriya again soon. Saturday morning arrived, and Midoriya had not managed to get a proper night's sleep. The anxiety of being caught with Uraraka weighed heavily on him, compounded by the stress of unfinished business. To shake off the fatigue, he took a cold shower and then hastily grabbed breakfast before heading to ground beta for the special class. Lost in thought about his girlfriend, he leaned against the gate and dozed off, unaware of when his classmates arrived. They were surprised to see him awake so early, attributing it to his usual habits, while the girls wondered how he could possibly sleep after the previous day's events. Soon, Aizawa, their teacher, appeared, looking disheveled and tired. He mentioned the need to review last week's homework but seemed overwhelmed by the workload. He introduced the objective of the special class, which was to enhance teamwork in unusual and challenging situations, along with planning and reacting to sudden events. After his brief introduction, he rolled away, leaving the class in the hands of another teacher. All Might then arrived in his muscular form, instantly transforming into his skeletal self, Yagi Tashinori, after the last remnants of One for All faded. This transformation had become a familiar sight for the students, who found it amusing. The support team had made adjustments to his uniform, ensuring it fit even when he was in his smaller form. Despite everything, All Might remained the symbol of peace. He greeted the students, acknowledging the rarity of Saturday classes but emphasizing the importance of their training. He announced that the day's activity would be a game of capture the flag, with some unique rules. The students cheered in excitement, eager to participate. All Might explained that they would be divided into 2 teams of 5, chosen randomly, to simulate real-life scenarios where they would need to collaborate with whoever was present. The goal was to capture the opposing team's flag and return it to their base, with the freedom to hide their flag wherever they wished. Midoriya listened intently, recognizing the strategic implications of the game. All Might continued by outlining additional rules, including that the match would end if the enemy team successfully carried their flag to their base. However, they could attempt to retrieve their flag while it was being taken. A time limit of 15 minutes was set, and the team that held the enemy's flag at the end would be declared the winner. He also introduced a twist: 6 villains would randomly appear in the area, aiming to disrupt both teams. This added an extra layer of complexity, as the students would need to navigate these challenges while focusing on their primary objective. The atmosphere shifted as the seriousness of the tasks sunk in. All Might's presence inspired determination in the students, motivating them to rise to the occasion. The teams were sorted, with Midoriya placed on Team A alongside Yaoyorozu Momo, Hagakure Toru, Shiro Hanta, and Shoji Mizo. Team B consisted of Kaminari Denki, Kirishima Eijiro, Azui Tsu, Ashido Mina, and Sato Rikido, while the villains included Todoroki Shoto, Ojiro Mashireo, Mineta Minoru, Jiro Kyoka, Aoyama Yuga, and Bakugu Katsuki. As the teams entered ground beta, the villains dispersed, and All Might moved to the monitoring room. He activated the speakers, announcing the start of the game. The horn sounded, and both teams sprang into action. Midoriya quickly devised a plan for his team. He decided that Hagakure and Shoji would stay at the base, as Shoji's ability to detect enemies would be invaluable and Hagakure's stealth would enhance their defense. He and Shiro would serve as the offensive line, utilizing their mobility to their advantage. Yaoyorozu would act as the strategist, capable of creating distractions while they executed their plan. Midoriya aimed to draw attention to himself and Shiro, allowing Yaoyorozu the opportunity to sneak into the enemy base and steal their flag. He considered the strengths of the opposing team, recognizing that Sato and Kirishima would likely take an aggressive approach, while Ishido and Tsuyu could provide mobility and scouting capabilities. Midoriya anticipated that the opposing team might choose to work together, leveraging Kaminari's area of effect quirk as a defensive measure. With the game underway, Midoriya felt a surge of determination, ready to face the challenges ahead and prove himself as a hero in training. The team of heroes was aware of the villains lurking nearby, but they chose not to devise a plan at that moment. The green-haired member of the group shared his thoughts with his teammates, who largely agreed with him. However, he had expected Yaoyorozu to contribute some insights or at least comment on their strategy, but she seemed intent on ignoring him. Hagakure maintained a noticeable distance while they were inside the building they had chosen to hide the flag. Shiro and Midoriya navigated the city rooftops, aiming to gain a better view of their surroundings and possibly draw attention to themselves. Their plan appeared to be working, perhaps too well. Suddenly, a sparkling beam of light sliced through the air, severing Shiro's tape while he was airborne, causing him to tumble and roll across the rooftop. Midoriya witnessed this and quickly jumped back to assist his partner, narrowly avoiding a massive explosion by flipping in midair. He rushed to help Shiro to his feet, and they quickly took cover beneath a water tank. They soon heard footsteps and recognized a familiar voice. Bakugo made it clear that Midoriya would not get past him easily, small explosions crackling in his hands, his expression fierce and determined. Shiro felt a wave of anxiety wash over him at the thought of facing Bakugo so early in the game. He was about to leap out of their hiding spot, but Midoriya restrained him, cautioning that Aoyama was watching from a nearby building and would cut their tapes before they could escape. They needed to come up with a plan. Meanwhile, Team B had found a suitable location to hide their flag and set off to retrieve the enemy's flag while Kaminari stayed behind to guard. They were well aware that facing Todoroki and Bakugo as villains posed a significant challenge, making the idea of splitting up unwise. Although it might slow them down, they believed a united front would help them overcome obstacles more effectively. Kirishima suggested they should finish the mission quickly, as Midoriya would have anticipated their moves. The team agreed, especially Mina and Tsuyu, who had their own reasons for wanting to avoid a confrontation with Midoriya at that moment. As the horn sounded, they began to move, but before they could make any real progress in locating the enemy base, they encountered their first obstacle, a massive iceberg that had appeared out of nowhere. This was an ominous sign. Atop the icy formation sat Todoroki, wearing an amused expression. He mused about having encountered Team B first and speculated that Bakugo had likely already found Midoriya. On the street below, the students wore anxious expressions. They felt the weight of the challenge ahead. Kirishima encouraged his teammates, insisting that they could get past Todoroki, but they all knew it would not be easy. Ojiro emerged from an alley, taking a fighting stance and declaring that he would not let Todoroki steal the spotlight. Team B found themselves in a precarious situation, unsure of how to proceed. In a different part of the city, Yaoyorozu moved stealthily through the streets and alleys, carefully checking each corner before sprinting to her next cover. She even fashioned a pair of binoculars to scout for the enemy hideout from a distance, setting tripwires with small rattles to alert her of any surprise attacks. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she recognized Midoriya's ingenuity in analyzing situations and planning ahead. Moments later, a loud explosion echoed in the distance, followed by the sight of a massive iceberg forming. This gave her a lead on the enemy base, but she knew rushing toward it could lead her into a trap or an encounter with Team B. Therefore, she decided to take a detour, moving more swiftly now that she had a clearer direction. As she sprinted across the street, she entered a large garage, hoping to avoid detection. The dark interior was filled with crates, creating a maze-like environment. She lit the small candle to navigate through the shadows, but soon felt something latch onto her ankle. Bringing the candle closer, she gasped upon recognizing the small purple sphere attached to her. She knew exactly who was responsible for it. An ominous laugh echoed through the garage, confirming her fears. Mineta welcomed her to his trap, reveling in the moment. Yaoyorozu felt a mix of annoyance and concern but tried to remain focused. Mineta's antics were distracting, especially when he mentioned Jiro's presence. The chaos of their banter only added to the tension of the situation. Yaoyorozu continued to move cautiously, determined not to let Mineta's antics deter her from her goal. She was aware that she needed to avoid a confrontation with him, especially after their previous encounters during the sports festival. However, the chances of running into him were increasing with every step she took. The moment she became ensnared by the purple spheres, defeat was imminent. Startled, she encountered Jiro around a corner, already partially trapped by the spheres. Jiro signaled for silence and connected one of her jacks to a crate. Yaoyorozu quickly grasped the plan and began creating something. After Jiro disconnected from the crate, she noticed a small piece of paper that had been tossed near her foot. It bore a simple message: a plan was in motion. Jiro listened intently. Meanwhile, Team A, consisting of Midoriya and Shiro, was in a precarious situation. Shiro expressed concern about their aggressive opponent, Bakugo, who was poised to attack. Midoriya, however, remained focused on their strategy. They had already tested their options and knew that if Shiro launched a tape to escape, Aoyama would sever it with his naval laser. Bakugo was waiting outside, eager for a confrontation, but Midoriya could not risk being caught by Aoyama, and Shiro stood no chance against Bakugo's explosive quirk in direct combat. A risky idea began to form in Shiro's mind. Midoriya activated his full cowl, preparing to make a move. On the count of 3, he dashed from their hiding spot and leaped toward Bakugo, fist poised for a strike. Bakugo, with his trademark grin, easily dodged the attack, knowing Midoriya would resort to a direct hit when cornered. In a swift motion, Bakugo twisted on his feet and unleashed an explosion that sent Midoriya flying, but he managed to roll and regain his footing just in time to evade another blast. As Bakugo pursued him, destroying everything in his path, Midoriya deftly dodged his attacks by mere inches. He shouted back defiantly, refusing to give in. Midoriya then faked a jump to the side, closing the distance to Bakugo. The explosive teen reacted quickly but not quickly enough. Midoriya seized his wrists and forced his arms down just before another explosion erupted, creating a cloud of dust. This was part of Midoriya's plan, inspired by Uraraka, to obscure Aoyama's vision. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shiro launched his tapes in 2 different directions. One was severed by Aoyama's laser, while the other stuck to a nearby building. Using all his strength, Shiro retracted the tape, swinging around the building in a low arc. Bakugo noticed and leaped to intercept Shiro, but as he left the ground, he had to use his blast to avoid Midoriya's attack. Midoriya aimed a powerful smash at Bakugo, narrowly missing but buying crucial time for Shiro to execute the plan. Midoriya planted his hands on the ground and launched a vertical kick, forcing Bakugo to dodge once more. Meanwhile, Shiro maneuvered around the buildings, evading Aoyama's line of sight. When he finally located his target, it was too late. Shiro crashed through a window and swiftly wrapped Aoyama in tape, immobilizing him. The cocoon forced Aoyama into an awkward position, preventing him from using his laser to cut free. Shiro assured Aoyama that he would help him out of the predicament later, even as tears streamed down the boy's face. In another part of the arena, Team B faced off against Todoroki and Ojiro. Kirishima, blocking Ojiro's attacks with his hardening quirk, questioned Ishido about their strategy. Ishido, dodging a geyser of ice, insisted that their plan was the best they could devise. Todoroki, calm and composed, sat atop an ice block, generating ice faster than Ishido could melt it. Whenever they attempted to approach, a wall of flames erupted in their path, complicating their efforts. Ojiro continued to engage them in one-on-one fights, breaking their formation. Exchanging determined glances, they set their plan into motion. Kirishima shifted his focus from Ojiro to Todoroki, charging straight at the fire and ice user. Ojiro pursued him but found his path blocked by Ishido. Kirishima dashed past Sato, who seized him by the arm and launched him like a cannonball toward Todoroki. An ice wall formed, but Kirishima's quirk shattered it, bringing him into close range with Todoroki. However, the flames posed a significant threat, even if they did not burn through his hardened skin. In a moment of desperation, Kirishima activated his ultimate move, declaring himself unbreakable. Realizing the danger of allowing Kirishima to remain close, Todoroki intensified the heat and flames around him, engulfing Kirishima in a massive inferno. To Todoroki's surprise, Kirishima burst forth from the flames, arm drawn back for a powerful punch. If Todoroki had not reacted quickly to create an ice pillar between them, Kirishima would have sent him flying. The punch broke through the ice and struck Todoroki, albeit with diminished force. Todoroki, rising with a smile, remarked on the incredible resilience of his opponents. Kirishima, though grinning, felt the toll of his quirk as his skin returned to its normal state. He acknowledged that he needed to improve his stamina, but he was ready to continue fighting. As he spoke, the glacier Todoroki had created earlier began to tremble, signaling that the battle was far from over. He observed as Sato broke through the barrier, creating an opening that allowed Tsuyu to swiftly cross and escape as quickly as her legs could carry her. Understanding the situation, he felt compelled to intervene, determined not to let them proceed unchecked. Sato charged toward Todoroki, fists clenched and ready to strike. In response, Todoroki quickly conjured another ice wall, though this one was thinner than the previous one he had created. Sato smirked, teasing Todoroki about his dwindling ice supply. Meanwhile, Ishido was still grappling with Ojiro, pleased that her plan was unfolding as intended. Tsu, known for her speed, had to be the first to escape, especially given the challenges posed by Todoroki's flames and ice. To facilitate this, they needed to distract Todoroki while Sato dismantled the barrier and kept Ojiro occupied. Ishido, being quite athletic, managed to hold her own against Ojiro, even if her martial arts skills didn't quite match his. The real challenge lay in his tail, which provided him with balance and counterweight. Unable to overpower him, she decided to use his own strength against him, darting around him while skillfully avoiding his attacks. As she moved, she launched drops of acid at Ojiro, who leaped high into the air to evade them. He taunted her, insisting she needed to do better to stop him. However, Ishido had anticipated his landing. The ground was slick with her viscous liquid, causing him to slip just as he touched down. His tail was no longer effective as he struggled to regain his footing. Suddenly, Ishido had melted a lamp post at its base, causing it to topple onto him. Although it wasn't heavy, the lack of solid ground made it impossible for him to escape. Just then, Siro arrived at the scene, taking in the chaos. He recognized that getting involved would be unwise, so he devised a plan to bypass them unnoticed. Using tape, he launched himself from the buildings, propelling himself like a human slingshot over Team B and the villains, catching Ishido off guard. Determined not to let him escape, she pursued him, transitioning to a slide on her acid to keep pace. Todoroki contemplated following them but was forced to remain focused as Sato continued to hurl ice blocks in his direction. As Monday morning dawned, a green-haired teen named Midoriya completed his 10th lap on the track. He felt anxious about the dynamics with the girls in his class and chose to exercise to distract himself. His Sunday had been spent lifting weights at the gym and swimming, allowing him to maintain a safe distance from potential confrontations. After his workout, it was time to clean up and prepare for class. He quietly had breakfast, careful not to disturb anyone, and made his way to the classroom, relishing the peaceful moments before his classmates arrived. Ida, always punctual, was surprised to find Midoriya waiting so early and complimented him on his dedication. They exchanged thoughts about the upcoming classes and training until their peers began to fill the room, bringing noise and chatter. As usual, Ida waved his arms to restore order, while Midoriya tried to ignore the subtle glares directed at him. Aizawa-sensei entered, and class commenced as it typically did. Lunch came, followed by hero training. During lunch, a group of girls who had been casting unfriendly looks at Midoriya were approached by a certain brunette who was close to him. She asked if they were free later to discuss something, and after exchanging worried glances, they agreed to meet. However, she indicated that it was a complicated matter and walked away to sit with Ida and Midoriya, eating with her usual enthusiasm. After class, the girls received a message from Uraraka, instructing them to meet her at Ground Gamma at 10 p.m. The unusual time and location raised their curiosity, but they speculated that Uraraka might be feeling shy or apprehensive about Midoriya's presence. At 10 o'clock, Yaoyorozu arrived at the front gate of Ground Gamma, noting the dim surroundings as she awaited her friend. She pondered what Uraraka wanted to discuss, suspecting it might be related to Midoriya. Suddenly, everything went dark. When Yaoyorozu regained consciousness, she felt disoriented. She realized she was upside down, her hands bound, and she was floating alongside Ashido, Azui, Jiro, and what appeared to be Hagakure, who was also suspended in the air. They all shared similar bewildered reactions, questioning their circumstances and location. When did that happen? The last thing they remembered was arriving at Ground Gamma, and then everything went blank. Kyoka felt the same confusion as the others. It was only natural for such things to occur. She had learned that lesson from Gunhead-sensei. The girls, who were tied up, looked at Uraraka, who was now upside down in front of them. They questioned her about their predicament, wondering why they were restrained. Uraraka explained that she wanted to talk to them, but she doubted they would listen at first. The girls insisted that it was silly to keep them tied up and urged her to untie them. However, Uraraka playfully refused, warning them not to try to escape or they might face unexpected consequences. With a sigh, Yaoyorozu decided to go along with the situation and agreed to listen. Uraraka began by sharing the news that she and Deku were now dating. She acknowledged that their relationship had developed in a difficult way, but it was important to her that they understood how Deku was feeling due to some of the things they had said and done. The girls reacted, recalling a recent game where Deku had inadvertently seen Ashido's underwear, leading to some anger directed at him. Uraraka defended Deku, suggesting that the incident was an accident and that he would never intentionally hurt anyone. As the conversation progressed, the girls expressed their doubts about Deku's character, citing his behavior during the game. Uraraka insisted that he was not a bad person and that they all knew it deep down. She passionately described what she saw in him, his kindness, his caring nature, and how adorable he was when nervous. She even mentioned his physical attributes, which caused the girls to blush in embarrassment. Despite their protests, Uraraka pointed out that they were all curious about her relationship with Deku and what they had experienced together. She acknowledged that it might be uncomfortable for them to think about, but she wanted them to understand that her feelings for him were genuine. She reassured them that she was still the same person, just revealing a different side of herself that they had not seen before. As the conversation continued, Uraraka made it clear that she was not finished yet. She moved closer to Ashido, teasing her about how she felt about Deku. Uraraka's playful demeanor shifted as she expressed her own desires and experiences with Deku, suggesting that the others might not fully understand him as she did. She hinted that he would be arriving soon, and they would all have the chance to see what she meant. The atmosphere grew tense as Uraraka's intentions became clearer. She was determined to show the others what she felt when she was with Deku, believing that experiencing it firsthand would change their perceptions. The girls were taken aback by her boldness and the implications of her actions, leaving them uncertain about how to respond. Uraraka's confidence and excitement about her relationship with Deku contrasted sharply with the girls' mixed feelings. They were caught off guard by her enthusiasm and the way she expressed her affection for him. As they processed the situation, they realized that Uraraka was serious about wanting them to understand her feelings, even if it meant pushing their boundaries. The tension in the room was palpable, and the girls were left to grapple with their own emotions and the unexpected turn of events. Uraraka playfully teased her friends, pushing boundaries while maintaining a light-hearted atmosphere. She reassured them of her intentions, emphasizing the importance of their friendship. As she engaged with Azui, she noticed the frog girl's reactions, which were a mix of surprise and confusion. Despite the unusual circumstances, Azui felt a strange thrill, grappling with her emotions and the unexpected sensations. Uraraka continued her playful antics, moving on to Hagakure, who was visibly anxious about what was to come. Uraraka's curiosity about Hagakure's reactions led her to explore further, all while keeping the mood light. She commented on how Hagakure's voice was sweet and wondered how her friend would react to the attention. The invisible girl struggled with her feelings, caught between embarrassment and the thrill of the moment. Next, Uraraka approached Jiro, who maintained a tough exterior despite her inner turmoil. Uraraka's determination to break through Jiro's defenses was evident as she playfully challenged her friend. Jiro's initial resistance began to waver, revealing a complex mix of emotions as she faced the unexpected experience. Finally, Uraraka turned her attention to Yaoyorozu, who had remained quiet and composed throughout the events. Uraraka expressed her concerns about her feelings for Midoriya, revealing her insecurities about their friendship and her longing to be more like Yaoyorozu. The conversation shifted to a deeper connection, highlighting the bond between the friends and their individual struggles. Through all the teasing and playful interactions, the underlying theme remained one of friendship, trust, and the exploration of emotions in a lighthearted manner. Each character navigated their feelings, ultimately reinforcing their connections with one another while embracing the complexities of their relationships. Uraraka had always admired Yaoyorozu's perfection, feeling a closeness that made her heart race. She expressed her feelings about the competition among their peers, acknowledging the other girls who were equally impressive. Uraraka reflected on her first experience with Izuku, recalling how he had called her appealing and reassured her that she was perfect just as she was. This deep connection was what made her feelings for him so strong. Yaoyorozu listened, feeling a mix of emotions. She understood that what Uraraka and Izuku had done was not right, yet she could see how happy it made Uraraka. As Uraraka sat on Yaoyorozu's back, she complimented her, wishing for her to find someone like Izuku one day. Yaoyorozu hesitated, feeling conflicted about her own feelings for Izuku and the situation at hand. Uraraka then brought up the fact that Izuku missed them, which surprised Yaoyorozu. She realized that their recent behavior towards him had been harsh, and perhaps they had gone too far. Uraraka encouraged Yaoyorozu to confront her feelings, suggesting that she might be jealous of the bond between her and Izuku. As Uraraka playfully teased Yaoyorozu, she felt a rush of emotions that left her both confused and intrigued. The sensations were new and overwhelming, and she found herself questioning her own feelings for Izuku. The thought of him brought forth a mix of curiosity and longing, leaving her to wonder how things might be different if she were in Uraraka's place. In the midst of her thoughts, Midoriya arrived at Ground Gamma, where he had been summoned by Uraraka. He was taken aback by the sight before him. His classmates were floating in the air, tied up and blushing. Uraraka was sitting on Yaoyorozu, creating a scene that left him bewildered. Uraraka explained that she was simply showing the girls a new perspective on their relationship with him. Midoriya was hesitant, concerned about the implications of what was happening. He felt that this approach was not respectful of their privacy and that they should have the freedom to choose their own experiences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Uraraka agreed that they needed to untie their classmates. However, as they prepared to do so, the tension in the air was palpable. Yaoyorozu, still in shock from being seen in such a vulnerable state, felt her cheeks flush. The embarrassment was overwhelming, especially with Midoriya witnessing the scene. Despite the awkwardness, Uraraka took a bold step, wrapping her arms around Midoriya's neck and kissing him deeply. The moment was charged with emotion, leaving everyone in the room to grapple with the unexpected turn of events. Midoriya initially showed signs of hesitation but soon succumbed to the kiss. After a minute, he pulled away, expressing his concern about the timing of their actions. Uraraka, however, insisted that it was just the two of them, with a few onlookers who likely wouldn't mind. Midoriya felt differently, believing that the audience would care about what they were doing. Despite his protests, Uraraka playfully encouraged him, suggesting that it was nothing they hadn't seen before. In a sudden move, Uraraka jumped on him, causing Midoriya to fall onto his back. She removed his shirt and began kissing him again, her hands exploring his arms and chest. Although he weakly protested, she continued, clearly enjoying herself. The 5 girls watching them found it difficult to look away, their heartbeats quickening as they witnessed the unfolding scene. With a single hand, Uraraka lowered Midoriya's shorts and boxers, teasingly stroking him while kissing him. As the moments passed, Midoriya became less focused on the situation and began to explore Uraraka's body, lifting her shirt and reaching under her bra to caress her. He found her skin soft and inviting, her curves captivating, and he felt an overwhelming longing that he could not resist. The onlookers were transfixed, unable to divert their attention as Uraraka moved between Midoriya's legs, continuing her playful teasing. The atmosphere was charged, and the girls felt a mix of emotions as they watched. They couldn't help but wonder if Uraraka was truly enjoying herself, a thought they quickly dismissed, yet the heat building within them remained. Uraraka seemed to revel in the attention, occasionally glancing at her friends with a knowing look. Midoriya struggled to maintain his composure, but Uraraka's actions elicited involuntary reactions from him, drawing the spectators deeper into the moment. The tension in the air was palpable, and the girls felt their own excitement growing. As the scene progressed, Uraraka's confidence grew, and she took the lead, guiding Midoriya into a more NTMT encounter. The girls watched, their expressions a mix of fascination and disbelief, as they grappled with their own feelings stirred by the display before them. Midoriya, caught in the moment, found himself lost in the sensations and the connection he shared with Uraraka. The world around them faded as they became absorbed in each other, unaware of the impact their actions had on their friends watching from a distance. Later, Midoriya found himself contemplating the situation in the common room. He spotted Hagakure alone on the couch, engrossed in a show. This presented an opportunity for him to address the tension between her and Uraraka. He needed to find a way to approach her without making it awkward, so he devised a plan to create a scenario that would encourage her to talk. He considered the circumstances carefully, noting that his friends were occupied elsewhere, making it easier to approach Hagakure. He realized that having others around would help ease the conversation, so when Kirishima, Tokoyami, Kaminari, and Siro entered, he seized the moment. He approached Hagakure and gently tapped her shoulder, causing her to turn around in surprise. Midoriya greeted her nervously, asking if she was busy and suggesting that he needed help with a new training idea. He even bowed slightly, hoping to gain her attention and persuade her to engage in conversation. As he spoke, he noticed the curious expressions of their friends, which added to the pressure of the moment. Midoriya hoped that this would be the opening he needed to address the underlying issues and bring some clarity to the situation. In one of the many dojos at UA, Midoriya was preparing for a unique training session. He stood on one side of the judo tatami, stretching and mentally gearing up for his plan. On the other side, Hagakure was shifting nervously from foot to foot, glancing around the empty gym. Midoriya had not explained what he intended to do or why he needed her assistance, which only heightened her anxiety. If her friends had been present when he asked for help, she would have declined immediately. However, for some reason, she found herself unable to refuse. When she looked back at Midoriya, he had finished stretching and was now wearing a BLNDFLD. This surprised Hagakure, prompting her to question him about it. Midoriya explained that he wanted to train his combat skills, focusing on reaction time and awareness of his surroundings. He acknowledged that while others might be better suited for combat training, she excelled in stealth. He also noted that he was considerate of her comfort, as she preferred not to be seen undressing. Hagakure was taken aback by his compliment and thoughtfulness. She had previously viewed Midoriya as a shy individual masking a more shameless personality, which made him seem even more unpredictable than Mineta. However, her perception of him began to shift in that moment. Midoriya assumed a defensive stance, ready for her to strike. He encouraged her to attack him from any direction and in any manner she chose, assuring her that he would try to block her moves. With a mix of hesitation and determination, Hagakure began to circle him, contemplating whether to engage in his challenge. After a brief moment of doubt, she decided to take action and launched a strong kick at his side, catching him off guard. Midoriya stumbled but quickly regained his balance, turning to where he thought she was. However, he completely missed her as she moved behind him and delivered a solid knock to his head. As he attempted to retaliate, he missed by a wide margin, which filled Hagakure with a sense of satisfaction. It felt good to see Midoriya, usually so capable, struggling against her. Had been feeling frustrated lately, especially regarding the teasing surrounding Uraraka and Midoriya's relationship. The sight of their intimacy lingered in her mind, and she couldn't shake the feeling of annoyance it stirred within her. She questioned why their closeness bothered her so much, and as she pondered this, she realized it truly did. This training session became an opportunity for her to release some of that pent-up frustration. Midoriya was willing to take a few hits, and she knew she wouldn't hurt him too badly, given his resilience. With this in mind, she began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, striking him with increasing strength and speed while circling around him to prevent him from blocking effectively. She knocked him to the ground with low sweeps and struck him in the face and sides as he attempted to rise. Whenever he tried to counter her, he missed entirely, only to receive another blow to his back or a knee to his gut. At one point, she even grabbed his arm and tossed him over her shoulder, slamming him onto the tatami, which momentarily knocked the breath out of him. Despite the physical exertion and the satisfaction of letting go of her frustrations, Hagakure still felt a nagging sense of irritation. No matter how many times she took him down or landed a hit, Midoriya always got back up, as if he were indestructible. It was either that she was too weak or that he was exceptionally resilient, and she suspected it was the latter. To make matters worse, he was starting to adapt to her attacks. As the training progressed, Midoriya began to rely more on his other senses, particularly his hearing. He could detect Hagakure's light footsteps and her slightly labored breathing, even sensing when she was preparing to strike. The intensity of her attacks seemed to increase, as if she were determined to take him down for good. It became clear to him that she was fighting with a newfound urgency. Hagakure's frustration continued to build. She was aware of the feelings that had been stirred up within her, particularly regarding Midoriya's interactions with Uraraka. Although she had previously brushed off the incident during hero training as an accident, she couldn't ignore the growing resentment she felt. Uraraka appeared happier than ever when she was with Midoriya, and it was evident that their relationship brought her joy. Hagakure questioned her own feelings and whether she had any right to be upset with Midoriya. As she continued to strike, she found herself grappling with her emotions. The training session had become more than just a physical challenge. It was a confrontation with her own feelings. The realization that she was angry was new to her, and she struggled to understand why. The more she fought, the more she recognized that her frustration stemmed from a deeper place, one that she had yet to fully comprehend. Midoriya found himself in a sparring match with Hagakure, their training session taking an unexpected turn. As they exchanged blows, he felt a mix of frustration and confusion. Despite the physical contact, he sensed an underlying tension between them, particularly regarding his relationship with Uraraka. Midoriya was determined to address the issue, believing that communication was key. Hagakure seemed lost in her thoughts, and when Midoriya reached out to her, she initially hesitated. He encouraged her to express her feelings, assuring her that they could work through whatever was bothering her. However, she revealed that it was not Uraraka who troubled her, but rather Midoriya himself. This revelation caught him off guard, and as they continued their sparring, the atmosphere shifted. In a surprising move, Hagakure tackled Midoriya, pinning him to the ground. Despite the playful nature of their encounter, there was an undeniable weight to their interaction. Midoriya, still trying to understand her feelings, expressed his longing to mend things between them and restore the harmony that had existed before. He acknowledged the strange dynamic that had developed and wanted to ensure that Uraraka was not affected by their issues. Hagakure, however, was not ready to forgive so easily. She playfully suggested that he should do nothing, leaving him puzzled. The tension between them was palpable, and Midoriya realized that their relationship was more complicated than he had anticipated. He wanted to make amends, but he was unsure how to proceed without making things worse. As they continued their playful wrestling, Midoriya felt a mix of emotions. He was torn between wanting to resolve the situation and the uncertainty of how Hagakure truly felt. The sparring match had become a metaphor for their complicated feelings, and he knew they needed to confront their emotions head-on. In the end, Midoriya understood that communication was essential, and he was willing to put in the effort to mend their friendship. He hoped that by addressing their feelings openly, they could find a way to move forward together, strengthening their bond and ensuring that their relationships with Uraraka and each other remained intact. She stood there for a long minute, lost in thought until she realized she needed to breathe again. Hagakure was curious about how her friend Uraraka had managed to handle such a situation. If Uraraka could do it, then surely she could too. Midoriya, on the other hand, was grateful for the BLNDFLD. Even though Hagakure was invisible, the sight of her floating clothes in that position would have been distracting. A warm breath near him hinted that he was in an unexpected situation. He had never predicted this outcome, yet here he was, alone with Hagakure, contemplating something he thought only Uraraka would do. He felt a strong urge to leave, but something deep inside him urged him to stay, especially since he wanted to help mend the friendship between Uraraka, Hagakure, and the others. Hagakure, feeling bold, began to explore the situation. She found herself intrigued by Midoriya's reaction, noticing his struggle to suppress his feelings. It was an adorable sight, and she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. As she continued, she began to enjoy the way Midoriya responded to her actions. She felt a warmth inside her that she had not anticipated, leading her to reflect on her feelings for him. The realization struck her that perhaps she liked him more than she had initially thought. As she considered her feelings, she found herself imagining what it would be like to be closer to him. The jealousy she felt upon realizing Midoriya had shared such moments with Uraraka only deepened her emotions. It became clear to her that what she felt was more than just infatuation. It was love. Accepting this made everything clearer, and she found herself embracing the idea of her feelings for him. Hagakure felt a rush of determination. She wanted to explore this connection further, and as she did, she noticed Midoriya's struggle intensifying. She pushed her limits, wanting to understand what it meant to be close to him. The experience was overwhelming, and she found herself caught up in the moment, feeling a mix of excitement and vulnerability. When the moment reached its peak, Midoriya was taken by surprise, and Hagakure found herself in a situation she hadn't fully anticipated. As they both processed what had just happened, Midoriya removed his BLNDFLD, revealing the aftermath of their encounter. He was speechless for a moment, trying to comprehend the scene before him. Hagakure, on the other hand, was wiping away the remnants of their encounter, a mixture of emotions swirling within her. As they sat in the aftermath, the air was thick with unspoken words. Midoriya finally broke the silence, asking if she was done. Hagakure responded casually, but the underlying tension was palpable. They began to discuss the implications of what had just occurred, with Midoriya expressing his confusion about their relationship. Hagakure, feeling bold, admitted her feelings for him, revealing that she had developed a strong attraction. Midoriya was taken aback by her confession, struggling to process her words. Hagakure reassured him that her feelings were genuine, and she expressed a longing to explore their connection further. The conversation shifted to their relationship dynamics, with Hagakure suggesting they keep their newfound feelings a secret. As they navigated their emotions, it became clear that both were grappling with their feelings for each other. Midoriya was hesitant, caught between his feelings for Uraraka and the unexpected connection he felt with Hagakure. However, Hagakure was determined to express her affection, leaving Midoriya with much to think about as they faced the complexities of their evolving relationship. Uraraka could be quite challenging to deal with, but Midoriya was determined not to back down. He felt a surge of determination as she dashed toward the gym's exit, only to be called back by him just before she crossed the threshold. He pointed out a mark on her leggings, and she playfully acknowledged it, joking as she undressed, still somewhat oblivious to the implications of her invisibility. As she left the gym, her clothes bundled up, Midoriya reflected on the recent events. He realized that Hagakure and Uraraka had reconciled, though Uraraka's teasing had shocked him. He understood all too well how intimidating Uraraka could be in those moments. He hoped they would return to normal soon, but now he faced a new dilemma, a love triangle involving two girls who seemed infatuated with him. It felt like something out of a cliché school anime or a poorly written fanfiction. Nevertheless, he decided to tackle one issue at a time and moved past Hagakure, shifting his focus to the next challenge. In the UA Heights Alliance dorms, everyone was peacefully asleep, except for Azuitiu. She lay awake, her eyes wide and dark circles beneath them indicating a lack of sleep. The cause of her insomnia was none other than Midoriya Izuku. Since the night Uraraka had used her quirk to incapacitate her and their friends, Azui had struggled to find rest. It wasn't the kidnapping that troubled her, but rather the aftermath. She had witnessed Uraraka's unsettling transformation and the shocking events that followed, which left her feeling nauseated. The memory haunted her, invading her thoughts during classes, training sessions, and even her dreams. The mere presence of Uraraka sent chills down her spine, and she found herself avoiding Midoriya entirely, even to the point of jeopardizing their training exercises. Azui's fatigue made her irritable, and she struggled to concentrate in class. Her friends noticed her change in demeanor and inquired about her well-being, but she brushed them off, offering half-truths about sleepless nights. For nearly a week, she felt increasingly isolated from her friends, and her recent test performance had been dismal. She knew she needed to confront her feelings, particularly regarding Midoriya. Meanwhile, Midoriya was also contemplating how to approach Azui. He sat on the couch in the common room, lost in thought as the evening wore on. His classmates had learned to ignore his mutterings, only intervening when he remained silent for too long. Just as he began to formulate a plan, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he met Azui's gaze, which was both familiar and tinged with annoyance. She instructed him to meet her at the pool in 10 minutes before leaving him bewildered. Midoriya made his way to the pool, his mind racing with possibilities about what awaited him. Azui was often straightforward with her opinions, but her emotions were a mystery to him. He recalled a particularly intense moment from a previous class when she had been visibly upset. Arriving at the pool, he waited under the night sky until he heard footsteps approaching. Azui wasted no time, cutting him off before he could apologize. She expressed her longing to clarify something, moving closer to him, her intense gaze locking onto his. Midoriya felt a rush of warmth and anxiety as she maintained her proximity, her breath brushing against him. He struggled to keep his composure, trying to focus on anything other than the overwhelming tension between them. A sweet scent filled the air, reminiscent of vanilla, likely from the shampoo Azui used. Her hair was slightly damp, suggesting she had just come from the shower, and Midoriya had to push away the image of her bathing. After what felt like an eternity, she made a bold move. Her hands settled on his shoulders, holding him firmly in place. With her eyes closed, she pulled him closer, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, she pressed her lips against his. Despite his instinct to pull away, she held him tightly, even wrapping her arms around his neck. Azui took control of the kiss, her tongue exploring his mouth, and she pressed her body against his, lifting one leg to wrap around him. A slight shift in weight caused them to tumble to the ground, with Midoriya beneath her as the kiss deepened until she sensed he was running out of breath. Being amphibious, she was accustomed to holding her breath for extended periods. Breaking the kiss but still holding him close, she watched as he gasped for air, a deep blush coloring his cheeks. Azui had made her feelings clear. She liked him, even if it was complicated by her friendship with Uraraka, who was dating him. Despite her frustration, she could no longer deny her feelings. She admitted that seeing Midoriya with Uraraka made her feel sad and conflicted. She wished to be honest about her emotions, even if it meant confronting uncomfortable truths. Azui expressed her attraction to him, revealing that he made her feel a certain way that was difficult to ignore. Midoriya was momentarily stunned, trying to process her words. The weight of the situation pressed on him, and he felt a mix of confusion and panic. Azui's demeanor shifted, and he noticed a subtle smile on her lips, which made him feel even more uneasy. She had a way of making him feel trapped, both physically and emotionally. The atmosphere grew tense, and he realized that her intentions were more serious than he initially thought. Azui explained that she had a unique ability that could affect him, causing a tingling sensation and a sense of numbness. She had intentionally prepared for this moment, and it was clear she was determined to express her feelings. Midoriya felt overwhelmed, caught between his loyalty to Uraraka and the undeniable connection he had with Azui. Azui continued to reveal her desires, and Midoriya struggled to respond. He felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Azui's boldness left him speechless, and he found himself grappling with the implications of her words. She was not shy about her feelings, and her straightforwardness only added to his anxiety. Despite the chaos of emotions swirling around him, Midoriya recognized that Azui was sincere in her feelings. She wanted him to understand her perspective, even if it meant confronting uncomfortable truths about their relationships. Azui's determination was evident, and Midoriya knew that he had to confront his own feelings as well. In that moment, he realized that he was at a crossroads, faced with choices that would shape his relationships moving forward. The connection he felt with Azui was undeniable, but so was his bond with Uraraka. The weight of the situation pressed down on him, and he knew that he had to find a way to navigate the complexities of his emotions and the relationships he held dear. It was incredibly difficult for Midoriya to concentrate when he felt completely numb, especially with Tsuyu so close. She was right above him, and he could sense her presence overwhelming his senses. As he attempted to speak, hoping to distract her, Tsuyu instead positioned herself directly over him, catching him off guard. The moment her warmth enveloped him, he felt a rush of emotions. Midoriya found himself in a challenging situation with Tsuyu. She showed no signs of moving, and he was immobilized by the effects of a toxin. Despite his predicament, he couldn't help but enjoy the sensations coursing through him. He tried to think of anything to suppress his rising feelings, but nothing worked. Even imagining Recovery Girl in a swimsuit did little to help. In fact, it only made him feel worse. He focused on Uraraka, knowing she would be upset if she knew what was happening. The thought of her disappointment weighed heavily on his heart, but even that memory intensified his feelings. Tsuyu continued to move, her actions eliciting soft sounds of pleasure from her. Midoriya realized that the only way to escape the situation was to engage with her. He decided to reciprocate her actions, hoping to shift the dynamic. When he lightly touched her, she paused, feeling a shiver run through her body. The unexpected sensation surprised her, and as he continued, her reactions intensified. She became more determined to give him a memorable experience. Midoriya struggled to maintain control, aware that if he could make her reach her peak first, he might find a way out. However, he was also nearing his own limit. He was caught in a whirlwind of sensations, and the taste and feeling of Tsuyu's movements were overwhelming. He focused on his task, hoping that once she reached her limit, he would be free, though he still had to wait for the toxin to wear off. As they both approached their peaks, Tsuyu's movements quickened. She felt her mind becoming hazy, unaware that Midoriya was experiencing the same. The two of them were on the brink, and when Tsuyu wrapped her legs around him, they both reached their CLMX simultaneously. The unexpected intensity of the moment left them both breathless. Afterward, Tsuyu turned to face him, a smile on her face as they shared an NTMT moment. She felt a warmth in her chest, realizing how much she enjoyed being close to him. As she nestled against him, she expressed her feelings, admitting that she had never felt this way before. She playfully remarked on Uraraka's good fortune, teasing Midoriya about their relationship. Midoriya explained that he and Uraraka spent time together in private, enjoying simple moments like watching movies and studying. He felt a flick on his forehead from Tsuyu, and as he regained control of his body, he focused on her again. She reminded him of her feelings, emphasizing that Uraraka would always be one of his closest friends, which made her feel guilty about their secret. Midoriya was taken aback by her insistence that he take responsibility for what had happened. He was caught off guard by her words, realizing the weight of the situation they found themselves in. Midoriya found himself in a complicated situation after an unexpected encounter with Tsuyu. She had made it clear that she needed his support, and he felt a mix of confusion and concern. After their interaction, Tsuyu cleaned herself up and left him by the pool, where he lay contemplating the events that had unfolded. The night sky above him was clear, but his mind was clouded with thoughts about his relationships with his classmates, especially after what had happened with Hagakure. He never anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament with Tsuyu, and the thought of needing to navigate similar situations with Jiro, Ishido, and Yaoyorozu weighed heavily on him. Midoriya sighed, feeling the pressure of needing to connect with Jiro. He had initially thought she would be easy to approach, but her introverted nature made it difficult for him to find a way in. He considered asking her for help with music, but he knew she was reluctant to share her skills. Offering academic assistance seemed pointless since she was already performing well in her studies. He contemplated discussing her quirk, but that could raise suspicions about his intentions. With limited options, he decided to wait for a chance to be alone with her, hoping the upcoming hero training would provide that opportunity. The next day, during a rescue mission at the USJ, Midoriya and Jiro found themselves trapped in a landslide zone, their surroundings covered in dirt and mud. Midoriya had chosen this location to make it harder for their friends to find them, but he also appreciated the privacy it offered. As they waited for their rescue team, he knew he needed to address the tension between them. Midoriya took a deep breath and approached the topic directly. He expressed his concerns about how Jiro and the others had been acting around Uraraka, asking her to maintain the status quo. He understood that his request might be difficult to hear, but he felt it was essential to protect Uraraka from any fallout resulting from his mistakes. Jiro was taken aback by his earnestness. She had not intended to distance herself from Uraraka, and hearing Midoriya's perspective made her reflect on her own behavior. Sitting on a chunk of concrete, she fiddled with her earphone jack, feeling a mix of emotions. She had been wary of Uraraka, but she realized that her actions might have inadvertently hurt her friend. Jiro looked at Midoriya, who was still bowing in apology, and a small smile crept onto her face. It was clear to her that he meant no harm. She reassured him that he didn't need to apologize, acknowledging that they had all contributed to the misunderstanding. Midoriya straightened up, relief washing over him as he saw her smile. Jiro then admitted that she felt the need to apologize to him as well, recognizing that the dynamics between them were complicated but ultimately not his fault. As they spoke, Jiro reflected on the night Uraraka had approached them, desperate to defend Midoriya. The realization that their actions had consequences weighed heavily on her, but she felt a sense of camaraderie with Midoriya as they navigated the complexities of their friendships together. The purple-haired girl pondered the reasons behind Uraraka's attachment to Midoriya. A mental list formed in her mind, beginning with the obvious traits. Midoriya was kind-hearted, and once one got past his shyness, he was one of the best people to know. His timid nature often led to social awkwardness, which some girls found endearing. When the situation called for it, he demonstrated more courage and determination than many, even compared to pro-heroes, a quality she admired. There was a certain charm in his freckles and unruly curly green hair. Additionally, thanks to Uraraka's enthusiastic descriptions, Midoriya was physically fit, which added to his appeal. This made Jiro's thoughts drift to a topic that had always troubled her since entering Class 1A. Against her better judgment, she wondered if this green-haired boy could help her. Before she could voice her daring question, the two teens heard a voice from above. The hero team had found them earlier than Midoriya had anticipated, which relieved him. He was glad to have sorted things out with Jiro, especially since there were no unexpected surprises this time. He realized that in the future he needed to be more direct, just as he had been now, and then he could address his other concerns. The class representative, Ida, shouted reassurances to the citizens trapped beneath the debris. His voice was muffled, but Jiro and Midoriya couldn't help but chuckle at his overly professional demeanor. Midoriya envisioned the scene unfolding above, with Tokoyami using dark shadow to clear the rubble while Ida coordinated the rescue with robotic gestures. Moments later, Kaminari appeared at the doorway, using his quirk to illuminate the path. Once they emerged, Ida checked on their health and mental state, ensuring that everyone remained calm before carrying them one by one to the designated area for medical attention, completing the simulation in record time. As Ida carried Midoriya back, he noticed a different expression on his friend's face. Midoriya seemed less stressed than he had been lately. Ida inquired if something had happened, and Midoriya smiled, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. He was genuinely happy and relieved that Jiro had reconciled with Uraraka and had forgiven him for the misunderstandings. Soon, everything would return to normal, but now he had a girlfriend. They could share this news with the class once the current issues were resolved. There was no point in hiding it, especially since so many already knew. Midoriya appreciated that the girls had kept quiet about his relationship with Uraraka, even if it was more for her sake. After class, Jiro approached Midoriya, grabbing the sleeve of his training suit to get his attention. She asked him to meet her in her room after dinner, indicating that she needed to discuss something personal. Midoriya agreed, albeit nervously, wondering why it had to be in her room. As the afternoon faded into night, Midoriya found himself standing in front of Jiro's door, frozen with anxiety. The invitation to her room made him nervous. They would be alone, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it might lead to something more than friendship. He pushed those thoughts aside, convincing himself that it was unlikely. Inside her room, Jiro was startled by the knock at the door. After a moment, she recognized Midoriya's voice. She hurriedly got up from her bed, brushed her teeth, and waited anxiously for him to arrive. As time passed, her nerves grew, but she reminded herself that it was just Midoriya. Before opening the door, she nervously ran her hands through her hair to smooth any stray strands. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door to find a visibly tense Midoriya. She welcomed him inside and closed the door, glancing at the corridor to ensure they were alone. Turning back to Midoriya, who seemed captivated by the carpet and curtains, she approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder, causing him to jump slightly. She guided him to sit beside her on the bed. An awkward silence settled between them until Midoriya attempted to break the ice, asking if she wanted to discuss something. Jiro hesitated before admitting that she needed a favor. Midoriya assured her that he would be more than happy to help, though he sensed her reluctance to elaborate. The atmosphere remained tense as they both navigated their feelings and the unspoken words hanging in the air. Jiro stood up, breaking off her thought mid-sentence. She moved to the door, locked it, and then returned to sit beside Midoriya. She focused on the black and white chess carpet, resting her hands on her knees. In her mind, she pushed aside any doubts and decided to be straightforward and honest with him. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her hands reaching out to hold his, which left Midoriya feeling confused and flustered. Jiro expressed her longing to ask him something, insisting that he promise to be completely honest. Midoriya, taken aback, agreed, though he felt apprehensive about the nature of her question. She then asked if he thought she was attractive. The question hung in the air, and Jiro watched as Midoriya's expression shifted from blankness to focus as he processed her words. He hesitated, struggling to find the right response. Jiro encouraged him to be honest, reminding him of his promise. Midoriya felt the weight of her gaze and, after a moment of internal deliberation, managed to stammer out that he thought she was indeed attractive, albeit in a unique way. Jiro's reaction was one of surprise and curiosity, prompting her to ask what specific qualities he found appealing. Midoriya stumbled over his words, complimenting her hair and eyes, but Jiro pressed further, seeking a deeper understanding of what he found attractive about her. She admitted that after a recent experience, she had become more aware of her own femininity and felt somewhat out of place compared to other girls at UA. She revealed her insecurities, recalling moments when she felt overlooked and unappreciated. As she spoke, Midoriya instinctively placed an arm around her shoulders, wanting to comfort her. He admitted that he struggled to discuss such topics without feeling embarrassed but reassured her that she was appealing just as she was. Jiro's expression softened, and a smile broke through her earlier uncertainty as she appreciated his kind words. They shared a light moment, laughing together, and Midoriya felt relieved to see her mood improve. He realized that discussions about self-image could be significant for girls, and he resolved to be more attentive in the future. However, just as he was settling into this newfound understanding, Jiro stood up and surprised him by removing her shirt and briefs. Midoriya was startled and questioned her actions, to which she responded with a nonchalant attitude. She explained that since she didn't feel as developed as some of their classmates, she thought it would help him understand what he found attractive about her. Although her reasoning had some logic, Midoriya remained confused and hesitant. Jiro insisted that he should look, claiming it would help him articulate what he found appealing. Midoriya felt overwhelmed, realizing that this was veering into uncomfortable territory. Jiro, however, was determined to push the boundaries, encouraging him to share his thoughts. She blushed at the implications of her words, and Midoriya could feel the tension rising. Despite the awkwardness, he sensed that Jiro was seeking validation and reassurance, and he struggled to navigate the situation while remaining respectful of her feelings. The atmosphere was charged with uncertainty, leaving both of them grappling with their emotions as they confronted the complexities of attraction and self-acceptance. He decided to play along and bring the situation to a close. His gaze wandered over Jiro's nearly bare form, taking in the details of her clear skin and the subtle curves that appeared from her flat abdomen to her thighs. Unlike the other girls in his class, Jiro possessed a unique appeal. She wasn't exactly skinny. Her toned body, while not overly muscular, had just enough definition to create an impression of fragility that contrasted with her cool demeanor and tough attitude. After a moment of silent observation, he voiced his thoughts, feeling uneasy and stuttering, his face growing warmer with each word. By the end of his hesitant speech, he closed his eyes, uncertain if he had said the right things, and simply waited. He was unsure of what to expect. Suddenly, he felt an unexpected weight on the bed beside him. When he opened his eyes, he found Jiro leaning over him, a wide smile on her lips. Before he could stutter again, she enveloped him in a warm hug, causing him to stiffen momentarily before he relaxed. Her happiness was infectious, and he felt a surge of joy in response. Then came another surprise. Jiro leaned in and kissed him. The shock made his eyes widen, and she wrapped her arms around his neck to keep him from pulling away. As she kissed him, he attempted to speak, but this only allowed her to deepen the kiss, exploring with her tongue. Although she was inexperienced, she was enjoying the moment. Midoriya, recovering from his initial shock and having a bit more experience, decided he wouldn't let her take control entirely. He deepened the kiss, engaging in a playful battle for Demps, but it backfired when Jiro let out a small sound of pleasure, causing him to pull back, both of them breathing heavily as they stared at each other. He expressed his confusion, wondering about the strangeness of the situation. Jiro explained that she felt so happy that she couldn't hold back her feelings. He reminded her that he had a girlfriend, Uraraka, to which she acknowledged but then revealed another request. She wanted to experience the same intimacy he shared with Uraraka, curious about how it felt. He was taken aback, unsure how to respond, but she pleaded with him, suggesting that he could make an exception just for that night. Despite his reservations, Jiro insisted that her room was soundproofed, which made him even more uncomfortable. He reiterated that this was not how things worked, emphasizing that such moments were meant for someone special. Jiro countered that she liked him just as much, leaving him stunned. She clarified that her teasing of Kaminari was just for fun, and she didn't harbor any real feelings for him. As the conversation continued, Jiro leaned in closer, asking if she could be his girlfriend, and before he could respond, she kissed him again. Midoriya wanted to escape but found himself pinned down by her, lost in the kiss. Jiro felt a rush of power in holding him in place, and for the first time, she experienced a mix of excitement and longing. She was surprised by her own feelings and the effect she had on him. Using her skills, she skillfully removed his shirt while keeping him pinned, admiring his toned physique. Her fingers traced over his muscles, eliciting shudders from him, which delighted her. She envied Uraraka for having such a loyal boyfriend. As she moved to his breathes, she noticed his growing arousal, and with newfound confidence, she explored further, teasing him and removing his underwear. The sight surprised her, and she looked at him with a sultry smile, feeling emboldened by the moment. She playfully remarked on his surprises, but he urged her to stop, warning that it wouldn't end well. Jiro insisted that they were already NTMT, asking if she could call him by his first name, Izuku. He hesitated, explaining that only his mother and Uraraka used that name. She decided to stick with his nickname, Deku, while still allowing him to use her first name. Despite his protests about the situation being wrong, Jiro challenged him, suggesting that his body was telling a different story. He insisted that this wasn't how it worked, but she was determined to convince him otherwise. In a moment of unexpected intimacy, Kyoka and Midoriya found themselves in a situation that neither had anticipated. Kyoka, feeling bold, took the initiative and surprised Midoriya, who was caught off guard by her sudden actions. She had been inspired by a previous experience and decided to explore this new dynamic with him. As Kyoka engaged with Midoriya, she felt a mix of excitement and curiosity. She was determined to make the most of the moment, drawing on her memories of what she had seen before. Midoriya, on the other hand, was overwhelmed by the sensations and emotions coursing through him. He struggled to maintain control, caught between his instincts and the thrill of the experience. Kyoka's enthusiasm only fueled Midoriya's feelings, and he found himself lost in the moment. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and both were aware of the boundaries they were testing. Kyoka, eager for more, playfully demanded a reward for her efforts, teasing Midoriya with her intentions. As they navigated this new territory, Midoriya felt a mix of hesitation and longing. He was aware of the implications of their actions but was also drawn to the thrill of the unknown. Kyoka, sensing his uncertainty, encouraged him to embrace the moment, and he found himself giving in to the excitement. With a newfound confidence, Midoriya took the lead, guiding Kyoka in a way that was both tender and exploratory. They shared an NTMT connection, discovering each other's boundaries and preferences. The experience was exhilarating, pushing them both to new heights of pleasure and understanding. As they continued to explore this uncharted territory, they became more attuned to each other's reactions, learning what brought joy and excitement. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of discovery, as they both reveled in the intimacy of the moment. In the end, they found themselves enveloped in a shared experience that deepened their bond. Both were left breathless, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events that had brought them closer together. It was a night that would linger in their memories, marking a significant moment in their relationship. She collapsed on top of him, breathing heavily and completely overwhelmed by the intensity of her first experience. Focusing on the moment, she managed to lift herself slightly, determined to mirror the confidence she admired in others. As she moved with surprising speed, he felt the rush of emotions building within him, reaching a point of no return. She felt a mix of exhilaration and nervousness, her heart racing as she took in the moment. Afterward, she sat on his chest, gasping for air, her face flushed with excitement. Looking down at him, she playfully opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue, a playful gesture that conveyed her triumph. With a wide grin on her face, she gave him a thumbs up, celebrating her small victory. Then, she turned around, sitting on his lap and running her hands across his chest, abs, and arms, feeling the strength that came from his hard work. She gazed at him with admiration, imprinting the image of him in her memory. Feeling tired yet elated, she let herself fall against him, snuggling into his chest. For the first time, she experienced a profound sense of love for this remarkable boy who was so close to her. Even though she knew he would remain loyal to his girlfriend, she felt a sense of happiness in knowing she could at least compete for his attention. In a moment of vulnerability, she expressed her feelings, revealing her affection for him. He seemed taken aback, contemplating the weight of her words. She reassured him that she truly meant it, acknowledging the significance of such a declaration. Despite his initial hesitation, she insisted that her feelings were genuine, attributing her affection to his natural charm. She even playfully thanked it, friend, for the circumstances that had brought them closer. After some time spent in each other's embrace, she finally let him go. He had to sneak back to his room without being seen, and once inside, he took a cold shower to clear his mind. As he lay in bed that night, he reflected on the events that had unfolded, realizing he had made a significant mistake. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, and he found himself lost in thought. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, someone else was struggling with their own feelings. Another night had passed, and she woke up in a sweat, embarrassed by the situation. She contemplated the need for new sheets, recalling the old ones she hadn't used since childhood. The memories of her dreams were vivid, and she couldn't help but wonder about the boy who had captured her thoughts. In class, he was present but distracted, earning several warnings from his teacher and concerned glances from his classmates. He brushed off their worries, but his mind was racing with the complexities of his situation. He had a girlfriend, yet several girls had confessed their feelings for him in unexpected ways. He pondered what had drawn their attention, questioning why he had become the center of their affections. Instead of denying the reality of his situation, he decided to focus on something more pressing: his friend Mina. He resolved to plan ahead, hoping to predict her lunch choice, determined to navigate the complexities of his relationships. He felt optimistic, believing that there had to be a limit to how many girls would be interested in him. Little did he know, the dynamics around him were more complicated than he realized. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality when someone called his name, reminding him that it was time for hero training. Midoriya had been so lost in thought that he completely missed the entire class. He hoped he could catch up with Ida or Uraraka for notes, but Ida seemed like the safer choice if he only wanted to get the information. The one who pulled him from his trance was Ishido, who wore a worried expression. Looking around, he realized they were the only two left in the classroom, meaning she had waited for him to leave. He shook his head slightly and managed a smile as he got up from his seat. Ishido expressed concern about his distraction, noting how he had zoned out during class. Midoriya reassured her that he was fine, simply lost in thought. She understood, mentioning that the last math question had been particularly challenging. Although he had no idea what she was referring to, he appreciated her friendliness. It was hard to imagine her holding a grudge for long, given her cheerful nature. She seemed to get along with everyone. As the hero training class began, the mission was to navigate a race with obstacles to rescue a victim. Today's victim was Midnight, and Cementos would create a constantly changing course with his quirk, requiring the students to adapt quickly. They were divided into 5 teams of 4, and the results placed Ida, Shiro, Bakugo, Midoriya, and Azui in the top 5 positions. After Aizawa dismissed them, Midoriya headed to the dorms and retreated to his room for the afternoon, contemplating his approach toward Ishido. He meticulously reviewed every detail and possible outcome, searching for flaws to perfect his plan. So focused was he that he even skipped his daily workout, which his phone reminded him of with an alarm. Not feeling hungry, he decided to hit the gym since he had no homework that day. As he passed through the common room, he grabbed an apple from a bowl on one of the tables and headed to the gym with a towel draped over his shoulder. Midoriya felt a sense of pride in the work he had accomplished under All Might's coaching at the beach, where he had transformed a messy area into a clean space almost single-handedly. However, he couldn't deny the excitement of using UA's gym facilities. The gym was equipped with a variety of machines, allowing him to spend an entire day training without repeating any exercise. He recalled that they were even installing a wall treadmill designed for quirks that required adherence. He began his usual training routine with basic warm-ups, including push-ups and jumping jacks, followed by leg exercises like squats. Next, he focused on his core with sit-ups and abdominal crunches while hanging from a bar. He dedicated significant time to his chest and arms, the areas he prioritized for his combat style. Midoriya performed numerous push-ups, sometimes even managing to do them while lifting his body vertically. The weights he used for bench presses were impressively heavy for his size, and even the weights for bicep curls seemed disproportionate for a teenager. What stood out most was his precision. He executed each movement carefully to avoid injury and maximize the effectiveness of his workout. Even his rest PRDS were timed. After 2 solid hours at the gym, he concluded his training and headed to the locker room, finishing off the water bottle he had brought along. Midoriya always felt a sense of accomplishment after working out. The burning sensation in his muscles and heavy breathing were signs of his hard work. With each passing day, he felt he was gaining better control over his quirk. Gradually, he was learning to harness the full extent of the power bestowed upon him, aspiring to become the best hero in the world, just like his idol and mentor. The thought made him smile. If someone had told him a year ago that he would be chosen by All Might as his successor, he would have thought it was a cruel joke, despite it being his dream. He understood he had a long journey ahead, but rather than discourage him, it fueled his determination to keep pushing his limits. Another significant change in his life was the number of friends he had gained, friends he could rely on at any moment. Most importantly, he had someone special who felt the same way about him. The thought of Uraraka reminded him of the plan he had been formulating earlier. He estimated that he would be ready to act in 2 days at most. He needed to ensure everything went as planned, revisiting his strategy while the cold water refreshed his body. He then turned on the hot water, not wanting to catch a cold. The warmth washed away his fatigue, allowing him a moment of respite from worrying about the 3 girls interested in him or the 2 he still needed to talk to. Midoriya even considered letting things resolve themselves, but he knew that could take longer than he anticipated. As he pondered, he suddenly heard the lights in the locker room go out, surprising him. He turned off the hot water and looked around, calling out to anyone who might be there. He decided to ignore what he assumed was a prank, reached for his towel, and wrapped it around his waist as he made his way to the light switches. Midoriya walked through the corridor lined with lockers, the steam from the hot water making visibility difficult in the dim light. He approached the locker room door, running his hand along the wall in search of the light switches. However, something felt unusual. The switches seemed distorted and stuck together, preventing him from pressing them. He chuckled to himself, thinking it was a prank by his classmates, but when he realized he was alone, frustration crept in. As he reached for the doorknob, he discovered it was missing. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the knob appeared to have melted away. This made him think of Todoroki, though he dismissed the idea of him playing pranks. Kaminari might have been responsible, but he would have likely short-circuited himself by now. A faint noise suddenly caught Midoriya's attention, putting him on high alert. He wondered if a villain could be lurking nearby. He cautiously navigated through the lockers, heightening his senses amidst the fog. The sound of wet footsteps echoed, sending a shiver down his spine. Although he tried to convince himself it couldn't be a villain, curiosity gnawed at him. A shadow flickered at the corner of his vision, causing him to freeze in place. He held his breath, suppressing a small squeal as the footsteps drew closer. In a panic, he slipped into one of the lockers, peering through the small slits as the shadow passed by. He stifled a scream when the shadow paused right in front of his hiding spot. After what felt like an eternity, the shadow moved away, allowing Midoriya to exhale quietly. He decided to kick the door open and report the incident to the school staff later. As he made his way to the bench where he had left his change of clothes, he sensed something was off. He looked up slowly, fearing that whatever was in front of him would leap out. To his surprise, nothing happened. Suddenly, a brief flash of light illuminated the area behind him. His heart raced as he turned to see Ashido standing there, holding her smartphone and looking at him with an unreadable expression. It took him a moment to realize she was taking pictures. Midoriya's face flushed as he tried to cover himself, feeling embarrassed by the situation. Ashido seemed unfazed by his discomfort, casually commenting on her phone while ignoring his flustered state. She had sneaked out of the dorms to find him, which caught him off guard. As she approached him, he instinctively backed away until he found himself pressed against the wall of the showers. Ashido leaned closer, her breath brushing against his face, and declared that she had come for him. Midoriya felt a mix of confusion and apprehension. He attempted to explain his situation, but Ashido interrupted, revealing that she was aware of his feelings for Uraraka. She had learned from Hagakure that he had gone to speak with her. To his surprise, she expressed that she had forgiven him and was not upset about it. As Midoriya processed this information, he felt a warm touch on his chest, and Ashido complimented his physique, tracing her fingers over his muscles. He tried to speak, but she silenced him, suggesting they enjoy the moment before the emergency lights turned on. She revealed that she had used her acid on the cables, intending to melt them, which would trigger the lights. As Ashido continued to explore his body, commenting on his defined muscles, Midoriya found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, unsure of how to respond to the unexpected turn of events. As the emergency lights flickered on, they illuminated the figure of a girl with pink skin, her clothes appearing ragged and burnt. Midoriya quickly averted his gaze, feeling the weight of her intense stare. He found himself at a loss for what to do, recognizing the familiarity of the situation and the potential consequences it could bring. He pondered over the state of her attire and wondered aloud about the cause of her torn clothing. She explained that it was related to her quirk, teasing him with the implication that he might have played a role in it. She hinted that her dreams had featured him prominently, and he felt a mix of curiosity and apprehension about what those dreams entailed. In a surprising moment, she kissed him, catching him off guard. Despite his initial shock, he had somewhat anticipated this turn of events. He had put a lot of thought into how to navigate this situation, only to find that she had taken the lead. As their kiss deepened, she explored his body, her hands roaming over his muscles, and she leaned closer, wrapping her leg around his. She expressed that her dreams had portrayed him in a way that was even more appealing than reality. Midoriya felt conflicted, aware that he was not the most muscular person among their peers. She dismissed his concerns, listing off other classmates who, in her opinion, did not meet her standards. Her playful banter continued, and it became clear that she had a particular interest in him. Despite his attempts to resist her advances, she was persistent. She encouraged him to call her by her first name and dismissed his relationship with Uraraka, suggesting that it wouldn't matter. In a bold move, she removed the towel that had been wrapped around him, drawing even closer. Midoriya felt his face flush as he struggled to maintain his composure, her body pressing against his. As she continued to tease him, he felt overwhelmed by the situation. He attempted to push her away, but she held on to him, determined to bridge the distance between them. The struggle became a dance of sorts, with her trying to close the gap while he fought to keep his distance. In a moment of unexpected movement, his hand inadvertently struck her cheek, leaving a mark that shocked both of them. Midoriya was filled with regret, apologizing profusely for the unintentional slap. She seemed momentarily stunned, but then a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she reached out to him in a way that suggested a shift in the dynamic between them. She expressed a longing for him to hit her again, leaving him bewildered and unsure of how to respond. Despite his confusion, she insisted, and he found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions. The tension between them escalated, and he acted on instinct, responding to her request in a way that surprised them both. Each reaction from her fueled a strange mix of excitement and uncertainty within him, leading to a series of impulsive actions that neither of them had anticipated. Her shorts were badly damaged, and so were her undergarments, allowing him to make contact with her skin. He found himself intrigued by the sound it made when he playfully swatted her. The expressions on Ishido's face shifted between surprise, a hint of discomfort, and unexpected delight, as she winced with each playful hit. Curiosity got the better of Midoriya, and he leaned in slightly, noticing a faint mark in the shape of his hand forming on her skin. Suddenly he realized the situation he was in and thought about escaping, but Ishido held him back, pushing him down. The slippery floor caused them both to fall, landing in a compromising position, with Midoriya hovering over Ishido, his hands resting beside her head. She teased him about his straightforwardness, and he stammered that it hadn't been intentional. Ishido playfully acknowledged his innocence, and he wondered why everyone seemed to think that about him. When Ishido mentioned that Uraraka wasn't the only one who had noticed his nature, he froze, unable to hide his surprise. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly confirmed that he had indeed been involved with others, including Tsuyu, Kyoka, and Toru. Ishido expressed her surprise at the number of girls, and when she asked about Uraraka's reaction, Midoriya's silence spoke volumes. He admitted he hadn't told her yet, wanting to sort things out first, but the girls only seemed to complicate matters further. As the tension escalated, Ishido encouraged him to embrace the moment, and he found himself caught up in the whirlwind of emotions. She playfully flipped their positions, now sitting on his lap, gazing at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Midoriya was taken aback by her boldness but felt a rush of excitement. Ishido began to tease him further, igniting a mix of emotions within him. Despite his internal conflict, he was captivated by her enthusiasm and the thrill of the moment. She expressed her longing for more, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he found himself responding to her requests, even as guilt gnawed at him for betraying his girlfriend. As they continued, Ishido's playful antics pushed the boundaries of their encounter, and Midoriya struggled to maintain control. The thrill of the situation was intoxicating, and he found himself lost in the moment, forgetting the outside world. Ishido's excitement was palpable, and she reveled in the connection they were forging, even if it was fleeting. Midoriya was overwhelmed by the intensity of their interaction, and as he tried to navigate his feelings, he realized how much he was enjoying the experience. Ashido's playful nature and the chemistry between them were undeniable, and he couldn't help but be drawn in further. As they shared this unexpected moment, both were caught in a whirlwind of emotions, excitement, and the thrill of the unknown, unaware of how this encounter would change their dynamic forever. The green-haired teen lowered his head and began to kiss the base of her neck, causing Mina to widen her eyes in surprise. He then trailed down to her chest, kissing one BRST while fndlng the other with his hand. Mina had never experienced anything like this before. The sensations overwhelmed her, and she felt warmth spreading through her body. She tried to squirm her legs together, but his knee was in the way. Noticing her movements, Midoriya switched to kissing the BRT he had been holding while his fingers explored her lower regions, moving in circles before sliding one finger inside her, which made Mina gasp. Her hands found their way to his back, lightly clawing at his skin as she pulled him closer, biting the base of his neck. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her body trembled with each movement of his fingers. Midoriya then broke free from her hold and lowered himself down her waist, tasting her while continuing to slide his fingers in and out, earning more gasps from Mina. He used his tongue, opening her legs slightly to go deeper, which elicited loud cries of pleasure from her. She was reaching her limit, feeling as if she might burst from the intensity of her feelings. She wrapped her legs around his neck, pulling him as close as possible, arching her back before finally reaching her peak, calling out his name as she did so. As her body trembled with release, Midoriya made sure not to waste a single drop, savoring the moment. When Mina finally relaxed her grip on him, Midoriya stood up, feeling conflicted. He didn't want to reach this point, but Mina had left him no choice. He could either give in to her desires and finish what they had started or continue teasing her until she lost interest, which could take a long time. He felt like the worst boyfriend, even the worst man in the world, but that thought faded when he looked at Mina again. Her expression was one of pure bliss, her eyelids half closed and a smile on her face. She seemed dazed, lying there with her limbs hanging off the bench. For a moment, Midoriya worried that he might have caused her some kind of mental damage. However, she soon moved, dispelling that concern and allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Trying to keep his gaze away from her, he offered her a hand to help her sit up, still feeling the effects of their little adventure. As her eyes regained focus, she wrapped her arms around his waist, prompting him to try to push her away, but to no avail. Mina insisted on staying close, expressing her reluctance to let him go. She pointed out that if they parted ways, they wouldn't have the chance to repeat their encounter. Midoriya reminded her that he still had a girlfriend, which she acknowledged but seemed to dismiss as unfair. Mina expressed her frustration, feeling that Uraraka had all of his attention. She playfully suggested that if she had tried harder, she could have won his affection too. Midoriya was taken aback by her words, unsure how to respond. Mina continued, teasingly suggesting that he must have thought of Uraraka at least once during their encounter. She admitted to feeling jealous that Uraraka had found someone before her, especially someone like him. Midoriya struggled to find words, feeling the weight of her feelings. Mina playfully punched him in the abs, getting up and resting her hands on her hips. She acknowledged that while she knew he had heard such sentiments before, she couldn't help but express her affection for him. Midoriya felt his face flush at her words, and she giggled at his reaction. She suggested they take a shower, mentioning that there might be spare training clothes nearby. Midoriya pointed out that they could go their separate ways to the showers, but Mina playfully resisted, insisting that someone might see her. He reassured her that it was just a short distance to the girls' locker room and that he trusted her to make it without incident. After a moment of consideration, he agreed to help her, emphasizing the need to be quick to avoid raising suspicions among their classmates. Mina playfully urged him to hurry, teasing him about their earlier encounter. With a shake of his head, Midoriya headed toward the showers, with Mina following closely behind, her playful spirit still intact. As Midoriya looked away, Ashido playfully slapped him on the backside, causing him to squeak in surprise. When he turned to respond, she had already hopped into the shower beside him, standing just inches away as the water washed away the soap from their bodies. Midoriya found her boldness surprising, but he tried to brush it off. After their shared shower, they quickly changed into spare training clothes and made their way back to the dorms, careful not to be seen by their fellow students. Midoriya was reluctant to explain why he was wearing hero training clothes, especially with Ishido by his side. Once he changed into his regular clothes, he collapsed onto his bed, feeling overwhelmed. He realized that if he had to navigate a similar situation with Yaoyorozu, he would have to do it quickly. The sooner he resolved the tension between Uraraka and the girls, the sooner he could focus on the next challenge, the attention he was receiving from multiple classmates. He pondered whether Yaoyorozu would actually pursue him, given her upbringing in a high-class environment. Despite her previous threats, he couldn't shake the feeling that more surprises awaited him. He contemplated his options, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement about how to explain everything to Uraraka. He imagined how the conversation would unfold, worrying that she might react strongly. He reassured himself that Uraraka was not a monster and that open communication could strengthen their relationship. He had remained loyal to her, at least in spirit, despite the awkward situations he found himself in. In the common room, Midoriya sat on one of the couches, deep in thought, oblivious to the activity around him. Suddenly, he felt something cover his eyes but could still see normally. A familiar voice playfully teased him, and he recognized it as Hagakure. She had a knack for being invisible yet still managing to make her presence known. When she released her hold, he felt her settle beside him, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head on his shoulder. Although he felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks, he managed to remain composed. Hagakure asked if she could call him by his first name, and he quickly agreed, feeling a mix of flattery and embarrassment. She then inquired about his availability that evening, suggesting they could spend time together. Midoriya was taken aback by her forwardness but tried to maintain his composure. He reminded her that he was dating Uraraka, which seemed to surprise Hagakure. She playfully challenged him, pointing out the double standard in his reactions to her and Ishido. Just then, Ishido entered the room, her energy infectious as she approached Midoriya. She playfully teased him about being overly formal and expressed her longing to spend time with him. Midoriya felt the pressure mounting as both girls vied for his attention. They began to discuss their intentions openly, leaving him flustered and unsure of how to respond. The situation escalated as they both expressed their interest in him, and he felt trapped between their playful banter and his loyalty to Uraraka. As the conversation continued, Midoriya realized that both girls were aware of his feelings for Uraraka but were still eager to push the boundaries. He struggled to articulate his discomfort, feeling the weight of their expectations. The playful teasing turned into a more serious discussion about his desires, and he found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Despite his protests, he could sense the underlying tension and attraction that surrounded him, leaving him to navigate the complexities of friendship, loyalty, and unexpected feelings. The vibrant atmosphere in the dorm was charged with excitement as Mina, with a playful grin, suggested a bold idea to her friends. She proposed that they could all share their attention on the charming green-haired boy, Midoriya, who was currently overwhelmed by the attention. Mina's enthusiasm sparked curiosity among her friends, and she playfully urged them to consider the possibilities. Kyoka, intrigued by the suggestion, joined in the conversation, her expression a mix of amusement and mischief. She mentioned that they could all have fun together, and the idea of sharing Midoriya seemed to ignite a sense of adventure among them. The group quickly decided to call Tsuyu, who was at the pool, to join in on their plan. Mina assured her that they had a perfect opportunity to enjoy some time with Midoriya. As the girls discussed their plans, they began to strategize how to get Midoriya to join them. They playfully tackled him, each trying to hold on to him as he squirmed and protested. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and teasing as they playfully tickled him, making it impossible for him to escape their grasp. Midoriya, caught in the middle of the playful chaos, found himself laughing uncontrollably as he tried to break free. Just as they were about to carry him away, they were interrupted by the arrival of Uraraka, who looked puzzled by the scene unfolding before her. The girls quickly exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from mischief to surprise. They released Midoriya, who landed on the floor with a soft thud, and turned to face Uraraka with wide smiles, attempting to mask their intentions. Uraraka, still confused, inquired about why they were carrying Midoriya in such a manner. The girls, quick on their feet, concocted a story about Midoriya injuring himself at the gym and needing help to get to his room. They explained that they were simply assisting him, trying to maintain a facade of innocence. Uraraka, though skeptical, seemed to accept their explanation, especially when she noticed Midoriya's embarrassed demeanor. As the girls prepared to leave, they decided to let Uraraka take care of Midoriya, given her gravity quirk. They hastily exited, leaving Uraraka alone with him. She approached him with genuine concern, offering to help him to the infirmary. Midoriya, still flustered from the earlier chaos, declined her offer, insisting that he was fine and just needed some rest. Uraraka, worried about his well-being, advised him to take care of himself. She gently lifted him in her arms, using her quirk to make him weightless, and carried him to his room. Meanwhile, the other girls, hidden around the corner, watched the scene unfold, feeling a mix of relief and regret for the opportunity they had missed. Unbeknownst to them, Momo had been observing from a distance, piecing together the events and realizing that something unusual was happening with Midoriya and the girls. She had her suspicions and was determined to uncover the truth behind the playful chaos that had unfolded in the dorm. It was up to her to put an end to the madness. Midoriya walked through the corridors of UA's main building, eager to reach the dorms after class. However, he had a duty to clean the classroom that day and was paired with Tsuyu, who seemed to enjoy teasing him. To make matters worse, he had narrowly escaped an encounter with Toru and Mina using his full cowl. The brief moment from lunchtime replayed in his mind repeatedly. Yaoyorozu had asked to speak with him after class, requesting that he meet her in her room. Ida, the only other person present at the time, assumed she wanted to discuss a new study method that could benefit Class 1. Midoriya hoped his friend was right, but he had his doubts. He had tried to avoid drawing attention to himself, but after the events of the previous day with the other girls, he realized that delaying the conversation would only make things worse. Yaoyorozu had made it easier for him by calling him out to talk. Determined, he approached her door, but his resolve wavered. Taking a deep breath, he knocked. The door opened, and Yaoyorozu greeted him with a neutral expression. He entered her room, which was nearly filled with various items, and took a seat when she gestured for him to do so. Sitting across from him, her chair slightly elevated, Yaoyorozu began to speak. She thanked him for coming and explained that she wanted his opinions on a new system they were planning to implement to help their class excel in studies. Midoriya nodded, listening attentively. Although it was not the conversation he had anticipated, he knew that once she finished, it would be his turn to speak. Yaoyorozu continued, stating that Midoriya had suggested focusing more on solving questions to help reinforce the fundamentals of each problem. She mentioned that he should be prepared to respond if Ida questioned him about it. Midoriya was taken aback by her serious tone but decided to play along. In the following moments, Yaoyorozu shifted the conversation. She pointed out that not only had he entered a relationship with Uraraka, but they had also engaged in actions that were inappropriate for students. While she supported their relationship, she could not overlook that aspect. She had refrained from informing the teachers or principal, understanding that it could lead to expulsion and damage their public image. She advised him to keep this in mind. Midoriya felt the pressure of her words. She continued, revealing that she and the other girls had witnessed him and Uraraka in compromising situations. Yaoyorozu expressed her concern, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. She demanded to know if he had been involved with any other girls, and after a moment of hesitation, he admitted that he had. Guilt washed over him as he revealed the names of the girls involved. Yaoyorozu's expression shifted to one of desperation as she grasped his shirt tightly, shaking him while expressing her anger, fear, and confusion. She questioned his sanity and whether he wanted to be expelled or simply could not control himself. Midoriya, feeling the weight of her emotions, gently held her wrists and looked into her eyes. He acknowledged his mistakes and expressed his regret. He explained that he had not intended for things to escalate as they did, he had merely wanted to sort things out. However, it seemed that everyone had developed an interest in him, leading to unexpected situations. Yaoyorozu struggled with her emotions, torn between wanting to cry and maintaining her composure. Midoriya reassured her that the situation had unfolded in ways he had not anticipated, and he was not the only one who had enjoyed the experiences. He emphasized that he did not want to engage with every girl who showed interest in him, and he felt shame for how things had turned out. The tension in the room was palpable as they faced the reality of their circumstances, both grappling with the consequences of their actions and the complexities of their relationships. In a moment of tension, Yaoyorozu found herself grappling with her emotions. She had confronted Midoriya about his interactions with other girls, feeling a mix of frustration and protectiveness. Despite her initial anger, she recognized that her feelings were more complicated than she had let on. As she stared at her expensive carpet, she reflected on her role as the vice class representative and the expectations that came with it. The truth was she was struggling with her feelings for Midoriya, and it was difficult to reconcile that with her responsibilities. Midoriya, sensing her turmoil, remained calm and reassuring. His warm smile had a way of easing her worries, even when she felt overwhelmed. She admired his determination and the way he consistently pushed beyond his limits to become stronger. It was inspiring to see someone so dedicated to becoming a hero, and she felt a sense of pride in being his friend. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of envy when she thought about his closeness with Uraraka. As she gathered her thoughts, she realized that she had been less than honest with Midoriya. She had to confront her feelings head-on. Apologizing for her earlier outburst, she admitted that she didn't want to see him with anyone else, particularly Uraraka. Midoriya's expression shifted as he began to piece together her words. He had seen this pattern before and was wary of where it might lead. Yaoyorozu, feeling emboldened, expressed her feelings more directly. She acknowledged that her emotions were complicated and that she felt a sense of envy towards Midoriya and Uraraka's relationship. Midoriya, however, was hesitant to fully engage with her confession, fearing the implications of such a declaration. He had experienced similar situations before, and they had not ended well. Despite his reservations, Yaoyorozu pressed on, challenging him to confront the reality of her feelings. She was determined to express herself, and her resolve only intensified as she faced him. Midoriya, caught off guard by her boldness, struggled to maintain his composure. Yaoyorozu reminded him that she was a woman with her own desires and needs, and she was not just a model student. In a surprising turn, she took a step closer, asserting her presence. The atmosphere shifted as she let her hair down, revealing a side of herself that was both familiar and new. Midoriya felt a mix of apprehension and intrigue as she moved closer, her intentions becoming clearer. Yaoyorozu was not just a friend, she was someone who wanted to teach him a lesson about respect and understanding. As the tension between them grew, Midoriya realized that this moment was pivotal. Yaoyorozu was challenging him to acknowledge not only her feelings but also his own. It was a moment of reckoning, where they both had to confront the complexities of their relationship and the expectations that came with it. Her onyx eyes focused intently on every detail of his face, from the color of his lips to the freckles scattered across his cheeks, and his bright green eyes that seemed to avoid meeting hers. A smirk played on her lips as she slowly began to unbutton her uniform, revealing a hint of her figure. Midoriya caught a fleeting glimpse of black lace, which offered a subtle insight into Yaoyorozu's choices in NTMT apparel. She began her lesson by emphasizing the importance of focus. It was essential for him to pay attention to the girl he was with, ensuring she felt his interest. In a bold move, she cupped his chin, drawing him into a kiss that took him by surprise. After a brief moment, she pulled away, leaving a lingering connection between them. Now she had his full attention. Next, she taught him about manners, explaining that physical contact should only occur with permission and that it was polite to let ladies go first. With a swift motion, she opened his uniform shirt and traced her hand down to his waist, where she began to pull at his breathes. Midoriya instinctively reached for her hand, trying to stop her, but she quickly responded with a playful reprimand, reminding him of the boundaries. Her hand moved back to his waist, and in a single motion she pulled down his breaths, exposing him. She took a moment to admire him, her gaze filled with a mix of longing and mischief, which made him retreat slightly into the mattress. As she began to tease him, her touch sent his heart racing, and he found himself captivated by her control over the situation. She relished in the power she held, enjoying the way she could elicit reactions from him. She continued her lesson, stressing the importance of listening to a girl and paying attention to her words. When she noticed his gaze wandering, she playfully reminded him to stay focused. As she resumed her teasing, she quickened her pace, pushing him to his limits before pulling back, leaving him breathless and eager for more. The anticipation on his face only fueled her excitement. With a sultry smile, she instructed him to take off her shirt. Midoriya hesitated, unsure of how to respond, but the playful challenge in her demeanor encouraged him to comply. As he undid the remaining buttons, he revealed her black lace bra, and despite his attempts to look away, she gently guided his gaze back to her. She praised him for his focus and hinted at a reward for his good behavior, while also making it clear that answering incorrectly would lead to consequences. The stakes felt high, and he was determined to avoid any mistakes. She then asked him to describe what he saw, prompting him to express his thoughts about her appearance. As he stumbled over his words, she encouraged him to be more specific. When she playfully commanded him to remove her bra, he felt a mixture of pressure and intrigue. With a sense of urgency, he complied, freeing her from the garment and revealing her figure. Caught in the moment, he found himself momentarily mesmerized. She teased him about his staring, but reassured him that his attention was just what she wanted. In a surprising move, she wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close and inviting him to explore. The warmth of her presence overwhelmed him, and he struggled to maintain his composure. As she guided his hands to her chest, she playfully compared herself to another girl he knew, challenging him to articulate the differences. The situation was both exhilarating and daunting, leaving him questioning his thoughts and feelings. The tension between them was palpable, and he found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions as he navigated this unexpected encounter. Midoriya felt a rush of warmth as he found himself in a moment of intimacy with Yaoyorozu. She had closed her eyes, seemingly lost in the sensations he was causing, but then she pulled away, a conflicted expression crossing her face. She reminded him of their second lesson, which made him realize the significance of their current situation. He hesitated, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as he asked if he could touch her. To his surprise, she responded positively, encouraging him to be gentle. With her guidance, he slowly reached for her, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath his fingers. As he caressed her, he noticed her reaction, her eyes fluttering closed as she seemed to enjoy the attention. Yaoyorozu then lifted her arms, revealing more of herself to him, and he felt a surge of confidence. He carefully slid his hands over her thighs, feeling the softness of her skin and the contrast of the black stockings she wore. The sight captivated him, and he wondered if she had planned this all along. She then asked him to caress her, and he complied, trying to be as gentle as possible. The more he followed her instructions, the more he noticed her eagerness. It was a strange feeling, but he found himself drawn into the moment, despite his initial reservations. As the atmosphere grew more charged, she encouraged him to remove her skirt, and he complied, taking his time to ensure he was being careful. With her skirt off, she sat on his lap, and he felt a mix of anticipation and uncertainty as she directed him to touch her more intimately. Midoriya felt a rush of adrenaline as he followed her lead, exploring the boundaries she set. He was aware of the weight of the moment, and though he felt conflicted, he was also intrigued by the experience they were sharing. Yaoyorozu seemed to revel in the attention, guiding him with a mix of playful commands and encouragement. He was surprised by how natural it felt to follow her lead, even as he wrestled with his own thoughts about the situation. As they continued, the connection between them deepened, and Midoriya found himself lost in the moment, fully engaged in the experience they were creating together. He was aware of her reactions, the way she responded to his touch, and it fueled his longing to explore further. In that charged atmosphere, they shared a unique bond, one that was both exhilarating and confusing. Midoriya was determined to navigate this new territory with care, wanting to ensure that they both felt comfortable and respected in their shared experience. The intensity of the moment was palpable, and he knew that this was a significant step in their relationship. Midoriya found himself in a bewildering situation, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Momo, with her vibrant energy, was expressing her feelings in a way that left him both confused and intrigued. She had a way of captivating him, and as she reached a peak of emotion, he could see the passion in her eyes. It was a moment that felt surreal, as if time had slowed down, and he was caught in a whirlwind of sensations. Momo, breathing and flushed, gazed at him with admiration, her hands gently caressing his cheeks. She expressed her appreciation for him, calling him her good boy, which made him feel a mix of pride and uncertainty. She seemed to have a plan, a reward for his efforts, and he was both curious and apprehensive about what that might entail. As she positioned herself closer, Midoriya felt a rush of nervousness. He stammered, insisting that he still had much to learn and that there was no need for a reward. Momo, however, was undeterred. She seemed to relish the idea of teaching him, and her playful teasing only heightened his anxiety. The conversation took a turn as Momo began to question him about his experiences with other girls. Midoriya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to respond. He tried to deflect her inquiries, but Momo was persistent, wanting to ensure that he was receiving the best treatment possible. Her playful demeanor masked a deeper longing to be the one he focused on. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Momo's actions became bolder. She was determined to show him just how much she cared, and in her enthusiasm, she seemed to lose herself in the moment. Midoriya, caught off guard by her intensity, struggled to keep up with her fervor. He felt himself teetering on the edge, overwhelmed by the sensations she was creating. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the haze of their interaction. Uraraka appeared at the door, arms crossed and a bemused expression on her face. The unexpected intrusion sent both Midoriya and Momo into a state of shock. Uraraka's presence shifted the dynamic entirely, and Midoriya felt a rush of embarrassment as he realized they had been caught in a vulnerable moment. Uraraka's teasing tone was lighthearted, but there was an underlying tension as she acknowledged what she had witnessed. Momo, flustered and stuttering, attempted to explain the situation, but her words stumbled over each other in her panic. Uraraka, however, maintained a friendly demeanor, reassuring Momo that everything was fine. The atmosphere in the room was charged with a mix of emotions: surprise, embarrassment, and an unspoken understanding. As the three of them stood there, the complexities of their relationships began to unfold, revealing layers of feelings that had yet to be addressed. Midoriya felt a sense of uncertainty about what would happen next, knowing that this moment would change everything between them. Momo found herself completely bewildered by the thoughts racing through the mind of the brunette in front of her. After a moment of hesitation, she released her grip and slowly stood up, reaching for a blanket to cover herself. Her eyes were wide with shock, and small tears threatened to spill over her flushed cheeks. She felt compelled to apologize, expressing her confusion and regret over her actions. However, she was interrupted by a warm embrace from Uraraka, who reassured her that it was okay and acknowledged how difficult it was to resist the charms of the boy they were all drawn to. Momo felt a mix of embarrassment and disbelief as she reflected on her actions. Uraraka reminded her that despite her attempts, she could never truly take him away, for he loved Uraraka deeply, valuing her for who she was rather than superficial qualities. Momo admitted her feelings of shame, but Uraraka gently lifted her chin, encouraging her to look at her friends. They all shared a moment of understanding, acknowledging that they had all been in similar situations. Momo confessed that she had hoped to capture his attention entirely, wishing he would look at her the way he looked at Uraraka. Uraraka, sensing the collective feelings in the room, proposed an unexpected idea. She suggested that they could all share their affection for him. The room fell silent as everyone processed this surprising proposition. Momo's eyes lit up with hope as she asked if Uraraka truly meant it. Uraraka explained that she didn't want to see her friends sad and preferred to have them on her side rather than competing against them. Mina, ever the enthusiastic one, quickly supported the idea, excited about the prospect of spending time with him. The others were taken aback but began to see the logic in Uraraka's proposal. They realized that any time spent with him was better than none at all. One by one, they expressed their willingness to join in this unconventional arrangement. Hagakure hesitated but was reassured by Uraraka's supportive demeanor. Momo, after some contemplation, also agreed, acknowledging her feelings for him and her future desires. As excitement built, Mina was ready to leap into action, but Uraraka reminded everyone that they needed to consider one crucial factor. They needed to get his consent. The group began to wonder how they would approach him with such a delicate request. They debated the best way to phrase it, knowing that Midoriya was not like most boys and would need careful consideration. Despite the uncertainty, they were united in their feelings for him and determined to find a way to navigate this new dynamic together. Midoriya felt disoriented, his mind struggling to piece together the events that had just unfolded. Uraraka waved a hand in front of his face, and when she touched his cheeks, he finally returned to reality. She expressed her concern for his well-being, and he recognized her caring eyes and familiar features, which brought him some comfort amidst his confusion. His thoughts raced as he tried to recall the sequence of events. He remembered being in class, then Yaoyorozu had called him to talk, and he had gone to her room. The implications of that moment began to settle in, and he felt a wave of panic wash over him. He feared that Uraraka was about to end their relationship, and he braced himself for the worst. However, Uraraka surprised him with unexpected news. She explained that all the girls had decided to share him, revealing that he had inadvertently gained a harem. The revelation left him in shock, and he struggled to process it. His mind raced with disbelief, wondering if this was all a dream. The presence of his classmates, including one who was only partially dressed, made it clear that this was indeed real. Uraraka noticed his frozen state and reassured the others that he was just in shock. She suggested they give him some space to think. As they stepped outside, Momo realized she was still unclothed and quickly grabbed her clothes. The group leaned against the wall, discussing the situation. Uraraka expressed relief that things could have been worse, while the others speculated about Midoriya's reaction. Inside the room, Midoriya began to pace, overwhelmed by the implications of what Uraraka had said. He felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, unsure of how to handle the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly opened the door, surprising the girls and ushering them back inside. He locked the door, ensuring their privacy, and turned to face them, his expression serious. Midoriya admitted that he couldn't accept the situation as it was. Despite the allure of having multiple girls interested in him, he felt unprepared for the complexities that would arise from such a relationship. He expressed his concerns about the potential for competition and conflict among them, fearing that it would lead to more problems than solutions. The girls listened intently as he articulated his worries, understanding that this was not just a simple matter of romance. Midoriya's thoughts raced as he considered the implications of each possible outcome, revealing the depth of his character and the weight of his responsibilities. He knew that navigating this new dynamic would require careful consideration and communication, and he hoped to find a way forward that would honor everyone's feelings. Midoriya felt a deep sense of attachment to Ochako, which made him aware of the potential complications that could arise from his relationships with the other girls. He understood that the differences in their feelings could create a divide, leading to discontent and possibly fracturing their group. He worried that if he tried to be fair and give everyone a chance, it would turn into a competition for his affection, and he would ultimately choose Ochako. This realization weighed heavily on him, as he recognized the physical limitations of being just one person, which could leave some of the girls feeling unfulfilled. As he expressed his concerns, Kyoka intervened, placing her hands on his shoulders in an attempt to calm his anxiety. Her genuine concern was evident in her eyes, and as he looked around, he saw that the other girls shared the same expression of care. Sitting on the floor with his legs crossed, he ran a hand through his hair, letting out a light laugh at the situation. Despite his initial reservations, the girls reassured him that they all believed he deserved the attention and affection they were offering. Midoriya felt overwhelmed by their kindness, struggling to understand why they cared so much about him. He described his clumsiness and his struggles with his quirk, expressing doubt about his ability to handle the complexities of being a hero while navigating relationships with multiple girls. As he fought back tears, he felt a warm embrace wrap around him, bringing with it the familiar scent of vanilla that belonged to Ochako. Soon, he was enveloped by the warmth of the other girls as well, each one contributing to a comforting cocoon of love and support. In that moment, he felt a sense of security that reminded him of his childhood, when his mother would comfort him after he faced difficulties at school. Each girl present truly loved him, and he realized he could not let them down. Ochako lifted her head from his chest and looked into his eyes, affirming her belief in his potential as a hero and offering her unwavering support. The other girls echoed her sentiments, each expressing their affection for him in their own way. Feeling cornered by their love, Midoriya finally admitted that he loved them all too, which prompted a tighter embrace from the girls. They shared quick kisses on his cheeks, with Ochako aiming for his lips, leading to playful banter among the group. They decided to establish a schedule to spend time together, with each girl having designated days of the week. Although there was some initial resistance regarding the distribution of time, Midoriya managed to negotiate a day for himself, while Sundays would be reserved for everyone to be together. Over the following weeks, Midoriya made an effort to connect with each girl individually. He shared tea with Momo after a study session, received dance lessons from Mina, enjoyed music with Kyoka, spent a relaxing afternoon at the pool with Tsuyu, and had fun at an arcade with Toru. Finally, he took Ochako out on a date to a cafe, realizing that he had never done so before. Each moment deepened their bonds, allowing him to appreciate the unique qualities of each girl while navigating the complexities of their relationships. The week passed swiftly, and by the end, Midoriya felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He was surrounded by love and felt confident in his aspiration to become the #1 hero, especially with so many wonderful girls by his side. For the moment, it seemed that all his problems had been resolved. At least, that was true for one Sunday. His usual routine with Ochako had transformed, now including 5 other girls who each sought their own form of closeness with him. Ochako had become increasingly bold, often sneaking up on him. Toru followed suit, playfully surprising him with kisses around corners. Momo frequently requested favors that allowed them to escape the prying eyes of others, using those moments to share NTMT moments. Kyoka, though more reserved during the day, would fully express her feelings whenever they were alone in her bedroom. Mina often interrupted his daily activities to enjoy some playful moments together, while Tsuyu persistently sought him out, even risking being caught while he was in the shower. Despite the joy he felt from spending time with the girls, Midoriya began to feel a sense of unease. The upcoming cultural festival loomed over him, and even though he had faced numerous challenges, the thought of performing on stage in front of hundreds of unfamiliar students made him anxious. His shy nature made the prospect daunting, and he couldn't shake the worry that every girl at UA might suddenly develop feelings for him. As he sat on his bed, Midoriya pondered whether he was growing tired of the routine he had established with the girls. Each encounter seemed to stretch longer than the last, feeling more like an obligation than a joyful experience. He questioned whether it was possible to feel fatigued by such attention, especially given the number of girls vying for his affection. Determined to change things up, he decided to invite Uraraka out for the evening. After sending her a text, he quickly received a positive response, though she expressed curiosity about why he wanted to go out on a Sunday, his day off. He simply wanted to do something different. After a quick shower and changing into casual attire, he made his way to the common room to wait for her. When Uraraka arrived, she looked lovely in a brown frilled skirt and a light pink shirt. They left the dorms together, relieved to find the common area empty except for one other girl. As they walked out, Mina playfully teased them about their date, jokingly claiming it was unfair for Uraraka to monopolize Midoriya. Uraraka laughed, assuring Mina that she would share him later. They decided to go to a movie and then to a cafe they both enjoyed, where Uraraka had a particular fondness for the parfaits. While Uraraka cherished the time spent with Midoriya, she sensed something was amiss. Although he was smiling and laughing, she could tell there was a deeper reason behind his longing for a date. After contemplating for a while, she decided to address her concerns directly. She expressed her belief that he had something on his mind, encouraging him to share whatever was bothering him. Midoriya hesitated, initially brushing off her concern, but eventually, he admitted that he felt as though he was falling into a routine. He clarified that it wasn't the fault of the girls. Rather, he felt as though he was going through the motions without genuine enthusiasm. He questioned whether he was being selfish for feeling this way. Uraraka took his hand, intertwining her fingers with his, and reassured him that she didn't think he was being selfish. She acknowledged that it was natural for feelings to change over time, especially when one engages in the same activities repeatedly. Despite his feelings of routine, she noted that he continued to treat them all with kindness and respect. The next morning, Midoriya was jolted awake by the buzzing of his alarm clock, which cut through his dreams. Although he was accustomed to waking early, the events of the previous night made him grateful for the alarm, ensuring he wouldn't miss class. He recalled the fun he had experienced, but as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, a wave of realization hit him. Suddenly, he sat up in bed, panic flooding his mind as he remembered the implications of his actions with all 6 of his girlfriends. The thought of any of them potentially facing unexpected consequences overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but imagine the worst-case scenarios. Midoriya sat with his hands clasped in front of his face, lost in thought as he envisioned a future filled with happiness. In his mind, he pictured a cozy home where he was greeted by a group of cheerful faces, each holding a small bundle of joy. Among them was a little girl with messy green hair and horns, another with short green hair adorned with small earphone jacks, and a pair of twin boys with frog-like tongues and freckles. There was also a girl with cat-like eyes and dark green hair tied in a tiny ponytail, a floating set of blue baby clothes, and yet another little girl whose green hair framed her round face, complete with dotted cheeks and tiny pink pads on her hands. As he entered the house, the warm smiles of the ladies welcomed him. Ochako was the first to greet him, followed by the others, all expressing their joy at his return. Tsu asked about his day at work, while Momo mentioned that dinner was almost ready. Jiro inquired if he would like to eat now, and Toru suggested a bath. Mina playfully hinted at something more, and they all chimed in with a teasing remark, leaving Midoriya shaking his head in disbelief. He tried to calm himself, reminding himself that such a scenario was impossible. However, as he went through his morning routine, he couldn't shake off the feeling of anxiety that lingered throughout class. Every time he glanced around, at least one girl was looking at him, and he wondered if they somehow knew about his feelings. The thought of them all being PRGNT at the same time was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to focus on Aizawa's lesson. His distraction did not go unnoticed, and he found himself called upon to answer questions multiple times, each time stumbling over his words. His classmates began to speculate about his state of mind, particularly the girls. During lunch, his HRMs surrounded him, each expressing their concerns simultaneously. Midoriya waved his hands nervously, trying to assure them that he was fine, but his efforts were in vain. The attention he was drawing from the other boys in the cafeteria only added to his discomfort. A duo of boys, known for their envy, stared at him while digging into their food. The situation escalated when Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Mina began sharing Midoriya's food and feeding him in a way that resembled the couples they often saw around. Kaminari and Mineta, unable to contain their frustration, approached the table with dramatic flair. Kaminari slammed his hands on the table, demanding to know what was happening. Midoriya feigned ignorance, aware that the sudden influx of attention would only complicate matters further. Mineta, standing on his bench, expressed his jealousy, questioning why Midoriya was suddenly so popular with the girls. The commotion drew the attention of the entire cafeteria, and whispers began to circulate about the unusual scene unfolding before them. Feeling overwhelmed, Midoriya wished he could disappear. Just then, Yaoyorozu stood up, her expression stern as she addressed the two boys, demanding they stop their harassment. Her presence commanded attention, and the whispers faded as everyone focused on her. Mina joined in, defending Midoriya and questioning the boys' assumptions about their friendship. Uraraka added her voice, urging them to reconsider their thoughts and mind their own business. The atmosphere shifted, and a protective barrier formed around Midoriya, created by the girls who cared for him. The other students, witnessing this display of solidarity, were caught between shock and amusement. It was evident that Kaminari and Mineta had crossed a line, and the girls of Class 1A were not about to let anyone disrespect their friend. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken thoughts as the group wondered about the dynamics involving the greenette. The usual lunchtime chaos resumed, with everyone acting as if nothing had happened, except for the blonde and the one with the grape-colored hair, who sat quietly, visibly shaken. In the corner, Todoroki and Bakugo observed the group, their minds racing with similar concerns. Something was amiss, but while Todoroki felt a sense of worry, Bakugo dismissed it, convincing himself that he didn't care about whatever trouble Midoriya had found himself in. As hero training commenced, the day's task was a trust exercise. Aizawa-sensei explained that during rescues, a hero needed to project a trustworthy image to reassure those in need that they would be safe. All Might, the embodiment of peace, stood as a prime example of this principle. He had inspired hope and calmness not only in those he saved but also in those who watched from afar. For Midoriya, the weight of these words was particularly heavy, given his status as All Might's successor. The training was designed to test their physical limits, as they needed to maintain an image of confidence under pressure. The number of victims would far exceed the number of heroes, and they would utilize ground gamma to expand the area they needed to cover. The first team to take on the role of heroes was Tokoyami and Midoriya. When the horn sounded, they sprinted forward, deciding to split at the arena's center. Tokoyami opted to search the industrial buildings, while Midoriya chose a broader approach, using full cowl to gain height and survey the area from above. His first discovery was Yaoyorozu, who was trapped beneath a steel beam. Her face brightened when she saw him land nearby. Midoriya reassured her, asking if she was hurt and for her name. She confirmed she only had some scratches and explained that the beam had fallen during a structural shake. After assessing the situation, he carefully lifted the beam, allowing her to crawl free. Once she was out, he checked her condition again before lifting her into his arms, promising to take her to safety. His warm smile and determined emerald eyes made her feel secure, and as he carried her toward the exit, she hugged him tightly, expressing her admiration. One by one, the victims were rescued. Interestingly, whenever Tokoyami approached a girl, they would often switch places or hide, waiting for Midoriya to arrive. Uraraka, caught in a car accident, only called for help when she spotted the green blur. Tsuyu, trapped in a lock, began shouting when she heard his voice. Mina, who had been tied up, hid the ropes when Tokoyami approached but revealed herself to Midoriya. He even found Hagakure, who had been hiding in plain sight. At one point, when a fire broke out, he spotted Jiro waving for help from atop a burning building. Midoriya also managed to rescue Shoji, Kirishima, and Bakugo, though the latter was a challenge. After about half an hour of intense training, Midoriya and Tokoyami were breathing and drenched in sweat. Their success would be evaluated based on their classmates' assessments of the rescues. Overall, they performed well. Despite Dark Shadow's intimidating presence, he and Tokoyami managed to calm the victims, although Ida suggested Tokoyami should work on his appearance to seem less menacing. Midoriya received a mix of reactions, from Bakugo's sharp comments to Kirishima's hearty slap on the back, along with excessive praise from the girls. Aizawa watched Midoriya with a hint of suspicion but chose to let it slide for the moment. As the training continued, it became evident that whenever a girl played the role of hero, they would rush around, often ignoring others in their eagerness to find Midoriya first. During a simulated car accident with Siro, he had to insist that Ashido attend to Siro first due to his more serious injuries. When he pretended to be trapped under debris, he repeatedly insisted he could walk, but Uraraka insisted on using her quirk to carry him, just to be safe. Things nearly spiraled out of control when Kyoka and Tsuyu found him simultaneously. Despite the chaos, he felt secure, although Hagakure's hyperactive nature could be a bit overwhelming. When Bakugo finally found him, Midoriya feared he might be reprimanded but was surprised by Bakugo's concern for his well-being. When Midoriya mentioned a sprained ankle, Bakugo gritted his teeth, suppressing a string of expletives. The sight of Bakugo striding purposefully while carrying Midoriya like a sack of potatoes drew laughter from their classmates, especially since Midoriya was not facing them, sparing him further embarrassment. Finally, when class ended, Midoriya let out a tired sigh as he walked through the corridors toward the teacher's room. The combination of managing his relationships and the attention he received throughout the day left him mentally exhausted. Whenever he felt uncertain about what to do, he turned to one of the people he trusted most, the only one he could truly confide in. He knocked on the door and heard a familiar voice from inside. The door opened to reveal All Might, dressed in his signature yellow suit, who greeted him with a warm smile. Young Midoriya entered and took a seat across from his mentor on the couch. As was customary, Toshinori had prepared some green tea. After they both took a sip of the warm drink, he began to speak. He sensed that Midoriya had something on his mind, likely related to his training. However, Midoriya hesitated, scratching the back of his neck as he struggled to find the right words. It was not about his training, it was more personal. He felt lost and unsure about what to do next. After a moment of silence, he finally managed to express his thoughts, albeit indirectly. He recalled something Toshinori had said about one for all, that it could not be taken by force, and wondered if it could be passed down in a different way, perhaps through a close relationship with someone. Toshinori paused for a moment, taken aback by the direction of the conversation. He resumed sipping his tea, trying to process what Midoriya had implied. He recognized that the young hero was too shy to articulate his true concerns directly. As a mentor, he felt it was his responsibility to guide Midoriya through these topics, even if he wished Inko, Midoriya's mother, could take his place in this discussion. After a brief moment, Toshinori acknowledged Midoriya's feelings, understanding that he was at an age where such thoughts were natural. He explained that one for all was like a torch that could be passed down, allowing others to access the power cultivated by previous bearers. To inherit it, one had to absorb the DNA containing the quirk, such as the strand of hair he had given Midoriya. He reminded Midoriya that the current bearer must willingly pass on the power. Toshinori shared that he had asked his own mentor about alternative ways to inherit the power when he was younger, although not in the same context as Midoriya's question. He recalled that his mentor had also provided him with a strand of hair, which was a nostalgic memory for him. Toshinori then explained that while it was theoretically possible to pass down one for all in the way Midoriya was suggesting, it would be the child born from such a union who would inherit the power. He cautioned that this could lead to serious consequences, including the potential death of the infant. Midoriya absorbed this information, realizing that he did not have to worry about accidentally passing on the quirk. However, Toshinori continued, noting a peculiar trait of one for all. He mentioned that the immense energy stored within it could affect reproduction cells. If Midoriya were to engage in NTMT activities, there could be manifestations of the power that would significantly reduce the chances of CNCPTN. Midoriya's eyes widened as he processed this revelation. He began to understand why he felt the surge of one for all during certain moments. This information brought him some relief, but he also recognized that it was a convenient excuse to overlook the responsibilities of his actions. He felt it would be irresponsible not to consider the potential consequences. Toshinori then shifted the conversation, suggesting that perhaps Midoriya had brought up the topic because he was contemplating engaging in such activities. Midoriya immediately went on the defensive, flailing his arms and blushing deeply, denying any such intentions. He was aware of how poorly he was lying, feeling anxious about revealing the truth to his mentor. Toshinori reassured him that it was perfectly normal to have interests in these topics, but he emphasized the importance of focusing on training and studies as a hero. He encouraged Midoriya to explore these feelings without letting them distract him from his responsibilities. Heroes are often idolized by the people they save, and in doing so, many tend to forget that heroes are also human. They have personal lives, desires, flaws, and moments of weakness. They seek happiness and comfort just like anyone else. This is not done intentionally, but it happens nonetheless. Midoriya, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement, began to calm down as he absorbed the wisdom of his mentor. He realized that he could pursue his dream of becoming the #1 hero while also nurturing his relationships with the girls in his life. Although managing his feelings for multiple people was challenging, He understood that he needed to put in the effort to balance everything. With a renewed sense of determination, he stood up, a bright smile returning to his face. As long as everyone around him was happy, he felt he could continue moving forward. He was confident that his girlfriends would support him on his journey, just as he would be there for them. As Midoriya thanked his mentor and moved toward the door, a question popped into his mind, one that intrigued him even more after hearing stories about All Might's past. He paused at the half-open door and turned back. He hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed, but his curiosity got the better of him. He wondered if All Might had experienced something similar in his own life, especially given his time in America and Japan, and his immense popularity. All Might, who was tidying up the teacups, looked at his protege and straightened his posture, his bright blue eyes momentarily hidden as he responded with a playful tone that suggested a secretive nature. Midoriya felt a mix of shock and excitement at the possible implications of All Might's response. A hesitant smile formed on his lips as he watched his idol strike a pose, flexing his arms and laughing heartily. As Midoriya exited the teacher's room, All Might transformed back into his smaller form and continued cleaning the table. Moments later, Kayama Namuri, known as Midnight and the modern hero art history teacher at UA, entered the room. She noticed Midoriya leaving and commented on All Might's progress as a teacher, appreciating the sight of him energetically engaging with his students. Despite being out of combat, All Might still inspired those around him, and she admired his dedication. All Might expressed his commitment to guiding Midoriya through the challenges he faced. He had promised to support the young hero, and he felt a strong responsibility to be a role model for all his students. This was his legacy, the next generation of heroes. Midnight raised a valid point about the pressure Midoriya faced as All Might's successor. While All Might acknowledged her concern, he remained proud of Midoriya's unique qualities and potential. He believed that Midoriya could inspire others and bring out the best in himself and those around him, including All Might himself. As they spoke, Midnight's admiration for Midoriya grew, though All Might remained unaware of the subtle glances she cast his way. Midoriya had never been fond of drawing attention to himself, and news about him spread quickly throughout UA. Within 2 days, everyone seemed to know about the group of girls surrounding him. After a recent incident, he had advised them to be more discreet, avoiding public displays of affection and not gathering too closely together. Despite the gossip, things had been relatively calm lately. The girls appeared satisfied with their last outing and had not pressed him to arrange another one. Midoriya welcomed the return to normalcy, feeling a sense of relief. However, as he approached the main building of the school, he sensed eyes on him. Subtle movements from students trying to hide their presence caught his attention, and he noticed some less discreet gazes, particularly from older girls. Whispers reached his ears, filled with a mix of concern and restrained laughter, as if discussing something forbidden. Determined not to overthink the situation, Midoriya decided to focus on his surroundings. He knew that the gossip would eventually fade, replaced by newer, more exciting news. Upon entering the classroom, he greeted his friends in Class 1A, which was as lively as ever until Aizawa arrived and the lessons began. Midoriya felt a sense of normalcy return, content with the rhythm of school life. Unbeknownst to Midoriya, several classmates were intrigued by his unique interactions with the female students in their class, particularly Todoroki Shoto and, surprisingly, Bakugo Katsuki. In a meeting called by Uraraka, the atmosphere was serious as everyone gathered in her room. With her hands resting on the small table adorned with tea and cookies, Uraraka exuded an air of determination, ready to discuss a pressing matter. Yaoyorozu was the first to inquire about the purpose of the meeting, prompting Uraraka to take a deep breath before expressing her thoughts. She conveyed her concern about Midoriya, stating that he was exceptionally attractive. While some of the girls reacted with playful disbelief, Uraraka maintained her serious demeanor, urging them to consider the implications of Midoriya's growing popularity. She highlighted that with the cultural festival approaching, the attention on him would increase, leading to more girls taking notice. Tsuyu chimed in, suggesting that many people had begun to talk about Midoriya after recent events. Uraraka emphasized that Midoriya had an undeniable charm that could attract attention effortlessly, which could lead to unwanted situations during the festival. The girls began to understand the gravity of the situation, realizing that they needed to protect their friend from potential distractions. Hagakure expressed concern about what they could do to shield Midoriya from unwanted attention. Uraraka proposed that they could not isolate him but instead act as a protective barrier, ensuring that no one else could engage with him. The group agreed that they would need to be discreet in their efforts, even keeping Midoriya unaware of their protective measures. As the weeks passed, Yaoyorozu devised a plan to fill every moment of Midoriya's time with their presence, effectively keeping him away from potential distractions. The girls worked diligently to ensure they were always around him, especially during the cultural festival preparations. They aimed to create a fun and memorable experience while simultaneously safeguarding Midoriya from any unwanted advances. During workouts at the gym, Ishido accompanied Midoriya but kept a watchful eye on the other girls who frequented the space. To further distract attention from Midoriya, she enlisted the help of their classmates, Sato and Kaminari, to join their gym sessions. Kaminari, eager to impress, began to flirt with the girls around him, providing a perfect distraction while Midoriya focused on his training. As the cultural festival drew near, the excitement among Class 1A grew. They were determined to put on a memorable performance, and the girls were equally committed to ensuring that Midoriya remained shielded from any potential distractions, all while enjoying the festivities together. Ishido felt a mix of hope and doubt about the lunchtime crowd. The atmosphere was complicated, especially since all the classes gathered in one place. The news of Class 1A planning a performance for the cultural festival had piqued everyone's curiosity, drawing students from various classes and years. Rumors about Midoriya and the girls surrounding him only added to the chaos. Hagakure, with her natural stealth, had noticed that some girls were commenting on how unusual it seemed for Midoriya to have so many girls around him. Some speculated that he might be the type of boy who flirted with everyone, while others found him harmless. Ishido felt a surge of protectiveness for her sweet, adorable friend, but it was the other comments that truly concerned her. The whispers about the quiet ones being the most dangerous and the remarks from girls who found Midoriya attractive only fueled her worries. Uraraka recognized that Midoriya unintentionally attracted a lot of attention, and they needed to counteract his seemingly magical charm. She and Tsuyu made sure to gather enough friends around their table to create a barrier, ensuring no one could sit too close to him. However, Class 1B posed a particular challenge, especially with Monoma constantly teasing them about their plans for the festival. Accompanying him was Kendo Itsuka, the friendly big sis of Class 1B. While she was generally amiable, her interest in motorcycles hinted at a persuasive nature that made Yaoyorozu wary. Despite the challenges, their protective strategies were working well. Whenever a girl managed to breach their defenses, a member of the Midoriya protection squad would divert attention. Ishido once pretended to be overly fascinated by another girl's shiny horns, successfully drawing her away. When a pair of girls with butterfly wings and bee-like features approached, Tsuyu instinctively used her quirk to distract them, claiming it was just her frog instincts at play. The situation escalated when a third-year girl with diamond-like skin approached Midoriya, swaying confidently. Jiro, in a moment of desperation, used sound waves from her earphones to explode a potato, which happened to belong to Bakugu. The resulting chaos led to a food fight that involved quirks, prompting Midnight to intervene and restore order. By the time the students regained their senses, Aizawa had gathered several of them, including Bakugu, Kirishima, and Monoma, for a discussion with Principal Nezu. Despite the turmoil, the diamond-skinned girl had been successfully deterred, and the squad silently thanked Bakugu and the others for their unintentional sacrifice. However, Uraraka faced a significant dilemma that she found hard to accept. While they could keep other girls away from Midoriya, they could not control his interactions with Hatsum Mei from the support department. Uraraka felt a surge of frustration as she watched Hatsum casually engage with Midoriya, invading his personal space and sharing moments that made Uraraka's heart race with jealousy. Despite the talents within the support department, including a pro hero, Uraraka couldn't deny Hatsum's exceptional skills in invention. Although Hatsum's creations often led to mishaps, her talent was undeniable, and Uraraka felt increasingly anxious about Midoriya's frequent visits to the development studio. She had noticed messages on his phone from Hatsum, which only intensified her feelings of insecurity. Uraraka tried to calm herself, reminding herself that she and Midoriya had shared an NTMT moment. Yet, the thought of him spending time with Hatsum gnawed at her. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly placed Midoriya's phone back on his bed, her mind racing with thoughts of his interactions with Hatsum. As she left his room, she felt a mix of determination and frustration, grateful that she had a copy of his dorm key to avoid any future lockpicking. As time passed, Class 1A continued their preparations for the cultural festival. Midoriya was particularly excited because Eri, the girl he and Togata had rescued from the villain Chisaki Kai, was coming to watch their performance. The anticipation built as the festival approached, and the students were eager to showcase their hard work. Even after the rescue and the care they provided, Midoriya and Togata still felt that Eri was trapped by Chisaki's actions, as if he still held a part of her. They were thrilled when they received approval from Principal Nedzu, and Midoriya felt especially happy that Eri wanted to see him dance. He decided to put aside his nerves and stage fright for her sake and promised to give it his all. Midoriya was taken aback when Ishido approached him, dressed in a black suit and dark shades, her expression somber. She placed her hand on his shoulder and delivered news that shattered him inside. He stood there, stunned, his mouth agape and his pupils shrinking in disbelief. However, Ishido quickly brightened, opening her arms and reassuring him that being fired meant he was being transferred to the staging team, which needed assistance. Midoriya's voice trembled as he processed the situation, still in shock. He had promised Eri that he would dance with her, and now he was being told he had to leave the stage. Ishido explained that they needed help getting Aoyama into position, as he was transitioning from dancer to a disco globe, utilizing his new move, Naval Buffet, which could be controlled from a distance. Aoyama struck a pose, pointing upward, and they wanted Midoriya to leave at the same time to assist. Realizing that being fired meant he would have less time on stage, Midoriya scratched his head, contemplating the request. He ultimately decided that as long as he could dance a little, he wouldn't be lying to Eri. He agreed, understanding that it was for a good cause. His friends expressed their gratitude, and Ishido felt a sense of relief, knowing that Midoriya would have less exposure to the gaze of many unknown girls. The cultural festival was a resounding success, described by everyone as wonderful. Class 1A's performance amazed the entire school, lifting the heavy atmosphere created by recent events. Other classes felt energized by 1A's spirit and wanted to carry that energy forward. For Midoriya, however, it meant so much more. By the end of the festival, he witnessed Eri's genuine smile for the first time, a stark contrast to the pain she had endured. She was finally free from her dark past, and Midoriya felt a profound sense of happiness for both her and himself. As the successor of the symbol of peace, he believed he was fulfilling his purpose by protecting the hopes and dreams of his friends and opening a path to a brighter future for Eri. As he waved goodbye to Eri, who was leaving with Aizawa and Togata, a group of girls watched him from a distance. Captivated by the sweet scene, they approached him while he gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, they tackled him, hugging him tightly and tickling him, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Though he struggled to breathe under their affectionate assault, Midoriya surrendered to the moment, feeling overwhelmed with joy. The love and care from these girls filled a void in his life, and he cherished every moment of it. Once they finally released him, he found himself surrounded by them, each girl leaning against him, creating a close circle of warmth and affection. Although he couldn't see all their faces, he sensed that they shared the same eager expression that Uraraka had. They expressed how much they missed him since they had been busy preparing for the festival. They wanted to seize the opportunity to spend time together. Ishido, who was hugging him from behind, playfully trailed her hand down his abdomen, eliciting a reaction from him. The girls enjoyed teasing him, and while he felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, he knew they were just expressing their affection in their own way. Uraraka stood in front of Midoriya, rising onto her toes to bring her face closer to his. Her brown eyes were half closed, and her cheeks were rosy, framed by her brown hair. The warmth of her presence enveloped him, and he felt a rush of emotions as she expressed her need for him. Midoriya felt a mix of warmth and excitement from the close contact with Uraraka and the other girls around him. They were all drawn to him, their hands exploring his body in a gentle yet electrifying manner. His heart raced as he considered the moment, quickly reminding himself to stay grounded. He suggested they go to his room, noting that the dorms were empty. His voice had a deeper, huskier tone that seemed to intrigue the girls, who were eager to follow him. They made their way to the 1A dorms, and upon realizing they had the space to themselves, the atmosphere shifted. Before they even reached his room, Uraraka pressed him against the wall, kissing him passionately. It was as if he were the source of her vitality, and she was desperate to be close to him. The other girls joined in, each taking their turn to express their affection. Mina wrapped her arms around his waist, kissing and nibbling at his neck, while Jiro mirrored her actions on the other side. As the kisses intensified, Momo pulled him away from the wall, leading him by the hand while Tsuyu and Toru pressed against his back. They struggled to navigate through the hallway, but soon found themselves in his room, where they locked the door behind them and fell onto the bed in a flurry of clothes and excitement. Their bodies intertwined, each girl eager to share in the moment. They breathed heavily, their anticipation palpable. As the energy in the room heightened, they explored one another, sharing kisses and touches, creating a symphony of soft sounds and sighs. Uraraka took the lead, positioning herself above Midoriya, and as she lowered herself onto him, she let out a sound of pleasure. The connection between them deepened, and the intensity of the moment escalated. Momo, not one to be left out, joined in, caressing Uraraka while also enjoying the closeness to Midoriya. The atmosphere was charged with longing, and the girls expressed their feelings openly, lost in the pleasure of the moment. They reveled in the connection they shared, each one feeling cherished and desired. As the night unfolded, the bond between them grew stronger, filled with laughter, joy, and a sense of belonging. Each girl contributed to the experience, creating a tapestry of emotions that intertwined their lives in a way that would forever change their relationships. The warmth of friendship and affection enveloped them, making the night one they would always remember. Momo struggled to maintain her composure as both Ochako and Izuku pushed her to her limits. In a moment of defiance, she decided to engage with Ochako, using her hands to explore the brunette's body. As their bodies pressed together, Izuku felt he had done all he could, leaving his hands free to assist Tsuyu and Kyoka, who were at his sides, enjoying the moment as they explored each other. The two girls on top of him, locked in a passionate embrace, were determined not to let go, even as their lungs begged for air. However, they were interrupted when Izuku reached his peak, triggering a wave of pleasure that swept through all three of them. Both girls arched their backs, overwhelmed by the sensations coursing through them. Eventually, they leaned against each other for support, breathing and slightly disoriented. In that moment, Mina seized the opportunity to intervene, playfully pushing Momo and Ochako out of the bed. Despite their efforts to resist, they quickly grabbed Mina by her wrists, pulling her down with them. She landed between them, and before she could react, they held her in place. With a quick exchange of glances, Momo and Ochako teamed up, taking control of the situation. Mina's eyes widened in surprise as she realized what was happening, with Momo exploring her body while Ochako joined in, showering her with affection. Mina found herself caught in the moment, her hands no longer resisting as she began to reciprocate the attention. She caressed Momo's body while her other hand ventured between Ochako's legs, creating a symphony of soft MMS among the three of them. They became entangled, with Mina slightly on top, each of them exploring the other's bodies, sharing kisses and tender touches. Meanwhile, Izuku watched from his position, captivated by the scene unfolding before him. Kyoka, noticing his distraction, pulled him back into the moment, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, her eyes filled with longing. She expressed her eagerness for him to take charge, and he obliged, responding to her enthusiasm. As he moved with her, she expressed her pleasure, reveling in the sensations he created. The connection between them was electric, and Kyoka felt exhilarated by the intensity of their encounter. As they continued, Izuku felt himself nearing his limit, and Kyoka matched his urgency, urging him to continue. Their connection deepened, and as they reached their climax, Kyoka held onto him tightly, overwhelmed by the experience. Afterward, she rolled to the side, allowing Tsuyu to take her place, eager to engage with Izuku as well. From the moment they had met at the sports festival, Tsuyu had been drawn to Izuku. His ability to capture attention made him the perfect companion for her to showcase her ideas and projects. As they spent more time together, she discovered how much fun it was to tease him. She often invaded his personal space, finding joy in his reactions, especially when they first met in the development studio. The memory of their initial encounter, when she accidentally landed on him, always made her smile. Now, making Izuku jump in surprise had become a delightful routine for her. She enjoyed teasing him, particularly when pretending to take measurements, and his startled expressions were always entertaining. Approaching him from behind and whispering in his ear was one of her favorite tactics to elicit a reaction, and she fondly remembered the time she had landed on him, by accident, blaming a loose bolt on the floor. Each moment spent with him only deepened her fondness for their unique bond. Hatsum ensured that her body had as much contact with Midoriya's as their position allowed. As the seconds passed, she noticed him becoming increasingly flustered, his face turning a deeper shade of red. She found it amusing, thinking to herself that he always seemed to be on the edge of embarrassment. At that moment, Hatsum was focused on creating a support item for him. She had come to accept that whenever she worked on something related to Midoriya, her thoughts would drift to more trivial matters. Their friendship was special, and she felt a connection that was different from her relationships with her classmates in Class 1A. She found it endearing and impressive how he could mumble at incredible speeds, a skill she believed only she possessed until she met him. Their mutual admiration for heroes had forged a unique understanding between them, allowing them to communicate even when they both rambled on. Midoriya was undeniably a genius, though Hatsum believed his brilliance stemmed from years of hard work and dedication. He shared many of his meticulously recorded notes with her, and she recognized the potential of the wealth of information he had compiled. Hatsum could relate to his passion for analysis, as she had always been inclined to build and create rather than simply play. As a child, while other kids watched television, she was eager to dismantle it to understand how it worked. In primary school, while others played outside, she spent her afternoons at the junkyard, trying to revive an old lawnmower motor. Her parents supported her ambitions, and she vividly recalled her 12th birthday when they gifted her a tool kit she had long saved for. This encouragement fueled her passion for inventing complex and visually striking gear for heroes. Hatsum admired Midoriya's determination to become a hero, feeling a deep respect and affection for his drive. She believed that if anyone from Class 1A was destined for greatness, it was him. She envisioned a future where he rose to the top ranks of heroes, attributing his success to her support items. The thought of being recognized as a great inventor alongside him excited her. As she entertained these thoughts, Hatsum felt a genuine longing to contribute to Midoriya's success. She wanted to see him achieve his dreams and become the hero he aspired to be. However, she often worried about his physical well-being. During the sports festival, after intentionally losing to Ida, she watched in awe and horror as Midoriya faced Todoroki. His determination was admirable, but witnessing him injure himself caused her great concern. She feared for his safety, knowing that many pro heroes suffered irreversible injuries in battles. Hatsum believed that with the right equipment, such tragedies could be avoided, which fueled her longing to support him. As time passed and Class 1A faced more challenges, Midoriya seemed to attract trouble. This only intensified her commitment to developing equipment for him. When he requested upgrades for his hero suit, she eagerly created iron soles and reinforced arms, and now she was working on special gloves to enhance his mid-range attacks. She was surprised when he returned after the cultural festival with the gloves worn and dirty, realizing she had underestimated his strength. Determined to improve the gloves, Hatsum returned to her workbench, ready to redesign them for greater durability and power. As she searched for inspiration in her studio, her teacher, Power Loader, called out to her. Normally, he would scold her for the mess she left behind or her risky experiments, but today he seemed to notice a change in her demeanor. He inquired if she was working on the gloves for Midoriya again. Without looking up, she confirmed that he had tested them and returned with some scratches. Although the damage was minor, she wanted to enhance their resilience. Power Loader mentioned that she could use a lightweight alloy compound if she could find something to recycle from her cluttered workspace. She explained that the compound would allow her to replace parts of the gloves without adding strain to Midoriya's muscles. With renewed determination, Hatsum set to work, eager to create the best support items possible for her friend and hero. Midoriya found himself deep in thought as he recalled the past few months since he began dating Uraraka. He sensed that something had gone wrong, and he was determined to figure out where he had made a mistake. As Hagakure pulled him toward the library, complaining about difficulties she was experiencing with a particular subject, he let her lead the way. His mind was racing, so he hardly noticed that she had her arm wrapped tightly around his. The curious glances from other students as they walked through the school hallways went unnoticed as well. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was a reason behind her actions, and he began to suspect that he was at fault. Hagakure was not known for frequenting the library. It was a well-known fact among their peers, even to the invisible girl herself. Her energetic and bubbly nature made it difficult for her to remain quiet for long periods, which was essential in a library setting. The fact that she was there with him suggested that something was amiss, prompting Midoriya to reflect on what he might have done wrong. Surely, he must have made a significant mistake. It wasn't just Hagakure, he noticed that his entire group of friends had been acting differently. Tsuyu had become particularly clingy, rarely leaving his side. He could count on one hand the hours he had spent without her being within 2 meters of him. During lunch, she sat so close that their shoulders brushed against each other. Between classes, she frequently approached his desk, and in the dorms, she seemed to be wherever he was, often hugging him when they were out of sight. Yaoyorozu's behavior had also changed dramatically. While he appreciated her caring nature, her recent actions felt overwhelming. She bombarded him with texts filled with affectionate messages, constantly asking about his whereabouts and when he would return. Additionally, she had imposed a strict regimen on him and often praised him for even the smallest achievements. The intensity of her attention was unsettling, making him feel as though he was being mothered. Ashido had taken it upon herself to ensure that Midoriya had little interaction with anyone outside of their group. She employed various tactics to keep him occupied, often whisking him away to secluded places for activities he had never even considered. One incident stood out in his mind. While he was lost in thought in the corridors, he accidentally bumped into Yanagi Reiko from Class 1B. Just as she was about to speak, Ashido appeared out of nowhere, pulling him away and exclaiming that they needed to shop for new clothes. Jiro had also become unusually vigilant. The moment a girl crossed their path, she would turn her head sharply, assessing the situation. Her intense gaze would fixate on Midoriya, leading to a series of pointed questions about whether he had looked at the girl. Despite his firm denials, he sensed that she was not convinced by his responses. The most concerning change was Uraraka's absence. Since their first meeting at the entrance exams, they had spent a lot of time together, and her presence had been a constant in his life. Now, however, she seemed distant. Although she was physically present, her mind appeared to be elsewhere, and a coldness had settled in her demeanor. When he inquired about her well-being, she simply smiled and insisted that everything was fine, but he could tell that something was troubling her. As Hatsum walked toward the dorms, she contemplated the measures she needed to take. She fiddled with a measuring tape in her hands, approaching a building that was not her own. Standing before the entrance, she felt a wave of intimidation wash over her, particularly from the large sign that read 1A. Just as she was about to enter, a loud voice called out from behind her, startling her. It was Bakugo, dressed in a sleeveless black shirt and light yellow shorts, a towel draped over his shoulder, indicating he had just finished training. His annoyed expression was evident, but there was also a dangerous glint in his eyes, as if he were weighing his options regarding how to respond to her presence. Midoriya had mentioned that Bakugo struggled to control his anger, so Hatsum made an effort to approach him in a friendly manner. She hesitated for a moment, recalling his nickname, Kaken, but quickly corrected herself to address him properly as Bakugu-san. She explained that she was looking for someone to assist with her projects, needing to take measurements and gather details. Bakugu's demeanor shifted instantly upon hearing the nickname, his anger flaring as he glared at her. He brushed past her, dismissing her presence and making it clear that he had no interest in her or her projects. Despite his harsh words, Hatsum felt a slight relief when his aggression seemed to lessen, at least momentarily. However, his disdain for Midoriya was evident, and he made it clear that he did not want to waste time discussing him. After their encounter, Hatsum hoped to find someone more approachable among Class 1A. As she entered the common room, she was met with a lively atmosphere, a stark contrast to her quieter dorm. Her classmates were animated, and she felt a mix of excitement and apprehension as she scanned the room for familiar faces. Kirishima, a red-haired student, recognized her and called out to Ida, drawing attention to her presence. Ida, initially startled, quickly shifted his focus to Hatsum, but his attempt to maintain decorum was interrupted by Kirishima's exuberance. Hatsum felt a flutter of nerves as she was introduced, but Kirishima's warm demeanor eased her tension. She introduced herself as Hatsum Mei from the support department and inquired about Midoriya's whereabouts. The atmosphere shifted as her classmates exchanged glances, some looking relieved while others appeared wary. Kirishima reassured her that Midoriya often spent time at the gym or running track, but the conversation took a turn when Todoroki, with his calm demeanor, hinted at an unspoken understanding among them. Kaminari chimed in, suggesting that Midoriya might be with one of the girls, while others speculated about his whereabouts, mentioning various classmates. Hatsum felt increasingly out of the loop, unsure of the dynamics at play. Shoji, a tall student with a mask, approached her and cautioned her about getting too close to Midoriya. His words surprised her, and she wondered about the implications behind his warning. She had already spent considerable time with him, and the notion that it might be a problem left her feeling puzzled. The interactions among her classmates hinted at deeper connections and unspoken rules that she was yet to understand. The atmosphere in the common room was tense as the students of Class 1A gathered, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. Shoji, with his white hair and thoughtful demeanor, had just shared some troubling news about their classmate, Midoriya. He explained that there were external forces at play, urging caution in their interactions with him. Kaminari, intrigued, leaned forward, eager to understand the situation better. Shoji revealed that he had overheard whispers indicating that someone was targeting Hatsum, who had been trying to get closer to Midoriya. The revelation sparked a realization in Kirishima, who connected the dots and expressed his concern about the implications of such targeting. Todoroki, ever the observer, sought clarification, prompting Shoji to admit that his keen hearing had picked up on some unsettling conversations. Despite the group's attempts to reassure Shoji that no one blamed him for what he had heard, Hatsum felt increasingly frustrated. She had come to the common room with the intention of speaking to Midoriya, but now found herself caught in a web of speculation and concern. She was determined not to let anyone dictate her relationship with him, insisting that her feelings for Midoriya were genuine and that she enjoyed his company. As the discussion escalated, Hatsum's emotions got the better of her. She expressed her frustration at the idea of being told who she could or couldn't befriend. The intensity of her feelings surprised even her, as she realized how much she valued her connection with Midoriya. After a moment of heated exchange, she quickly apologized for her outburst, recognizing that her words had come out more forcefully than intended. Feeling the weight of the situation, she decided to step away and clear her mind before seeking out Midoriya again. As she exited the dorm, she passed by some of her classmates, sensing their gazes on her. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension, and she couldn't shake the feeling that her earlier confrontation had left an impression. Meanwhile, the group of girls from Class 1A watched her leave, their expressions a mix of envy and determination. Uraraka, feeling a surge of protective instinct, wanted to confront Hatsum but was held back by Yaoyorozu, who reminded her of the need for restraint. The girls shared their frustrations, each one feeling the pull of rivalry and concern for Midoriya. As the conversation shifted, Kaminari broke the silence by asking about Midoriya's whereabouts, prompting Todoroki to approach Shoji once more. He sought further details about what Shoji had overheard, eager to piece together the puzzle surrounding their friend. Shoji recounted snippets of the conversations he had caught, emphasizing the need to protect Midoriya from the negativity directed at him. The tension in the room lingered as the students contemplated the implications of their situation, each one grappling with their feelings and the complexities of friendship, rivalry, and loyalty within their close-knit group. The atmosphere among the group was charged with a mix of curiosity and concern. They observed the possessive behavior of some classmates and debated the appropriateness of their comments, even if those comments had gone unheard. Ida, feeling a sense of responsibility, contemplated confronting them about their language and respect for others, but Shiro quickly intervened to prevent him from escalating the situation. Meanwhile, Kirishima engaged in conversation with his friends nearby, reflecting on how Midoriya had unexpectedly ended up in a complicated situation. Kirishima expressed his surprise at Midoriya's predicament, while another friend noted that it wasn't entirely shocking given Midoriya's nature. They discussed how Midoriya seemed to possess a unique charm that attracted attention, whether positive or negative. This led to a playful exchange about Midoriya's potential romantic interests, with each friend offering their opinions on who he might end up with. Todoroki suggested that Yaoyorozu could be a good match for Midoriya due to her intelligence and kindness. Kaminari questioned this choice, suggesting that someone like Tsuyu might be a better fit. Shiro chimed in, proposing that Ishido would create an interesting dynamic, imagining the fun of seeing her take Midoriya on shopping trips. Kirishima agreed, while also suggesting that Hatsum could be a suitable partner. As the conversation continued, Ida joined in, asserting that Midoriya and Uraraka had been spending a lot of time together and were likely to become a couple. Tokoyami added his perspective, sensing a strong determination in Uraraka that could lead her to success. The group pondered the nature of Midoriya's relationships, considering the possibility of conflicts arising from their interactions. After some deliberation, they concluded that Midoriya's situation could evolve in unexpected ways, especially given his unique qualities. With that, the boys dispersed to return to their activities. As Todoroki made his way back to his room, he encountered Bakugo leaning against a wall, his expression revealing irritation. Bakugo had overheard their conversation and was clearly displeased. He expressed his disdain for Midoriya, insisting that no matter who Midoriya associated with, he would always remain the same, inept and alone. His tone suggested that his harsh words were more a reflection of his own feelings than a simple critique of Midoriya. As Bakugo stormed off, he threw a parting remark at Todoroki, accusing him of sounding overly affectionate towards Midoriya. Todoroki, unfazed, countered with a teasing comment about Bakugo's own lack of social connections. This only fueled Bakugo's anger, leading to a heated exchange where he boasted about his ability to attract attention, despite his solitary demeanor. Bakugo's frustration boiled over, and he shouted a crude insult before leaving in a huff, his explosive powers flaring as he stomped away. Meanwhile, Hatsum, feeling frustrated about her missed opportunity to speak with Midoriya, hurried down the hallway, lost in thought. Distracted, she collided with someone, tumbling over as she fell onto them, her mind still occupied with the events of the day. As she attempted to rise, a squeal escaped from beneath her. She realized she had inadvertently bumped into someone. The realization struck her, and she pressed her body against the person again, eliciting another squeal. It was Midoriya, and her excitement surged as she exclaimed that she had been searching for him. She insisted that they needed to talk immediately, her urgency palpable. Midoriya hesitated, mentioning that he needed to go to the dorms and that it wouldn't take long. However, she dismissed his concerns, emphasizing the importance of their conversation. He mentioned that he had lost his phone while searching for her, even checking the development studio, but she reassured him that she could make another one later, urging him to follow her. Reluctantly, Midoriya agreed, though he felt a twinge of anxiety about his missing phone, especially since it meant he couldn't respond to messages from Yaoyorozu. Before he knew it, they had arrived at the 1H dorms, specifically at Hatsum's room. As he glanced around, he couldn't shake the feeling that this space resembled an alternate version of his own. The room was adorned with miniatures and posters of various heroes, Not just All Might, and it was filled with models of support items that professionals used. Blueprints decorated the walls, some marked with stickers that served as notes on the workings of the items. Midoriya's observations were interrupted when Hatsum guided him to sit beside her on her bed. She leaned in closer, causing him to instinctively back away slightly. After a moment of intense eye contact, she returned to her original position, leaving him to initiate the conversation. He inquired about the reason for their meeting, and she explained that the repairs on his gloves were progressing well. She was replacing some parts with lighter materials to ease the strain on his muscles and was also working on enhancing the air blast feature. He expressed gratitude for her attention to detail, which earned him a faint blush on her cheeks. She brushed off his thanks, stating that it was simply her job. However, he found her impressive and noted that she often surprised him, sometimes in ways that left him feeling uneasy. This was evident when he noticed her shifting nervously, her gaze focused on the black carpet beneath them. Concerned, he placed a hand on her shoulder, asking if something was wrong. After a moment of hesitation, she admitted that there was indeed something troubling her. He wondered if he had damaged the gloves too much, but she quickly clarified that the issue was more complicated than that. She reassured him that it wasn't about the gloves but rather about him. Curiosity piqued, he asked what she meant. Hatsum fidgeted, her hands resting between her knees as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. The tension in the air was palpable as she grappled with her feelings. She was hesitant to ask directly, fearing the implications of her inquiry. Rumors had been circulating, and she found herself questioning whether he was involved with someone romantically. The thought of him having a girlfriend made her anxious, as it could mean losing the time they spent together. Her mind raced with conflicting thoughts. The girls in their class had given her pointed looks, suggesting that there was more than friendship between Midoriya and others. She wondered if he had been pretending to be a nice guy all along or if he genuinely liked her. The idea of a relationship was unfamiliar territory for her, and she felt a mix of confusion and intrigue. As she contemplated the possibility of him liking her, she felt a flutter of excitement and fear. What if he was interested in her, despite his clumsiness? The notion of them as a couple seemed absurd yet thrilling. She was caught off guard by her own thoughts, questioning when she had begun to entertain such ideas. Midoriya, sensing her distress, placed a reassuring hand on her knee, offering a smile filled with concern. He encouraged her to share what was on her mind, assuring her that he was ready to listen. Midoriya made a promise to do his best to help his friend, no matter the problem. His reassuring smile melted away all of her doubts and fears. She felt certain that he would never abandon her, even if he had a girlfriend. With a steadied breath, she composed herself and turned to him, asking if he was dating someone. Back at the dorms of Class 1A, inside Yaoyorozu's room, which had unofficially become the headquarters of the Midoriya Protection Squad, Uraraka was on the verge of exploding with anger. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu was frustratedly typing on her phone, trying to reach Midoriya, who was unresponsive. Jiro and Tsuyu attempted to calm Uraraka down, but their efforts were in vain. Uraraka expressed her fury, vowing to confront Hatsum, who had come to their space and loudly proclaimed her connection with Midoriya. Yaoyorozu pointed out that Hatsum had not seen them approaching, which only fueled Uraraka's anger further. She demanded to know if Yaoyorozu had found Midoriya yet, but the answer was no. Yaoyorozu speculated that he might have misplaced his phone, while Uraraka recalled that he had mentioned needing to fix a hole in his hero costume after class. Just then, Ashido entered the room, confused about Tsuyu's presence. Uraraka quickly asked if Ashido had seen Hatsum on her way there. Upon hearing Hatsum's name, Uraraka's instinct screamed danger, and she dashed out of the room, barely allowing Ida to finish his warning about running in the corridors. The rest of the group hurried after her. In Hatsum's room, Midoriya stood frozen, processing the question he had just been asked about dating. Unsure of how to respond, he stumbled over his words, trying to deny any romantic involvement. Hatsum, however, seemed to see through his hesitation, noting that he was not good at lying. She reassured him that it was okay if he was dating someone, as it would be expected given his kind nature and good looks. Midoriya was taken aback by her concern. She explained that she had heard rumors from other girls and was curious about the truth. Hatsum expressed her worry that if he were dating someone, they might not have as much time to spend together as they used to. This revelation surprised Midoriya. He had never realized how much their friendship meant to her. He reassured her that even if he had a girlfriend, he would always care for her as a friend. Hatsum revealed her struggles with friendship, explaining that while others had gathered around her when she was building things, they distanced themselves as her projects became more ambitious and dangerous. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she shared her feelings of loneliness. In that moment, Midoriya wrapped his arms around her in a warm embrace. Hatsum looked up, surprised to find him holding her tightly, his face flushed. She leaned into him, finding comfort in his presence. Midoriya shared his own experiences of loneliness during childhood, assuring her that he valued their friendship and had no intention of leaving her side. Hatsum felt a mix of emotions as Midoriya used one of All Might's famous phrases to comfort her. It was endearing, and in that fragile moment, she felt a deep connection with him, grateful for the bond they shared. Once again, he managed to bring a smile to her lips and dispel her bad feelings. She playfully questioned whether his girlfriend would be okay with him holding her like that, her tone gradually returning to its usual lightness. He stammered, insisting it was just a friendly hug, but she already knew the truth. Hatsum had heard from friends that he was dating someone from his class, and she was curious about who it might be. Midoriya's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed her. He hesitated, taking a deep breath before revealing the unexpected truth. He admitted that every girl from his class was one of his girlfriends. The admission surprised him. He had not intended to say it out loud, especially not to Hatsum. Yet, sharing this secret felt like a heavy burden being lifted from his shoulders. Perhaps she deserved to know, given their closeness. Hatsum's reaction was one of disbelief, initially thinking he was joking. However, as he insisted on the truth, she began to process the information, her surprise evident. She expressed that being surrounded by so many girls must be a dream for any guy, but he questioned whether it was right. Hatsum suggested that it depended on perspective, noting that if everyone involved agreed, there was likely no problem. An awkward silence enveloped them, and Midoriya became acutely aware of the warmth of her body against his. Hatsum, still holding on to him, looked into his eyes with a glimmer of vulnerability. She expressed her admiration for him, admitting that she had never met anyone as kind and endearing. Despite knowing he had many girls who cared for him, she hesitated, contemplating whether they could share a moment together. Midoriya felt frozen, his gaze locked with hers. Sensing the intensity of the moment, he gently suggested they stop. His voice was soft and caring, as if he feared that letting go would cause her to break. Yet, when he attempted to pull away, she clung to his shirt, pressing closer and pleading for just one kiss. Meanwhile, Uraraka raced through the hallways, fueled by a mix of anger and fear. She was desperate to find Midoriya, who had been missing for 2 hours since his last message. The thought of what could be happening to him filled her with dread. As she approached the 1H dorms, she made a sharp turn toward the door, bursting in with urgency. The common room was eerily quiet, and she quickly scanned the area for any sign of her friends. A small boy with light yellow hair, sitting on the couch, noticed her frantic entrance. He recognized her seriousness and directed her to Hatsum's room on the 3rd floor. Uraraka dashed upstairs, followed closely by her friends, who were equally concerned. As they rushed to find Hatsum and Midoriya, the boy casually warned them not to disturb anyone else in the building. When Uraraka reached the 3rd floor, she found Hatsum and Midoriya in a moment of tension. Hatsum, blushing and shy, expressed her longing to share a kiss. Midoriya, taken aback, released her, surprised by her boldness. Hatsum explained that she simply wanted to experience what it was like, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Internally, Midoriya felt a wave of relief wash over him. A kiss seemed like a small request compared to the complexities of their situation. Midoriya found himself lost in thought, contemplating whether the girls would be upset if he kissed Hatsum. It seemed like such a small act, just a simple peck on the lips. After everything they had shared, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Yet doubt clouded his mind. Hatsum observed him closely, noticing two things. First, he seemed to have something weighing on his mind, as relief washed over him when she mentioned the kiss. Second, he was clearly considering whether or not to go through with it. As he mumbled to himself, Hatsum's heart raced with hope. Perhaps this meant she had a chance with him. As Midoriya continued to mumble, Hatsum inched closer, her gaze fixed on his green eyes, which darted back and forth, revealing the turmoil of thoughts racing through his mind. When she placed her hand on his leg, he jolted, his nervousness evident. Hatsum felt a mix of emotions: doubt, curiosity, fear, and eagerness. She longed to be closer to him, to never leave his side. Her soft lips formed an uneasy smile, beckoning her forward. Despite her advances, Midoriya instinctively recoiled, but she held him in place, causing him to fall back onto the bed. Hatsum climbed on top of him, her usual energetic demeanor replaced by a shy and adorable version of herself. She seemed uncertain, and Midoriya considered taking the lead, but his loyalty to his friends held him back. However, as her closeness stirred feelings within him, he knew he needed to stop. He expressed that they should pause, but Hatsum's tears began to flow. She understood that he had many connections with others, yet she simply wanted to experience what it felt like. Midoriya explained that such moments were significant and should be shared with someone who truly mattered. Hatsum's sobs intensified as she questioned whether he liked her. He reassured her that he did, but not in the way she hoped. Hatsum's insecurities surfaced as she worried about not being girly enough, citing her dedication to her inventions and her straightforward nature. Midoriya countered her self-doubt, affirming her beauty just as she was. She sought proof of his words, but he reminded her that their current situation was complicated and he didn't want to involve her in it. Despite her tears, Hatsum found joy in his acknowledgement of her attractiveness. She admitted that she found him appealing as well. As she lowered herself closer to him, ready to kiss, Midoriya gently held her shoulders, reminding her of their friendship. Hatsum expressed that she could not imagine sharing her first kiss with anyone else, and she wanted him to have that honor. Midoriya hesitated, but Hatsum insisted, revealing her longing for her first kiss to be special. He found her request appealing and assured her that it was not selfish. She thanked him for listening, but as she attempted to pull away, he kept her close, reminding her of her wish. With their noses nearly touching, Hatsum's nervousness turned into laughter, which made Midoriya smile as well. She ruffled his green hair and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. To her surprise, Midoriya closed the gap between them, their lips meeting in a tender kiss that felt like magic. In that moment, everything else faded away, and she felt a surge of love for him. The kiss was soft and gentle, yet it meant everything to her. Time stood still as she savored the warmth and sweetness of the moment, wishing it could last forever. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered when the door to her room burst open with a loud bang. The noise startled both of them, and they turned to see Uraraka Ochako standing in the doorway, her expression shifting from shock to fury. Her body trembled with anger, and her eyes burned with jealousy as she glared at the scene before her. The sight of her sent a chill down their spines, leaving them momentarily frozen in fear. It felt as if death itself stood at the door, causing Hatsum to freeze in place, aware of her vulnerable position. She was certain that any movement would lead to dire consequences. Midoriya, on the other hand, was paralyzed by shock, his expression a mix of fear and disbelief, his eyes wide and pupils small. His hands remained on Hatsum's arms, unaware of the chaos about to unfold. After what felt like an eternity, a brunette, enveloped in a menacing aura, stepped into the room, causing both Hatsum and Midoriya to flinch. Before she could advance further, Ashido burst in from behind and tackled her to the ground, pinning her arms behind her back. Following Ashido were Yaoyorozu, Tsuyu, and Jiro, who entered the room only to freeze in shock at the sight before them. The rapid sequence of events left Midoriya with little time to process. However, the shock jolted his mind back into action, sending panic coursing through him. He attempted to stand, resulting in a collision with Hatsum's head. The impact startled her, prompting her to back away, though she remained seated on his lap. As the other girls began to recover from their shock, Yaoyorozu slowly raised a trembling arm, pointing at Ishido. Words escaped her in a stutter, but her shock quickly morphed into anger, and she finally broke the silence with a fierce accusation directed at Hatsum. Hatsum flinched at the outburst. The atmosphere shifted, and the uninvited guests shifted into attack mode, with Hatsum as the target. Before anyone could act, Ishido was sent flying to the side. Uraraka managed to free one of her hands and sprang into action, throwing Ishido aside with a swift motion. Her gaze turned to Hatsum, and she charged at her like a predator. In an instant, Uraraka had knocked Hatsum onto the bed, her hands reaching for Hatsum's neck. Hatsum barely managed to defend herself, using her arms as a shield against Uraraka's fierce grip. Uraraka's fury was palpable as she expressed her intent to harm Hatsum, her anger echoing through the room. Just as she was about to strike, Tsuyu intervened, using her quirk to restrain Uraraka's fist. Jiro and Yaoyorozu rushed to help, but Uraraka's strength was surprising, fueled by her rage. Sensing an opportunity, Hatsum rolled off the bed and attempted to escape down the corridor, only to be stopped by Ishido, who had just regained her footing. Hatsum's panic escalated as Ishido held her firmly by the wrist, while Uraraka struggled against her friend's attempts to restrain her. In a desperate plea, Hatsum tried to explain herself, but Uraraka's fury drowned out her words. The tension in the room was thick as Uraraka continued to shout her accusations, her anger directed solely at Hatsum. Yaoyorozu attempted to restore order, urging the others to calm down. She expressed concern over the extreme measures they were considering, and Midoriya, feeling the weight of the situation, finally spoke up, hoping to diffuse the escalating conflict. As all eyes turned to him, he felt the pressure mount. Yaoyorozu approached him, her expression softening as she asked if he was all right and if Hatsum had coerced him into anything. Midoriya quickly clarified that he had come to the room willingly and that nothing inappropriate had occurred. He explained that their conversation had simply veered into the topic of relationships, and Hatsum was aware of the dynamics of his harem. Yaoyorozu's expression shifted as she processed his words, and Midoriya felt a sense of dread at how his explanation was being received. She reminded him of their lessons about loyalty, emphasizing that good boys do not betray their partners. Midoriya protested, insisting that it had only been a kiss, but the girls were not convinced. They pressed him, questioning the significance of the kiss and whether it meant he had feelings for Hatsum. As the conversation spiraled, Midoriya defended himself, asserting that he would never cheat on them. Yet, the situation remained tense, with the girls still grappling with their emotions and the implications of what had transpired. Tsuyu crossed her arms, demanding an answer from Midoriya, who hesitated, sensing the tension in the air. He took a deep breath, but his attention was drawn to Uraraka in the background. She was struggling against the Gigi Yaoyorozu had placed on her, attempting to kick Hatsum. The other girls followed his gaze, and Yaoyorozu instantly regretted not securing Uraraka's legs as well. Midoriya approached Uraraka, kneeling beside her. She turned her head, trying to speak, but the Gigi muffled her words. After a moment, she managed to free her mouth and expressed her frustration about Hatsum's interference. Uraraka insisted that Hatsum was trying to take Midoriya away from her, and Hatsum, irritated, stood up to confront her. Uraraka accused Hatsum of being a threat, while Hatsum countered that Uraraka had been insulting her since her arrival. The tension escalated as they exchanged heated remarks, each one trying to assert their claim over Midoriya. Uraraka insisted that Midoriya was her boyfriend, while Hatsum argued that she was his best friend. The confrontation intensified, with both girls refusing to back down. Hatsum felt the weight of Uraraka's words, questioning whether she truly understood Midoriya. Uraraka leaned in closer, challenging Hatsum's knowledge of him. She spoke about the intimacy they shared, leaving Hatsum stunned and blushing. The realization hit Hatsum hard. She had never considered that Midoriya might have been involved with someone in such a way. Despite her feelings, she clung to the hope that their friendship was enough to keep her connection with him intact. As the confrontation continued, Uraraka's confidence grew, and she reveled in Hatsum's faltering resolve. Hatsum, once proud and defiant, now looked defeated, her hopes slipping away. Uraraka felt a sense of satisfaction as she watched Hatsum turn and leave the room, her own room, where she had once felt secure. Midoriya, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke up, expressing his disappointment in Uraraka's actions. He confronted her about the pain he saw in Hatsum's eyes, making it clear that he could not condone what had happened. The other girls, who had been silent witnesses, tried to reason with him, but he was not swayed. He questioned their motives and the chaos they had created. Uraraka, taken aback by Midoriya's reaction, felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She had not anticipated that her actions would lead to such a rift. As Midoriya walked away, she realized the gravity of the situation and the impact it had on their friendships. The confrontation had not only tested their bonds but also revealed the complexities of their relationships. She had never intended to cause any harm. In fact, he always found joy in her company. However, his friends had been concerned, believing that she might influence him if she got too close. Uraraka felt timid, like a child who had broken something precious. The others echoed her worries, suggesting that any girl could pose a threat to their bond. They all claimed to want to protect him. Midoriya, however, felt differently. He expressed his frustration, stating that while he loved them, they could not control his life. They could not dictate whom he could talk to or try to monitor his interactions. Hearing their plans laid bare filled them with guilt. He turned to leave, but Uraraka rushed to him, resting her forehead against his back, pleading for a more thoughtful conversation. Yet he was not in the mood to discuss it and walked away, seeking Hatsum instead. His friends remained frozen in place, the shock of the confrontation lingering throughout the day. They only saw him again at dinner, where he withdrew into his room afterward. In his solitude, Midoriya attempted to reach out to Hatsum through messages, but his attempts went unanswered. Meanwhile, his friends appeared drained, particularly Uraraka, who seemed to have lost her spirit. She walked to her room like a ghost, pale and lifeless, remaining there until the next day. A week passed without any contact with Hatsum. Midoriya searched the development studio but found no trace of her. His classmates informed him that she rarely spent time in the dorms, only coming to eat and sleep. He felt overwhelmed by the 247 unread messages on his phone, unsure of what to do. Although he was no longer angry with his friends, the situation remained complicated. He maintained some distance, which did not go unnoticed by his classmates, though the boys chose to remain silent. Uraraka continued to be visibly upset, and Midoriya felt a deep sadness from the lack of communication with Hatsum. Hatsum, on the other hand, felt a gnawing hunger but avoided lunch, fearing that he might find her. She had numerous projects to work on, but every time she entered the studio, memories of their time together flooded her mind, and tears would fall uncontrollably. It had been a week, and she remained in a state of despair. She was aware that her silence was causing Midoriya concern, evident from the constant stream of messages on her phone. While it brought her some comfort to know he cared, she lacked the strength to read his words. She suspected he wanted to talk about what had happened, but she felt unable to face him. Uraraka's words echoed in her mind, reminding her that she was not on the same level as Midoriya in their relationship, a realization she found painful to accept. Hatsum spent her days wandering aimlessly, trying to avoid Midoriya while grappling with her thoughts. The weight of Uraraka's words lingered, making her question whether she could ever consider him a boyfriend if she couldn't engage with him like Uraraka did. Eventually, she resolved to stop sulking. Midoriya might not feel the same way about her, but he admired her inventiveness. Wasting time in her current state would only make him sad, and it wouldn't help her either. With newfound determination, she decided to finish the gloves she had been working on for him. She planned to ask someone else to deliver them, knowing only she could ensure they functioned correctly. He needed those gloves to avoid hurting himself. Hatsum donned her thick black sleeveless shirt and made her way to the development studio. She hoped that Power Loader Sensei would not be there that day, and many of her classmates preferred to work in their rooms, which would give her the solitude she craved. Fortune smiled upon her as she found the studio empty, allowing her to focus on Midoriya's support gloves. As she worked, tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop reminding her of the fun they had shared, the playful teasing, and the warmth of his presence. The thought of never talking or playing with him again broke her heart. In a moment of frustration, she jokingly scolded her tears, wishing they would stop interfering with her work. Suddenly, she heard the door open. Startled, she struggled to compose herself, but when she turned to see who had entered, her tears flowed freely, and she froze in shock. Midoriya stood at the doorway, and upon seeing her in distress, a look of sadness crossed his face. He stepped inside, and as she instinctively took a step back, he hurried after her, determined to bridge the gap that had formed between them. Hatsum found herself enveloped in a world of warmth, cinnamon, and mint. Leaning against Midoriya's chest, she released the tears she had been holding back for far too long. Midoriya was taken aback. He had never seen Hatsum in such a vulnerable state. Although he hadn't anticipated this moment, he had prepared himself for it throughout the week. He had spoken with his mother about how to support a friend in need without revealing too much detail. He also sought advice from All Might, who had encouraged him to follow his instincts and express his feelings genuinely. Midoriya held Hatsum tightly, pouring all his emotions into the embrace as she sobbed against him. He wished to alleviate her sadness and despair, feeling a strong urge to save her from her pain. Hatsum managed to speak through her sobs, acknowledging the time that had passed since they last saw each other. Midoriya expressed his regret about the week apart, but she insisted that she was the one to blame for their situation. He reassured her that it was not her fault, despite her insistence that she had known he was involved with someone else yet still pursued him. As she wrapped her arms around him, Hatsum continued to cry, apologizing for the trouble she felt she was causing him. Midoriya reassured her that he would handle any consequences later and that his priority was to take care of her. She questioned why he cared so much about her, and he reiterated that she was his friend. Hatsum expressed her longing to be more than just a friend, revealing her feelings and aspirations. She wanted to support him in his dreams of becoming a hero and hoped to be someone significant in his life. Midoriya was left speechless by her heartfelt confession. He could sense the depth of her emotions in every word, and he felt a strong longing to help her achieve her dreams. However, he grappled with his own feelings of unworthiness, believing he had let not only her but also the other girls in his life down. He realized he needed to make more decisive choices to prevent further hurt. In that moment, he decided he could reciprocate her feelings. Gently lifting her chin, he kissed her, and this kiss was filled with meaning. It was deeper and more passionate than before, guiding her through the unfamiliar territory. As their connection deepened, Hatsum felt her sadness wash away, replaced by happiness in his presence. She pressed closer to him, eager for more, and in her enthusiasm, she accidentally knocked him to the ground. As she found herself on top of him, she noticed the physical response he had to her closeness, which made her blush. This reaction was new to her, but it confirmed that he found her attractive. Hatsum felt compelled to express her feelings, asking if there was a chance for her in his life. She confessed her love for him, emphasizing that she didn't want him to feel obligated. She wanted him to love her genuinely. Midoriya explained that he had a unique relationship with others who had agreed to share him. Hatsum, determined, expressed her willingness to share him if it meant being close to him. Midoriya promised to make it work, affirming his love for her. Overwhelmed with joy, Hatsum covered her mouth as tears of happiness streamed down her cheeks. Hatsum was becoming increasingly emotional, her tears flowing freely. Midoriya, finding her even more endearing than before, gently took her hand and kissed her again. He realized he needed to find a way to discuss this with his other girlfriends, as he had no intention of letting go of Hatsum. However, there was still an important matter to address. He began to speak about what she had mentioned earlier, but Hatsum seemed momentarily confused. She hesitated, contemplating whether they should proceed with the idea she had suggested. Midoriya reassured her that they could take their time, that it was entirely up to her. Hatsum considered the situation, likening it to a test of sorts, and they both shared a moment of playful banter about the implications of their actions. As their connection deepened, they shared another kiss, this time filled with more passion. Midoriya's hands found their way to her waist, lifting her shirt slightly as he explored her back and sides. Hatsum, eager to reciprocate, quickly removed his jacket and shirt, revealing his toned physique, which brought a smile to her face. She admired him, feeling a sense of excitement. With a playful glint in her eye, she teased him about the view, and he responded with curiosity about her expectations. Hatsum playfully suggested that things would look even better without certain clothing, and in an instant, she had removed her bra, revealing herself to him. Midoriya admired her, captivated by her beauty and the way she moved. They shared a moment of intimacy, with Midoriya exploring her body and Hatsum responding with delight. As their connection intensified, she became more adventurous, wanting to reciprocate his affection. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and anticipation, and they both felt a rush of emotions. As they continued to explore each other, Hatsum experienced sensations she had never felt before, leading to a new and exhilarating experience for her. Midoriya, aware of her feelings, was gentle and attentive, ensuring she felt comfortable and cherished. The moment was filled with warmth and trust, as they both navigated this new territory together. As they continued to share their affection, they became lost in the moment, their bodies moving in harmony. Hatsum felt a surge of emotions, and Midoriya was equally caught up in the experience, feeling a deep connection with her. They both realized the significance of what they were sharing, and it brought them closer together. However, just as they were enveloped in their NTMT moment, an unexpected interruption occurred. Hatsum's eyes widened in surprise, recognizing the voice that had intruded upon their private moment. Midoriya, too, was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Hatsum instinctively positioned herself, her back against the door, as they both braced for what would come next. Mei slowly turned around, surprising Izuku with her lack of fear. Unlike their previous encounter, she wore a smug smile, her eyes glinting with a taunting challenge, as if she were claiming him despite what others might say. With that confident expression, she stared at Uraraka, who stood at the door. For some reason, Mei found pleasure in witnessing Uraraka's fuming reaction. Uraraka closed the door with a loud bang and walked in, stopping directly in front of Mei. Izuku watched in terror, realizing that things were about to escalate again. Uraraka demanded to know how Mei had managed to get close to him, and Mei casually replied that she had simply asked him, and he had agreed. Uraraka gasped, her anger boiling over as she looked at Izuku, who could only lift his hands in a helpless gesture. She lowered her head, trembling with rage, her fists clenched tightly. This situation was not how it was supposed to be. It was meant to be just the two of them, his true loves, but now Mei had appeared out of nowhere. Uraraka vowed to erase Mei from the equation. Both Mei and Izuku flinched at her outburst, and Mei barely managed to escape Uraraka's grasp, scurrying away. Izuku, still in shock, quickly pulled on his breathes and rushed after Uraraka, trying to restrain her before she could confront Mei. He urged Uraraka to calm down, but she was having none of it. She accused Mei of interfering with their relationship, expressing her anger with fervor. Izuku explained that Mei had not forced him into anything, but Uraraka was devastated. She buried her head against his chest, hitting him lightly with her fists, overwhelmed with emotion. She accused him of cheating, reminding him of his promise not to let any girl come between them. Izuku insisted that Mei was different. She loved him, and he loved her. This revelation momentarily stunned Uraraka, who looked at him with disbelief. She questioned his feelings, recalling the promises he had made to her. Izuku reassured her that he still loved her, just as he loved Mei. The situation escalated as Mei chimed in, claiming her own feelings for him. The two girls began to argue, each asserting their claim over Izuku. As they pushed against each other, Izuku intervened, trying to separate them. However, Uraraka suddenly cupped his cheeks and kissed him deeply, asserting her position. After she released him, she glared at Mei, confident in her belief that Izuku loved her more. In response, Mei kissed him softly, trying to prove her own affection. The tension between the two girls grew as they continued to argue about who had a stronger connection with Izuku. Midoriya, feeling overwhelmed, finally shouted for them to let him go. His exasperation broke the moment, and they released him, leaving him to pinch the bridge of his nose in frustration. He recalled how his mother used to threaten him with a month without his favorite show whenever he misbehaved, and he wished he had locked the balcony door to avoid this chaos. As he tried to regain control of the situation, he learned that Uraraka had tracked him down with the help of Yamamo, which only added to his stress. He turned to Mei, asking her to stay put while he found something for her to clean up. She thanked him, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, and he reminded both girls to behave while he stepped out. Left alone, the tension between Uraraka and Mei was palpable. Uraraka declared that she would not accept Mei into their harem, asserting that even if she managed to join, she would not be welcomed. Mei countered that she was not seeking approval, and they faced off, each determined to defend their place in Izuku's life. Uraraka insisted that their relationship was built on friendship and mutual care, not just sharing Izuku. Mei retorted that girls like Uraraka were selfish and only wanted to use him for their own gain. The argument escalated, leaving Uraraka momentarily speechless as she contemplated Mei's accusations. Hatsum remained in the room, and the possibility that she truly cared for him lingered in the air. She sat on the floor, hands covering her face, expressing her feelings about him. She acknowledged that he was special and understood why others felt so strongly about him, even to the point of forming a harem. She was willing to share him, believing that it was the only way to stay close to him. Uraraka, observing Hatsum, questioned whether she understood the depth of their feelings for him. Hatsum guessed that they loved him for his kindness, caring nature, and good looks. She noted that he was helping her, which was evidence of his affection. Uraraka, however, expressed her frustration, admitting that it pained her to acknowledge that he had feelings for Hatsum, but she was unwilling to accept her presence in their lives. Hatsum stood up and approached Uraraka, who glared at her, though it lacked the intensity of anger and instead conveyed a playful annoyance. Hatsum extended her hand, proposing a truce. She clarified that she never intended to take him away from Uraraka and did not plan to do so now. She expressed her longing to be near him, to share lunch, chat, and even tease him, while also wanting to be friends with Uraraka and the rest of their class. Uraraka was taken aback by the suggestion of friendship. Hatsum explained that she had few friends and valued her bond with Midoriya. She believed that being around others who shared common interests, particularly Midoriya, would make him happy, which was her ultimate goal. Uraraka contemplated this, recognizing Hatsum's genuine feelings for him. She admitted that she had overreacted and acknowledged Hatsum's bravery in approaching him. They reached an understanding, agreeing to share him. As they smiled at each other, Uraraka surprised Hatsum by pulling her closer and kissing her. Hatsum froze in shock, but when Uraraka broke the kiss, a hint of color appeared on her cheeks. Uraraka playfully informed Hatsum that they were all part of something special now, and if she was going to be around them, she should expect to enjoy herself while waiting for her turn with Midoriya. Hatsum, intrigued, leaned in and kissed Uraraka softly, discovering a new connection between them. They exchanged warm smiles, realizing that this arrangement might work out well. Just then, Midoriya entered the room, catching them in the act. He stood awkwardly, surprised by the scene before him. Hatsum and Uraraka were startled by his presence, and he admitted that he had overheard part of their conversation. He expressed his surprise at their newfound camaraderie and acknowledged that he should have left them alone earlier. Uraraka playfully reminded him that Hatsum had been a threat moments before, and Midoriya agreed, noting that it would have been dangerous. As they settled into their new dynamic, Midoriya offered Hatsum a towel and prepared to give them some space. However, Uraraka reminded him that while they were okay, he still had to manage the reactions of the other girls in their group. Midoriya realized that he had a lot of explaining to do, especially after the unexpected developments of the night. It turned into a long evening for him, as he found himself recounting the events with Hatsum multiple times to quell the concerns of his friends. Thankfully, Uraraka assisted him, ensuring that by morning he would no longer be stuck in endless explanations. Initially, everyone felt upset with him, then directed their frustration toward Hatsum. Gradually, they began to understand his feelings. If he loved her, there was little they could do. Still, there was a lingering disappointment that he had not consulted them first, including Uraraka. They expressed their concerns about his relationship, emphasizing that he was not supposed to pursue anyone else. Yaoyorozu crossed her arms and turned away, clearly displeased. He explained that his feelings for Hatsum were genuine and that he had no interest in anyone else. Despite their concerns, he reassured them of his commitment. As the conversation shifted, he brought up the topic of their surveillance plans, revealing that Uraraka had informed him about the trackers. The group was taken aback by the extent of the monitoring, which included cameras installed for his workouts. Mina, who had suggested the idea, felt nervous under their scrutiny. The playful banter continued as they discussed the implications of their protective measures, with Kyoka expressing her unease about not knowing Hatsum well. They collectively decided that getting to know Hatsum better was essential. Izuku suggested a shopping trip, which piqued the girls' interest. They considered it a good opportunity for bonding and gathering information about potential threats. Despite his nervousness about their intense concern for him, he agreed to the plan. With the principal's approval, the girls organized a shopping trip for Saturday, inviting Hatsum to join them. When Uraraka approached her with the invitation, Hatsum felt uncertain about the outing. Fashion and makeup were not her interests, but she decided to participate to strengthen her connection with the group. On the day of the trip, she arrived at the dorms and was greeted by most of the girls, with only Jiro absent. Hatsum's wardrobe was limited, consisting mainly of practical clothing. For the occasion, she chose a light blue top and dark green jeans, opting for a smaller pair of goggles. Ashido, upon seeing her, enthusiastically commented on her outfit, insisting that a shopping trip was long overdue. Ashido took Hatsum under her wing, leading her to the rest of the group. Hatsum felt nervous, aware of the dynamics between them and Midoriya. She greeted the girls, who responded warmly but with a hint of reservation. Hatsum hoped that this outing would help bridge the gap between them. As they gathered, the girls showcased their diverse styles, each expressing their personalities through their outfits. Jiro arrived last, apologizing for not finding her preferred jacket. Ashido then declared an emergency, drawing attention to Hatsum's appearance. Hatsum felt self-conscious as they critiqued her outfit, suggesting that she could adopt a more feminine style. Despite her confusion about their comments, she listened intently, realizing that this shopping trip was not just about clothes but also about forging friendships and understanding one another better. Hatsum had noticed some of her classmates using oversized accessories that seemed to be trending, and she found them quite appealing as they danced around. However, Ashido pointed out that Hatsum's choice appeared a bit too large, playfully shaking one of the legs to emphasize that two of her could fit inside. Hatsum defended her choice, stating they were comfortable for work, but Ashido reminded her that they were going out with friends, questioning if she had anything else to wear. Hatsum admitted that she didn't go out often, only venturing out for parts when necessary, and her wardrobe was limited. Ashido then mentioned that they were indeed friends, and despite their close bond with Deku, they were still there for her. This revelation left Hatsum feeling uncertain, as the girls smiled at her warmly, indicating they held no grudges. Uraraka teased that while they believed Hatsum had crossed a line by dating Deku, they were open-hearted. This led to Ashido declaring that they would give Hatsum a complete makeover, much to her nervousness. Jiro, sensing Hatsum's apprehension, reassured her that they would keep things in check. As the girls excitedly discussed starting with a haircut, several boys entered the common room, including Kirishima, Siro, Mineta, Kaminari, Koda, and Midoriya. Kirishima noticed the gathering of girls and asked where they were headed. Hatsum explained that they were planning to give her a new look. Kirishima responded with enthusiasm, while Midoriya chimed in, assuring Hatsum that the girls knew what they were doing and that they would have a good time. With the excitement building, Ashido urged everyone to leave before it got too late, and they all rushed out, leaving Midoriya hopeful that this experience would strengthen their bond. He had never expected to be surrounded by so many wonderful girls, and he welcomed the attention. However, he soon felt the weight of his male classmates' gazes upon him, particularly Bakugo's intense stare, which sent a chill down his spine. Midoriya was aware that his classmates had likely noticed the growing closeness between him and the girls, and he worried about how much they knew. As they headed to the gym, Bakugo confronted Midoriya, demanding to know what was going on with him and the girls. Midoriya, taken aback, tried to downplay the situation, insisting he was just being friendly. Bakugo, however, was not convinced and accused him of hiding something. The tension escalated as Bakugo held Midoriya by the collar, insisting that it was obvious something was happening. Just as the confrontation reached a boiling point, Todoroki intervened, calmly advising Bakugo to let go of Midoriya. Ida joined in, advocating for a more respectful approach towards their classmates. Bakugo, still agitated, focused on Todoroki, refusing to back down. The scene was charged with tension as the boys faced off, each with their own perspectives on friendship and loyalty, while Hatsume's impending makeover loomed in the background. Todoroki observed the situation with a small smile at the corner of his lips, which only heightened Bakugo's agitation. Bakugo expressed his frustration about Midoriya, feeling that the other boy was undeserving of the attention he received from their classmates, particularly the girls. He believed that Midoriya's newfound popularity was irritating and unnecessary. Todoroki pointed out that Bakugo's aggressive demeanor and constant shouting might be the reasons he struggled to gain similar attention. He noted that Bakugo's intimidating expression could also be a factor in his social interactions. Bakugo, feeling provoked, reacted with anger, suggesting that Todoroki was pushing him too far. Midoriya, sensing the tension escalating between his friends, intervened to prevent a confrontation. He urged them to set aside their differences and focus on their training instead. He proposed a session dedicated to strengthening their quirks, hoping to redirect their energy into something productive. As the conversation shifted, Kirishima expressed curiosity about Midoriya's recent interactions with the girls, voicing what everyone was thinking. All eyes turned to Midoriya, who felt the weight of their attention. However, he quickly found himself drawn back to Bakugo, who had pulled him closer, intensifying the moment. The tension in the air was palpable as Bakugo confronted Midoriya, demanding an admission of guilt. Midoriya insisted he had done nothing wrong, but the intensity of Bakugo's glare made it clear that the explosive teen was not convinced. After a moment of silence, Bakugo released his grip on Midoriya's shirt, taking a deep breath before issuing a command for Midoriya to leave. Despite the escalating situation, Todoroki, observing from a distance, remarked on Bakugo's frustration, which only seemed to fuel Bakugo's anger further. He threatened Todoroki with the same fate if he continued to provoke him with his sass. Kirishima, who had been watching quietly, finally interjected, suggesting that any combat should be for the purpose of improving their skills. Ida echoed this sentiment, emphasizing the importance of training over fighting. Midoriya felt a wave of concern wash over him as Todoroki turned his attention to him, asking what he planned to do. Midoriya realized he could not avoid the confrontation, as Bakugo would continue to taunt him regardless of his response. The implication of Todoroki's words lingered in the air, hinting at something deeper. Todoroki advised Midoriya to treat others with kindness and to be considerate of their feelings, particularly emphasizing the importance of being respectful to Yaoyorozu. Midoriya was taken aback by the advice, unsure of how to interpret it. He sensed a hint of resentment in Todoroki's eyes, likely stemming from his own complicated relationship with his father. Despite his uncertainty, Midoriya managed a reassuring smile, but the moment was interrupted as Kaminari and Mineta approached him, visibly upset and emotional. They accused Midoriya of being selfish for seemingly attracting the attention of multiple girls in their class, expressing their jealousy and frustration. Kirishima, attempting to lighten the mood, praised Midoriya for handling the attention of so many girls, suggesting that it made him a true man among men. He then playfully dragged Kaminari and Mineta away, leaving Midoriya to ponder the situation. As others began to leave to witness the impending fight between Bakugo and Midoriya, Shiro remarked on the surprising turn of events, while Sato and Aoyama speculated about the whereabouts of the Midoriya squad. Amidst the chatter, Tokoyami stood beside Midoriya, arms crossed, offering a more somber perspective on the challenges ahead. Ojiro, trying to remain optimistic, expressed his faith in Midoriya's ability to handle the situation, but Midoriya's uncertain response suggested that he was still grappling with the weight of the moment. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as everyone prepared for the unfolding drama, each character navigating their own emotions and relationships in the midst of the chaos. In a quiet corner of the bustling school, a group of friends gathered, each contemplating the complexities of their own hearts. Koda, with his usual low and shy voice, expressed curiosity about the darker aspects of their personalities. He wondered about the true nature of their classmates, particularly Tsuyu and Hagakure, prompting a discussion about the hidden sides of even the brightest individuals. As the last group of students departed, Midoriya found himself alone, consumed by a troubling thought that weighed heavily on his mind. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread about the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Ashido surveyed the expansive central square, her eyes scanning the various shops for the first item needed for their transformation process. Hatsum, feeling anxious about social interactions, fidgeted nervously beside her. Suddenly, Ashido exclaimed her excitement upon finding a shop, and before Hatsum could protest, she was being pulled toward it. The shop's vibrant decor, filled with sparkles and hot pink accents, made Hatsum hesitate, almost digging her heels into the ground. Ashido, undeterred, insisted that the shop wasn't as bad as it seemed. With the help of their friends, Yaoyorozu, Toru, and Uraraka, they managed to coax Hatsum inside. Once there, the real challenge began. Hatsum preferred practical clothing, suitable for her work, and was not fond of shopping. However, she agreed to join her friends in this social outing, hoping it would help her bond with them. As she settled onto a small cushioned box in front of the changing room, Ashido returned with an overwhelming pile of clothes. Hatsum's hopes of a quick shopping trip began to dwindle. Even Toru and Uraraka, who typically enjoyed such activities, found the initial selection intimidating. Ashido, however, was determined to explore every option, believing that Hatsum needed a wardrobe update. With enthusiasm, Ashido chose the first outfit and encouraged Hatsum to try it on. Hatsum hesitated, unsure if the clothes would suit her. Ashido reassured her, insisting that trying was part of the fun. As Hatsum stepped into the changing room, she felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. After a few moments, Ashido called out, eager to see the results. When Hatsum emerged in a black strapless dress, the group assessed her appearance. While the dress was striking, they quickly realized it was too formal for her everyday life. Yaoyorozu suggested they find something more suitable for daily wear, while Ashido passionately defended the dress, believing it would turn heads. Hatsum, feeling constricted, expressed her discomfort, prompting Uraraka to suggest they look for something that allowed for more movement. Yaoyorozu quickly found another option, handing Hatsum a light blue spring dress. This one was strapless with a white stripe that elegantly curved from the waist to the hem. Once again, Hatsum stepped into the changing room, her heart racing as she prepared to reveal the new outfit. After a moment, she emerged, glancing at the floor, waiting for her friends' opinions. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they prepared to offer their thoughts on her latest look. Mina expressed her uncertainty about the clothing options, trying to articulate her thoughts. Just then, Kyoka entered the room and commented that the current style did not suit Hatsum. Mina agreed with her assessment. Kyoka suggested something less delicate and began rummaging through the clothes. After a moment, she found a suitable outfit and handed it to the pink-haired girl, who went to change once again. This time, Hatsum emerged wearing a white long-sleeved shirt that flowed down to form a skirt, paired with plain blue jeans that fit snugly. As the girls examined her new look, Hatsum kept her gaze lowered, feeling self-conscious. Uraraka, noticing her discomfort, stood up and approached her. She encouraged Hatsum to straighten her back, lift her chin, and smile, which surprisingly boosted Hatsum's confidence. Although she had never cared much about her appearance before, the sudden attention made her anxious. Thoughts raced through her mind about whether she would look good in any clothes, how she would handle a high-class meeting to showcase her inventions, and whether she even looked pretty in her current outfit. However, Uraraka's encouragement helped her feel a bit better. Uraraka playfully remarked that if Hatsum had certain attributes, she should make the most of them. The next outfit consisted of a yellow tank top adorned with a black heart and skin-tight jeans with distressed marks on the thighs. This time, Hatsum felt bolder, looking up and even striking a small pose with her hand on her waist. Mina asked how she felt in the new outfit, and Hatsum admitted that while she wasn't used to tight jeans, they weren't uncomfortable and the top fit well. Toru, excited to join in, jumped in place with another set of clothes for Hatsum to try. The next look featured gray jeans, a dark blue sleeveless shirt with a small V-neck, and a short gray jacket that reached the middle of her back. As Hatsum adjusted the outfit and looked in the mirror, she smiled, appreciating how the jeans fit comfortably and the jacket suited her style. The girls celebrated their success in helping Hatsum find a new look. Mina praised Toru for her keen eye, and Hatsum received positive feedback from her friends, including smiles and thumbs up from Kyoka. She began to enjoy the process of choosing clothes, realizing it wasn't as daunting as she had initially thought. They continued experimenting with various outfits, narrowing down options based on Hatsum's preferences. She discovered that she felt uncomfortable in tight clothing, particularly on her upper body, which ruled out most tight jeans except for one pair with cuts that Kyoka had selected. Dresses were also a last resort for her due to her insecurities, but Yaoyorozu managed to find a couple of simple dresses that could be dressed up for formal occasions with the right accessories and makeup. The girls focused on jackets and tops that highlighted Hatsum's strengths. Eventually, Tsuyu convinced her to select a dark green coat with fluffy details at the sleeves, perfect for the upcoming winter. Hatsum chose the green color because it reminded her of someone special. From the initial pile of clothes, they ended up with 3 combinations of tops, shirts, and jeans, a skirt, 2 dresses, a jacket, and a coat, totaling 11 items. As they approached the cashier, Hatsum's expression shifted to one of panic. She realized she had not considered how she would afford all these expensive clothes. It would take her a significant amount of time to create enough functional support items to cover the costs, and she felt overwhelmed by the situation. Momo was anxious as she stood in the store, worried about how she would pay for her purchases. She didn't receive much money from her parents, and the thought of leaving empty-handed made her nervous. Sensing her distress, Kyoka placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, offering comfort. Momo assured her friend that everything would be fine. As the cashier announced the total, 15,000 yen, both Hatsum and Ochako were taken aback. When the cashier asked for payment, Momo confidently pulled out a golden card, leaving Mei and Ochako in shock. Mei quickly intervened, grabbing Momo's hand and lowering the card. She expressed her concern, stating that she wouldn't be able to repay Momo for such a generous gesture. Momo, however, smiled warmly and explained that a friend's favor was worth it, especially since they were now part of the same team. Mei remained silent, still processing Momo's kindness as she paid for the clothes and handed over the bags. Once outside the store, Mei called out to the group ahead of her, expressing her gratitude with a deep bow reminiscent of Ida's style. The others were momentarily stunned, but soon they embraced her in a warm hug, celebrating her inclusion in their group. Mina cheerfully reminded everyone that friends were there to support one another, while Kyoka echoed that they were all happy to have Mei with them. Ochako added that as long as they were together, everything would be all right, punctuating her statement with a friendly gesture. Mei felt a surge of happiness, realizing that not only had she found love, but she had also gained friends she could rely on. Toru excitedly announced the next stop, makeup. The group was eager to continue their adventure, and they headed to a cosmetics store filled with products that Hatsum had never encountered before. Amidst the laughter shared between Toru and Mina, Mei found comfort in the company of Ochako and Kyoka. After a lively debate about trying extravagant makeup, the more conservative members of the group prevailed, much to Mei's relief. After selecting shades and brands, the girls settled on a simple yet flattering look. They chose light yellow eyeshadow and a touch of eyeliner to accentuate Mei's unique eyes, along with a hint of pink on her cheeks. As Mei admired her reflection in a small mirror, Kyoka and Ochako inspected her hair. Kyoka noticed that Mei didn't wash her hair often and inquired about her hair care routine. Mei admitted that she sometimes skipped washing her hair when engrossed in her work, but she assured them that she washed it frequently. Kyoka explained that using regular soap could weaken hair, showing Mei the broken strands and split ends. She compared Mei's hair to Tsuyu's, which was thick, healthy, and shiny. Mei felt the difference as she compared her hair to Kyoka's, realizing the importance of proper hair care. Momo and Kyoka offered to help Mei learn how to take better care of her long hair. After selecting some hair care products, Momo paid for them, and they had to restrain Mina from rushing to the hairdresser, ensuring that Mei's pink locks remained intact. By the time they finished shopping, it was past noon, and they decided to take a break at the food court. As they enjoyed their meal, Hatsum felt a sense of satisfaction from the day's activities. She had new clothes and learned valuable beauty tips from her friends. Although she didn't plan to wear makeup all the time or abandon her favorite baggy jeans and oversized shirts, she realized that knowing a bit about fashion could be beneficial. With her newfound confidence, she was ready to return to the studio, knowing that her work awaited her. May enjoyed spending time with her friends and suggested it was time to head back. However, Mina had other plans and insisted there was still one more place to visit. Hatsum felt a mix of confusion and anticipation as they approached a department store, where they found themselves in the lingerie section. Tsuyu, browsing through options, remarked that everyone needed a battle suit, humorously referring to their selection of underwear. Mina added that shopping together made it more enjoyable, and they would inevitably see each other's choices, which added a layer of intimacy to the experience. Ochako, feeling a bit out of place, expressed her discomfort regarding the situation, particularly about Hatsum's figure. This prompted a defensive reaction from Hatsum, who crossed her arms. Kyoka, overhearing the conversation, inquired about Mei's size, leading to a surprising revelation of her measurements. Ochako, feeling defeated, wandered toward the D-cup section, followed by Hatsum, who felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. They soon encountered Momo, who was already searching for her own selection. Momo encouraged Ochako to ask her for advice if she felt uncertain. As Ochako left, a moment of silence fell between Mei and Momo. Momo explained that while Ochako could be competitive, one would eventually get used to it. When Mei expressed her uncertainty about what to choose, Momo offered a suggestion to think about what would appeal to a potential partner. With newfound determination, Mei began her search alongside Momo. Meanwhile, Mina and Toru were giggling and sharing their selections, while Tsuyu, accompanied by a sulking Ochako, continued browsing. Kyoka remained quietly focused on her choices in the A section. After finding items they liked, the girls gathered at the changing rooms. Mei hesitated, questioning whether they were really going to proceed with this. Tsuyu emerged from her changing room, showcasing her dark green and black set, which mirrored her hero costume. The girls complimented her choice, and Mina eagerly volunteered to go next, revealing a push-up purple bra and matching panties that accentuated her figure. Toru then excitedly dashed to the changing room, and when she emerged, her dark blue set featured a triangular bra and string-style panties. The girls found it difficult to comment on her choice since they couldn't see her clearly. Toru jokingly suggested she might as well go without anything, prompting a light-hearted response from Mina, who reminded her to keep some clothes on. As the girls continued to share their selections, they embraced the fun and camaraderie of the moment, each finding joy in the experience of shopping together. Momo stood up from her seat and walked toward the changing room, her nervousness evident to the other girls. They wondered what she had chosen. When she emerged, it was revealed that she had picked a red lace bra, which was quite revealing, with only a small portion of her back covered. It seemed she had deliberately chosen something that accentuated her figure. Ochako and Kyoka exchanged glances, both feeling a mix of emotions. To break the tension, Ochako decided to change quickly. She closed the curtain and, after a moment, revealed her choice. A light pink set adorned with white frills and tiny red ribbons on the sides of her panties and in the center of her bra. Standing beside Momo, she instinctively puffed out her chest and opened her arms wider, drawing Momo's gaze. Momo complimented Ochako on her choice, noting how well it suited her. Ochako, feeling a rush of warmth, returned the compliment, acknowledging that Momo looked great as well. The atmosphere in the changing room seemed to shift, growing warmer as they exchanged compliments. Kyoka, sensing the awkwardness, decided to intervene and encouraged Mei to join them in changing. The two girls quickly emerged from their changing rooms. Kyoka wore a strapless black bra with a white triangular design in the center, paired with matching bikini-style panties. Mei opted for a white set, her bra a push-up style that enhanced her figure. The blush on her cheeks deepened as she noticed the attention on her, particularly from Kyoka, who seemed mesmerized. The temperature in the room felt as if it had risen further as they all exchanged glances, taking in each other's appearances. Ochako managed to clasp her hands together, breaking the tension and steering the conversation toward a more light-hearted topic, mentioning how surprised Midoriya would be to see them. However, the mention of Midoriya's name shifted their focus. Taking the cue to leave, Yaoyorozu led the group to finish changing so they could pay for their items and head back. The journey back to UA was quieter than expected, with some light chatter and a stop for ice cream to cool off. By the time they arrived at the school, it was already 3 in the afternoon. They helped Hatsum drop off her things in her room before heading to the 1A dorms. Though unspoken, everyone was aware they were going to see Midoriya. When they arrived, they were met with shocking news from Kirishima. Midoriya had been arrested again. Meanwhile, in Gamma Gym, Todoroki observed his classmates gathered around a square platform left by Cementos, surrounded by pillars and walls. Bakugo was warming up on one side, while Midoriya stood on the other, visibly anxious. He was not afraid of Bakugo, but he was concerned about his classmates knowing about his relationships with the girls. The thought of this information reaching their teachers or the principal was unsettling. Midoriya trusted his friends not to jeopardize his status as a UA student, but the fewer people who knew, the better. He was aware that even a slight change in behavior could raise suspicions among the teachers, especially since he had been spending more time with the girls recently. Midoriya understood that Bakugo had a reason for confronting him directly. Perhaps Bakugo needed to vent his seemingly endless anger, a source that Midoriya had yet to fully comprehend. Being a target for that anger would not help the situation. It was reminiscent of their previous encounters, but now the issue was different, and Midoriya had no idea what it could be. How could he resolve something he didn't understand? He prepared himself for a fight, even though he was unsure of the reason behind Bakugo's fury. As Bakugo called out to him, Midoriya flinched at the sound of his nickname. Bakugo made it clear that he intended to beat Midoriya, emphasizing that he needed to know his place, which was beneath Bakugo. The battle commenced, and the spectators became intensely focused on the unfolding conflict. Every time these two clashed, something monumental occurred, whether it was an impressive comeback or a catastrophic event. Everyone was eager to see the outcome of this match, wondering if it would be similar to their last encounter. Reacting swiftly to Bakugo's initial attack, Midoriya activated full cowl and narrowly dodged the explosion. Bakugo, quick on his feet, created another blast to change direction sharply and pursue Midoriya. The green-haired boy utilized the experience he had gained from Gran Torino, leaping off walls and pillars to evade Bakugo. Unlike their last fight, the terrain provided him with more maneuverability, but that alone would not guarantee victory. Moving in such a manner for too long would eventually exhaust him, and without his Air Force gloves, Bakugo held the advantage in ranged attacks. All Might's words echoed in his mind, reminding him not to rely solely on support items. Midoriya wished he had the gloves, knowing they would be incredibly helpful in this situation. Changing his strategy, he propelled himself off a wall and leaped toward Bakugo. The unexpected move caught Bakugo off guard, granting Midoriya a brief opportunity to attack with a swift kick. However, Bakugo, adept in mid-air maneuvers, managed to evade the strike, though Midoriya was too fast to be countered effectively. Bakugo landed and shouted at Midoriya, expressing his frustration. Midoriya, refusing to back down, moved with agility similar to Gran Torino, bouncing from wall to wall around Bakugo. He aimed to exploit Bakugo's blind spot and launched an attack. Bakugo quickly prepared an explosion, but Midoriya's sudden shift in movement caught him by surprise. Instead of a kick from the side, Midoriya spun forward, bringing his left foot down to strike Bakugo. Though Bakugo was quick enough to block the attack with his arms, the force of the blow cracked the ground beneath him. Despite the pain in his arms, Bakugo grabbed Midoriya's leg with one hand and used the other to gain momentum, spinning Midoriya through the air and tossing him hard onto the ground several meters away. As Midoriya struggled to rise, he focused on the fight, questioning Bakugo's motives for wanting to battle him so intensely. Bakugo clarified that he intended to make the fight one-sided, cracking his knuckles as he prepared for another assault. He charged at Midoriya, who jumped to evade what he thought was a tackle, only to discover that Bakugo continued running. In mid-air, Midoriya could not escape the true attack, a powerful explosion that sent him and debris flying. He barely managed to roll on the ground to stop his momentum when Bakugo emerged from the smoke, hands outstretched for a direct strike. In a desperate move, Midoriya unleashed a powerful gust of wind, countering Bakugo's explosion. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks. Bakugo recognized that the obstacles in their environment allowed Midoriya to keep pace with him, and he was impressed by how much Midoriya had improved as a fighter since their last encounter. While Midoriya had grown stronger, Bakugo was determined to push himself even harder, vowing to outpace Midoriya's progress. Even if Midoriya possessed the strength of All Might, Bakugo was prepared to hit harder with his explosions until Midoriya could no longer rise to his feet. Bakugo believed he was superior to Midoriya in every way. He was confident, skilled in combat, and had a striking appearance, traits he inherited from his mother. In contrast, Midoriya struggled socially and often found himself overshadowed by Bakugo's natural talent. Despite his efforts to improve, Midoriya's quirk often led to mishaps, leaving him with scars and a messy hairstyle that Bakugo found amusingly unappealing. As they faced off, Bakugo's frustration boiled over. He began to voice his thoughts, questioning why Midoriya seemed to garner so much attention despite his perceived shortcomings. Bakugo unleashed a series of explosive attacks, each one aimed at proving his depths. He couldn't comprehend how someone he viewed as inferior could be the center of attention. In the heat of battle, Bakugo's emotions got the better of him. He miscalculated an explosion, sending both himself and Midoriya flying. As he regained his footing, he continued to berate Midoriya, expressing his disdain and disbelief that someone he considered a nothing could challenge him. The onlookers, including Ida and Todoroki, were concerned about the escalating intensity of the fight. They contemplated intervening, but Kirishima held them back, believing that this confrontation was something Bakugo and Midoriya needed to resolve on their own. Bakugo confronted Midoriya, grabbing him by the hair and taunting him about his perceived weaknesses. He boasted about his popularity and the loyalty of those around him, insisting that Midoriya would always be the same useless Deku. But in a surprising turn, Midoriya, who had been struggling, suddenly found the strength to retaliate. With a powerful punch, he caught Bakugo off guard, leaving him gasping for breath on the ground. As Bakugo struggled to comprehend the sudden shift in their battle, he noticed a fierce determination in Midoriya's eyes. The anger radiating from him was something Bakugo had never witnessed before. Midoriya, now standing tall, clenched his fists tightly, a stark contrast to his earlier vulnerability. In that moment of silence, Midoriya made it clear that their long-standing friendship would not shield Bakugo from the consequences of his words. He offered Bakugo a chance to take back his hurtful remarks, signaling that their rivalry was about to reach a new level. The atmosphere in the gym was charged with tension as two students faced off, their bodies coiled like springs, ready to unleash their pent-up energy. Midoriya's determination was palpable as he prepared to confront Bakugo, who was equally resolute. The stakes were high, and both knew that a significant clash was imminent. With a sudden burst of speed, Midoriya launched himself forward, the ground cracking beneath him. He was determined to prove himself, his arm drawn back in preparation for an attack. Bakugo, not one to back down, clenched his fists tightly, sweat accumulating in his palms as he readied his own powerful response. The air crackled with anticipation as he unleashed his signature move, sending a shockwave through the gym that scattered debris everywhere. Despite the force of the explosion, both boys remained on their feet, breathing heavily and showing signs of wear from their intense exchange. They stood toe-to-toe, each refusing to back down, their eyes locked in a fierce battle of wills. Midoriya, feeling the weight of the moment, expressed his frustration over Bakugo's derogatory remarks about their classmates, vowing not to let it slide. Bakugo, ever defiant, challenged Midoriya to make him apologize, igniting the fire of competition between them once more. As they prepared to clash again, a sudden interruption occurred. A commanding voice cut through the chaos, demanding that they cease their fighting. The presence of their teacher, Midnight, was unmistakable as she intervened, physically bringing the two boys to a halt by knocking their heads together. Midnight, exasperated by their stubbornness, struggled to comprehend how they could continue to fight despite her authoritative presence. Her frustration was evident as she addressed the two boys, who, despite the overwhelming aroma of her quirk, managed to rise again, ready to continue their bout. It was clear that their determination was unyielding. After finally managing to subdue them, Midnight expressed her concern over their reckless behavior. She knew she had to take action to prevent further chaos. Later, Kirishima recounted the events to their classmates, explaining how Midnight had taken both boys to the infirmary and placed them under house arrest until she deemed it appropriate to release them. The warning was clear: any further foolishness would result in consequences for the rest of the group. The girls, having overheard the commotion, were left in shock by the unfolding drama. Their concern for Midoriya and Bakugo prompted them to rush to the infirmary, disregarding Kirishima's inquiries about their shopping trip. Upon bursting through the door, they were met with the stern gaze of Recovery Girl, who quickly silenced them with a gentle reprimand. Her authority was clear as she addressed the group, reminding them of the importance of maintaining order and care within the infirmary. Recovery Girl, known for her no-nonsense approach, confronted the group of girls who had entered the infirmary in a flurry of concern. They had heard about the fight between Deku and Bakugo, and their distress was palpable. After taking a deep breath, she explained the situation to them. She had made it clear that she would not use her quirk to heal Midoriya if he had sustained serious injuries. The girls gasped, bracing themselves for the worst news. However, Recovery Girl soon reassured them that Midoriya had not broken any bones. Instead, he had only suffered from numerous bruises, burns on his abdomen, and a minor concussion. She had already treated him, and he was expected to recover well. A wave of relief washed over the girls as they exhaled, their worries momentarily alleviated. They were eager to see him, expressing their concern for his well-being. However, Recovery Girl informed them that he would not be waking up anytime soon due to the effects of her quirk and the gas he had inhaled from Midnight's quirk during the altercation. She estimated that he would remain unconscious until late that night. Curiosity lingered in the air as they questioned why Midnight had taken him away and whether he should be resting in the infirmary. Recovery Girl explained that once Midoriya was stable, Midnight had decided to take him with her. He was likely sleeping soundly, but once he awoke, he would need to provide some answers about the fight. The girls pondered the nature of the rivalry between Midoriya and Bakugo, wondering what could have escalated to such a confrontation. As Recovery Girl ushered them out of the infirmary, she felt a sense of pride that Midoriya had managed to keep his promise of avoiding serious injury. Meanwhile, Takayama opened a can of beer, the third one of the night, and settled back onto the couch. She glanced over at her friend Nemuri, who was still in her hero suit, absorbed in a magazine. In the corner, a green-haired teen was sleeping in a chair, restrained by leather belts. You noted the unusual circumstances and wondered about the situation. She inquired about how long they would have to wait for the sleeping boy to wake up. Nemuri looked up from her reading, acknowledging Yu's presence on the couch and her consumption of drinks. She explained that, due to the gas inhaled and the blow to his head, Midoriya would likely remain unconscious for at least another hour. Yu expressed surprise at the late hour and questioned what had happened to Midoriya, noting that he seemed harmless. Nemuri confirmed that while Midoriya was not a troublemaker, trouble seemed to find him. Today had been an exception, as he had gotten into a fight with a classmate. She mentioned that the confrontation had the potential to cause serious harm, and she needed to gather more information before deciding on the consequences for the two students involved. The conversation shifted to the patrol duty that Yu had assisted with, as Nemuri expressed gratitude for her help. With limited personnel available, the principal had made an exception for the students of Class 1A, understanding that they could not be kept confined. Yu, feeling at home, mentioned that UA compensated well for her assistance and encouraged Nemuri to reach out whenever needed. As they reminisced about the students, Yu found amusement in their antics, recalling her own high school days. She noted how forward the girls were, especially when it came to shopping for underwear, likening it to a hunting expedition. The two friends shared a moment of laughter, reflecting on the vibrant energy of youth surrounding them. Nemuri's interest was piqued as she set the magazine aside and crossed her arms. She felt a surge of curiosity about the conversation unfolding. After finishing her drink, Yu stood up, went to the fridge and returned with 2 beers. She tossed one to Nemuri and settled back onto the couch. Yu began to share her observations, noting how the students were making choices like mature women. With a sly grin, she remarked on the boldness of Nemuri's students, teasing her about whether she had influenced them in any way. Nemuri quickly dismissed the notion, asserting that she was not the type to encourage such behavior. Yu playfully challenged her, suggesting that as the well-known hero Midnight, she had a certain influence over the students. She pointed out that one of the boys, whom they referred to as Green Boy, likely had dreams about her. Nemuri retorted, emphasizing that she did not seek attention and was not one to flaunt herself in front of cameras. Yu, however, countered, pointing out that Nemuri often wore a tight suit and carried a WHP, which could easily attract attention. The playful banter escalated, with both women exchanging sharp remarks about each other's appearances and careers. Their argument was interrupted by a soft groan from Midoriya, who was still asleep. Both women turned their attention to him as he mumbled the name of one of his classmates, Ochako. This revelation led to a discussion about the nature of his feelings for her, with Yu teasingly suggesting that he might be dreaming about something romantic. As they continued to speculate about Midoriya's popularity among girls, they acknowledged that he had faced significant challenges, including the Kamino incident. Despite his seemingly harmless demeanor, they recognized that trouble often followed him. Amidst their conversation, Midoriya's sleep talk took a more suggestive turn, prompting both women to momentarily freeze. They exchanged glances, realizing the implications of his words. Nemuri's gaze shifted from the sleeping boy to Yu, who appeared flustered and was avoiding eye contact. An idea sparked in Nemuri's mind. She stood up and positioned herself in front of Midoriya, urging Yu to pay attention. Yu's surprise was evident as she questioned Nemuri's intentions, her expression a mix of confusion and alarm. Nemuri, with a finger pressed to her lips, urged silence, explaining that they needed to keep the noise down since only Eraser was awake at that hour. A calm smile graced her lips as she engaged in her unexpected activity. As Nemuri crouched slightly, she focused on Midoriya, her demeanor suggesting a playful yet mischievous intent. Yu watched in disbelief, her wide eyes reflecting her shock at the unfolding scene. The atmosphere shifted as curiosity and tension filled the room, leaving both women to navigate the unexpected turn of events. Nemuri was engaged in an unusual activity that left her friend Yu in a state of disbelief. Yu whispered in a panicked tone, questioning Nemuri's actions. Nemuri, however, remained calm and explained that she was simply helping a sleeping boy, revealing her curiosity about him. She had overheard a conversation between the boy, Midoriya, and the renowned hero All Might, which piqued her interest. Yu was shocked to learn that Nemuri was considering Midoriya as a potential romantic interest. She expressed her disbelief, insisting that Nemuri must be joking. Nemuri laughed lightly, teasing Yu about her lack of experience in relationships. Yu felt embarrassed and flustered, trying to defend herself while grappling with her own feelings. As the conversation continued, Nemuri playfully suggested that you should take a chance with Midoriya, who was still asleep. She led Yu to her bedroom, where she placed Midoriya on the bed. Nemuri encouraged Yu to remove her bodysuit, insisting that it was an opportunity that should not be missed. Yu was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation and the implications of what Nemuri was suggesting. Nemuri pointed out that Midoriya, despite being younger, was a handsome young man. She argued that it had been a while since she had enjoyed herself and thought it might be a good experience for Yu as well. Yu felt conflicted, aware of the potential consequences of such actions but also intrigued by the idea of getting to know Midoriya better. Nemuri urged Yu to consider the situation, emphasizing that Midoriya was a kind and strong individual. She reassured Yu that he would not remember anything that happened while he was asleep, framing it as a chance for Yu to explore her own feelings. Despite her reservations, Yu found herself contemplating the unexpected turn of events and what it might mean for her future. Yu found herself contemplating an unexpected proposition. She gazed at the boy sleeping in front of her, and her thoughts began to swirl. The alcohol she had consumed was clouding her judgment, yet she couldn't help but notice how handsome Midoriya appeared. His physique was impressive for someone his age, and as she reflected on the conversation she had just had, a warmth began to spread through her, fueled more by her hormones than embarrassment. She questioned how she had found herself in this situation, feeling a mix of nostalgia and confusion about her own desires. The atmosphere shifted as Namuri, her friend, placed her hands on Yu's shoulders, gently kneading the tension from her muscles. Those hands traveled down her arms and sides, creating a sensation that made Yu feel lightheaded. She became acutely aware of the moment, realizing what was happening and stiffening slightly in response. Namuri reassured her, playfully suggesting that she need not be tense. The teasing continued as Namuri's hands ventured toward Yu's waist and thighs, lingering near her most private areas without actually crossing the line. This provocation stirred a sense of frustration within Yu. She wanted to address the heat building inside her. As the playful banter continued, Yu felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. She began to remove her boots, and with Namuri's assistance, she soon found herself in just her blue panties and strapless bra. Meanwhile, Namuri prepared Midoriya, removing his shirt and shorts with swift efficiency. Yu positioned herself above him, feeling the warmth radiating from his body. They both observed his toned chest rising and falling steadily as she felt a rush of sensations. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Namuri captured her attention with a kiss, causing Yu to freeze momentarily. Namuri urged her to relax, reminding her that tension would not lead to a pleasant experience. Yu, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, expressed her confusion about her actions. With Namuri's guidance, Yu adjusted herself over Midoriya, and as she gazed down at him, her doubts began to fade. In a moment of reckless abandon, she surrendered to the situation, feeling the heat of his body against hers. As she began to lower herself, she encountered a moment of resistance, which made her hesitate. However, with a gentle nudge from Namuri, she was encouraged to continue, and she felt a rush of sensations as she crossed a threshold she had never crossed before. The experience was overwhelming, and as she moved in rhythm, she felt a mix of pleasure and disbelief at what was unfolding. Yu leaned on her hands, moving her hips in a way that elicited soft sounds from the sleeping boy beneath her. She couldn't help but comment on his appearance, noting how cute he looked in that moment. As the alcohol continued to cloud her judgment, Yu found herself lost in the experience, unaware of the implications of her actions. She leaned forward, adjusting her movements, and felt a sense of exhilaration as she navigated this unexpected journey. Yu moved slowly, exploring the entire length of Midoriya's body. She breathed heavily, expressing her pleasure and occasionally speaking to the unconscious boy beneath her. Meanwhile, Namuri took the opportunity to address her own desires, reaching for something on the drawer beside her bed. Yu wondered aloud why she had taken so long to act on her feelings. She felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, reveling in the sensations coursing through her. She was lost in the moment, feeling a deep connection with Midoriya, even if he was unaware of it. Namuri cautioned Yu, suggesting that she might want to reconsider her actions. Yu dismissed the warning, insisting that she did not want to stop. The conversation shifted to the implications of their actions, with Namuri expressing concern about potential consequences, but Yu was too caught up in her emotions to care. She was determined to experience everything that this moment had to offer. As Yu continued to move, she felt a change in Midoriya's body. Sparks seemed to fly from him, and she sensed his body responding to her. The intoxicating mix of scents enveloped her, heightening her longing. The fire within her grew stronger, and she felt herself nearing her limit. In that moment, she was consumed by her feelings and desires, willing to embrace whatever came next. Suddenly, she reached her peak, overwhelmed by a wave of pleasure that washed over her. In that moment of bliss, she felt a connection with Midoriya, as if they were experiencing something profound together. The intensity of the moment left her breathless, and she clung to him tightly, feeling a mix of exhilaration and dizziness. As she caught her breath, she noticed that she had kept her mask on throughout the experience. This prompted a playful exchange with Namuri, who had been observing the scene. Namuri, ever the opportunist, decided to capture the moment with her phone, taking a picture of Yu in a vulnerable state. Yu was initially shocked and demanded that Namuri delete the photo, but Namuri found amusement in the situation, teasing Yu about the implications of the image. Yu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration, tried to retrieve the phone from Namuri, but her sober friend easily held her back. Namuri explained that she had no intention of sharing the photo with anyone, but the mere existence of it was enough to keep Yu on edge. The playful banter continued, with Namuri encouraging Yu to clean herself up before Midoriya woke. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yu hurried to gather her clothes and rushed to the shower. She poked her head out to assert that Midoriya was not her little love, but her embarrassment was evident. Namuri chuckled to herself as she tidied up the room, ensuring that Midoriya would be presentable when he regained consciousness. After a few moments, Midoriya began to stir. Confused and disoriented, he slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the dim light around him. He heard a familiar voice in the distance but struggled to piece together what had happened before he blacked out. As he tried to make sense of his surroundings, he was left with a lingering sense of curiosity about the events that had unfolded. Midoriya found himself in a disorienting situation, struggling to recall the events that led him to this moment. He had been at the gym with his friends when a confrontation with Bakugo erupted. Suddenly, he realized he was tied up, confusion washing over him as he wondered where everyone had gone. As he tried to gather his thoughts, he felt gentle fingers cup his face, turning his head to meet the gaze of a woman in a red mask. Her bright blue eyes seemed to penetrate deep into his soul. It took him a moment to recognize her as Midnight, who greeted him with a small smile. She informed him that he had been unconscious for a while, a consequence of the hard blows he had taken during the fight. He had also inhaled a significant amount of her scent, which explained his current state. The lightheartedness of her demeanor quickly shifted to seriousness as she confronted him about his reckless behavior with Bakugo. She had been sent to investigate the commotion at Gamma Gym and had found them in a dangerous clash. Midoriya felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He understood that their fight had been reckless, but he struggled to feel remorse. Bakugo had instigated the confrontation, driven by his own frustrations. Midoriya had only responded to Bakugo's challenge, knowing that his friend would not relent until he got what he wanted. Midnight pressed him for an explanation, noting that their disagreements usually didn't escalate to such extremes. Midoriya hesitated, unsure of how to articulate the root of their conflict. He knew that Bakugo had been irritated by the attention Midoriya was receiving from their female classmates, which had likely fueled his anger. However, sharing this would lead to more questions than he was prepared to answer. Midnight urged him to speak clearly, sensing his reluctance. She proposed a game to extract the truth from him. The rules were simple. She would ask questions, and he would answer. If he told the truth, nothing would happen. If he lied, there would be consequences. Midoriya felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach but knew he had to comply. The first question was straightforward, and he answered affirmatively about his sleep. The second question followed, asking if he had dreamed while unconscious. He hesitated, recalling fragments of a dream that involved a girl. As he thought back, he felt his face heat up, realizing the dream had been more NTMT than he could admit. Midnight's probing continued, and he struggled to maintain his composure as she pressed for details. Despite his embarrassment, he found himself unable to recall specifics, leaving him feeling vulnerable under her scrutiny. As she placed her hand on his shoulder, he flinched slightly at the unexpected contact, aware that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Midoriya found himself in a situation that made him feel both nervous and confused. A girl had approached him, her demeanor teasing yet inquisitive. She leaned in closer, trying to jog his memory about a dream he had involving a girl. Despite his attempts to recall the details, he struggled to remember anything specific. She crouched down to meet his gaze, her presence both comforting and unsettling. As she inquired about the nature of his dream, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The girl seemed to enjoy his discomfort, and her playful demeanor only intensified his unease. She was determined to uncover the truth behind the rumors circulating in their school, particularly about someone they referred to as the Beast of 1A. Midoriya's mind raced as he considered the implications of her words. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond, but she gently cupped his cheeks, urging him to meet her gaze once more. The rumors, she explained, often held a kernel of truth, and she was curious if he had any insights. As she continued to press him, her hands moved closer to him, and he felt a mix of anxiety and intrigue. She seemed to revel in his nervousness, and her playful teasing made it clear that she was enjoying the moment. Midoriya's thoughts drifted to his classmates, particularly the girls he had grown close to, and he wondered how much she knew. The girls speculated about his relationships, suggesting that his altercation with Bakugo stemmed from jealousy. She pieced together the events leading to their fight, hinting that it was more personal than a simple disagreement. Midoriya remained silent, grappling with the weight of her observations. She continued to probe, asking about his feelings for his friends and whether he had any romantic interests among them. As she spoke, he realized she had a knack for reading between the lines. Her questions about his dream hinted at deeper feelings he had yet to confront. He felt exposed, as if she could see right through him. The conversation took a turn, and he found himself reflecting on his relationships and the dynamics within their group. The girl's playful demeanor masked a keen insight into his character. She recognized his dedication as a student and the surprises he often brought to their training. Her final remark about quiet people lingered in the air, leaving him to ponder the complexities of his own feelings and the connections he shared with those around him. Midoriya found himself in a bewildering situation. A woman, known as Midnight, had leaned in closely, her presence overwhelming him. She had whispered something that sent his mind racing, hinting at a vivid dream he had experienced. As she wrapped her arms around him and presented her phone, he was confronted with a shocking video. It featured a blonde woman, MP lady, in a compromising position. The realization struck him that the dream he thought was merely fantasy had a basis in reality. Midnight's teasing demeanor only intensified his embarrassment. She questioned him about his experiences, suggesting he should keep track of his encounters if he ever wanted to boast about them. Despite his protests, she seemed to read his body language, pointing out his physical reaction. The embarrassment he felt was almost overwhelming, and he struggled to find the right words to defend himself. As she continued to tease him, Midnight's playful nature took a more assertive turn. She held him in place, surprising him with her strength. Her actions left him feeling vulnerable, and he was unsure how to respond. Midnight expressed her longing to help him become a better version of himself, recognizing his potential and the attention he received from others. She likened him to a rough diamond, one she could refine. Midoriya attempted to assert the boundaries of their relationship, reminding her of their roles as student and teacher. However, Midnight dismissed his concerns, suggesting that age should not be a barrier. She questioned whether she aroused him, prompting a flustered admission from him that he found her attractive. Midnight's playful tone shifted as she proposed a favor. She removed the cuffs that had restrained him, only to reattach them in a different manner, securing him to the bed. Confusion washed over him as he processed her intentions. She crawled closer, her face hovering above his, and explained that she wanted to have some fun now that she understood the reason for their earlier confrontation. Despite her insistence, Midoriya felt a strong sense of resistance. He believed he was too young and inexperienced for the situation she was presenting. Midnight, however, encouraged him to see his own worth and potential. She recalled having seen him with another student, Yu, and recognized something special in him. Yet he remained firm in his refusal, insisting that he could not engage in such activities, especially not with her or anyone else outside of his close circle. In a moment filled with tension, a young man found himself in a predicament. He had made a promise to his friends, vowing not to engage in romantic encounters with anyone who approached him. However, the woman before him was not just anyone. She was a confident and alluring figure who seemed to challenge his resolve. Despite his concerns about disappointing his friends, he felt a deep affection for them, expressing that he loved each of them equally. This sentiment, while perhaps unconventional, was genuine. The woman admired his capacity for such strong feelings at his age, recognizing the uniqueness of his character. Yet, despite acknowledging his emotions, she was determined to pursue her desires. She playfully taunted him, suggesting that if his love for his friends was as strong as he claimed, resisting her advances should be easy. The young man found himself torn between his loyalty and the undeniable allure of the woman before him. As she began to explore his body, he felt a mix of apprehension and excitement. Her touch sent shivers down his spine, and he struggled to maintain his composure, trying to avoid looking at her. She was relentless, and her determination only fueled his internal conflict. With each kiss she placed on his body, he felt the tension mount. She was skilled and confident, and he found himself caught in a whirlwind of sensations. Despite his efforts to resist, he couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration mixed with desperation as she continued to tease him. As she paused, he felt a moment of clarity, realizing that he had been smiling despite his attempts to stay serious. This realization only added to his frustration, but the woman's relentless pursuit continued. She shifted her focus, teasing him further and pushing the boundaries of his resolve. In a moment of vulnerability, he felt her hands exploring him, and he instinctively turned away, trying to regain control. However, her playful, yet firm demeanor kept drawing him back into her orbit. Each attempt to resist was met with her playful challenges, and he found himself caught in a game he never intended to play. The atmosphere was charged with tension as she continued to assert her presence, leaving him to grapple with his feelings and desires. The struggle between loyalty and attraction became increasingly complex, and he was left to navigate the consequences of his choices in a world where emotions ran deep and desires were hard to resist. Midnight leaned closer to Midoriya, almost settling onto his lap, and began to sway gently, teasingly brushing against him. Internally, she hoped he would look away, and he did. His cheeks felt soft beneath her fingers, prompting her to playfully slap them and hold them in her hands. She realized she had the power to influence him significantly, but she also recognized that it might limit her options. Midnight was convinced she had stumbled upon something special. The dark-haired hero pulled back slightly, still focused on her, and placed his hands on her collarbones. She playfully tugged at the thin, white fabric of her outfit, slowly tearing it away until she was fully exposed. She noticed Midoriya's captivated expression, and as she lowered herself, she enveloped him with her form, moving rhythmically. His gaze was fixed on the ceiling, but she could sense his struggle against the pleasure she was eliciting. His breath came in ragged gasps, a testament to his internal battle. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, it was clear he was losing the fight, much to her delight. Midnight glanced down, noticing his reaction. She decided to tease him further, using her mouth to explore and destimulate him. Her actions drew out involuntary responses from him, and she reveled in the sounds he made. It was evident that he was caught in a whirlwind of sensations, and she was fully aware of the effect she had on him. As she continued, she noticed the intensity of his reactions growing. His body responded to her every move, and she paused, enjoying the moment as he looked down at her, confusion etched on his flushed face. She found amusement in his predicament, knowing she held the reins of the situation. A small smile crept onto his face, surprising her. He seemed to acknowledge her teasing, and she took it as a challenge. She resumed her playful torment, expertly alternating between teasing and SMG him, watching as he struggled to maintain control. Midoriya was caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, battling against the overwhelming sensations she was creating. He found himself questioning whether he had ever made anyone feel this way. Despite his internal struggle, he felt the energy building within him again, only for her to halt her movements at the last moment, leaving him frustrated yet intrigued. With a predatory glint in her eyes, Midnight decided to escalate the situation. She lifted him, positioning him in a way that allowed her to continue her playful torment. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress any sounds of pleasure, but it was a losing battle. Midnight expertly alternated between teasing and stimulating him, all while maintaining eye contact, challenging him to give in to the sensations. She seemed to sense his frustration, teasing him further about it. Her playful taunts only heightened the tension, and he found himself on the brink of surrender. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, she took control again, enveloping him completely. The intensity of her actions left him feeling as though she was draining him of his very essence. As his energy surged once more, she abruptly released him, allowing him to fall back onto the bed, leaving him visibly annoyed yet undeniably captivated. Midnight, on the other hand, was filled with exhilaration, her grin widening as she savored the power she held over him. Midoriya felt a mix of confusion and frustration as he faced Midnight. She had warned him not to underestimate her, making it clear that she was not to be compared to anyone else in his life. The playful teasing she engaged in left him bewildered, and he found himself questioning her motives. She seemed to enjoy the game they were playing, relishing in the power she held over him. As she toyed with him, he winced at the unexpected sensations, feeling a strange blend of discomfort and intrigue. Despite his initial resistance, he realized he was drawn into her playful challenge. Midoriya's thoughts raced as he considered his options. He had the ability to escape using his quirk, but the moment he understood what was happening, he found himself wanting to stay. The realization struck him hard, making him feel foolish for not thinking of escaping sooner. Midnight's presence was overwhelming, and he felt a strange pull toward her. When he finally conceded, he was met with a surprising reaction. Midnight was not ready to let him give up so easily. Her determination was unwavering, and she challenged him to prove his feelings for his girlfriends. This unexpected twist left him uncertain about how to respond. He recalled advice from a friend about giving full attention to someone special, and he felt Midnight's gaze intensify as she sought a deeper connection. Her playful demeanor shifted, revealing a more serious side as she contemplated the implications of his words. As the atmosphere changed, Midoriya found himself at a loss for words. Midnight's actions became more bold, and he struggled to process the situation unfolding before him. The tension in the room was palpable, and he felt a mix of apprehension and curiosity about what would happen next. Midnight's playful yet commanding presence challenged him in ways he had never anticipated. He was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, grappling with his own feelings and the unexpected dynamics of their interaction. The line between right and wrong blurred, leaving him to navigate the complexities of longing and responsibility. In that moment, he understood that this encounter was more than just a game. It was a test of his character and resolve. The stakes were higher than he had imagined, and he found himself questioning everything he thought he knew about himself and his relationships. Midoriya found himself in a situation that was both bewildering and overwhelming. He reminded himself that he needed to keep the girls in mind, as this was not about him. Despite his internal conflict, he was drawn to the captivating presence of Midnight, who seemed to revel in teasing him. As he looked in her direction, he noticed her playful demeanor and the way she moved, capturing his full attention. She hovered above him, her smile radiating mischief, and he felt a rush of excitement mixed with apprehension. Midnight lowered herself onto him, moving with an intensity that left him breathless. Her hands roamed freely across his chest, and the light touches sent shivers down his spine. Although he tried to convince himself that this meant nothing, he found it increasingly difficult to ignore the connection they shared. Midnight's bright blue eyes locked onto his green ones, and it felt as if she wanted to consume him entirely. As the moments passed, the tension between them built, and just when he felt he was nearing his limit, she would pull away, leaving him yearning for more. Each time, she would draw him back into a passionate kiss, denying him the chance to catch his breath. Midnight's movements were mesmerizing, and he could hardly focus on anything else. She shifted positions, bringing him to the edge of joy before stopping again, leaving him in a state of desperate anticipation. Her playful teasing continued, and he found himself succumbing to her whims, unable to resist the allure of her presence. With a swift motion, she adjusted their positions, and he felt her warmth against him once more. The way she moved was intoxicating, and he could hardly think straight as he surrendered to the sensations. Midnight's playful banter filled the air, and he felt a mix of embarrassment and excitement at her words. As she guided him, he found himself following her lead, exploring the depths of their connection. Midnight's laughter and mms echoed in his ears, and he felt a rush of exhilaration as he navigated this uncharted territory. The experience was unlike anything he had encountered before, and he was captivated by her energy. In that moment, he realized that this was a journey of discovery, one that pushed the boundaries of his understanding. The playful exchanges and the intensity of their connection left him breathless, and he knew that this experience would linger in his mind long after it was over. Midoriya found himself captivated by Midnight's playful demeanor. She encouraged him with a smile as she ruffled his green hair, making him feel more at ease. In a swift motion, Midnight lay back on the bed, guiding Midoriya to follow her, positioning him between her legs. With a sense of urgency, she directed him to explore her, and he quickly adapted, eager to please. As he engaged with her, he felt her legs move around him, a sign of her enjoyment. She lifted her waist slightly, urging him to go deeper, and he responded to her enthusiasm, feeling a rush of excitement. Midnight's reactions fueled his determination, and he focused on her pleasure. She encouraged him to continue, her excitement palpable as she guided him through the experience. Midoriya was surprised by how much he enjoyed this new dynamic, realizing that he was learning quickly under her guidance. As they shifted positions, Midnight took the lead, showing him how to navigate their connection. She instructed him on how to find the most sensitive spots, and he followed her advice, feeling a mix of thrill and nervousness. Her confidence inspired him, and he began to understand the rhythm they could create together. With each movement, he felt her body respond, and he was amazed by the intensity of their connection. Midnight's playful teasing and encouragement pushed him to explore further, and he found himself lost in the moment, focusing solely on her. Despite the challenges, he was determined to keep up with her pace. Midnight's enthusiasm was infectious, and he felt himself growing more confident with each passing second. The experience was exhilarating, and he was grateful for her guidance, which made him feel more capable than he ever thought possible. As they continued, Midnight's playful nature shone through, and she made it clear that she enjoyed their time together. Midoriya was eager to please her, and he found himself fully immersed in the moment, ready to embrace whatever came next. The connection they shared was unlike anything he had experienced before, and he was determined to make the most of it. Midoriya found himself grappling with a mix of emotions as he navigated his relationship with Midnight. He was supposed to be a teacher, yet he felt an undeniable attraction to her that he couldn't ignore. Despite the thrill of their encounters, guilt lingered in the back of his mind, reminding him that their connection was complicated. Midnight was a woman who knew how to push his buttons, and he couldn't help but be captivated by her. Each moment spent together was exhilarating, and he reveled in the sensations she evoked within him. He recognized that he was becoming more entangled in this game they played, even as he tried to convince himself that it meant nothing. Deep down, he knew he was drawn to her in ways he had never anticipated. As their time together intensified, Midoriya felt the familiar energy of one for all surging within him. He wondered if Midnight would allow him to release the tension that had been building. Past experiences had left him anxious, as she often toyed with his emotions, reveling in the power she held over him. Yet, he felt a burning longing to give it his all, determined to prove himself. He increased his pace, driven by a mix of desperation and longing. Midnight responded to his intensity, her excitement palpable as she encouraged him with her movements. He could see the fire in her eyes, a reflection of their shared passion. The connection between them deepened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to push beyond his limits. As they reached the peak of their encounter, the atmosphere crackled with energy. Midoriya was caught in a whirlwind of sensations, and despite the chaos in his mind, he focused on the moment. Midnight's reactions fueled his determination, and he was consumed by the experience. Afterward, as they lay together, both breathless and spent, Midoriya rested on Midnight's chest. She wrapped her arms around him, her fingers gently stroking his hair. The intensity of their connection lingered in the air, and he couldn't shake the feeling of confusion that accompanied such a powerful experience. Midnight, too, was processing her own thoughts, reflecting on the unexpected nature of their relationship. In that quiet moment, they both pondered the implications of their actions, caught between longing and the reality of their circumstances. It was to be expected that even someone accustomed to juggling multiple relationships would feel the strain from a recent battle. The aftermath of the fight with Bakugo had taken its toll, and the realization of this was evident. She had a playful confidence about her, which only added to the complexity of the situation. He found himself acknowledging the truth of her words, though he felt a mix of emotions. The thought of his girlfriends waiting for him stirred a sense of dread within him. They would not be pleased with his choices, especially after he had promised them he would remain faithful. She, on the other hand, was a grown woman with her own needs. Her presence was commanding, and he couldn't help but wonder about the implications of their encounter. He expressed concern for her well-being, questioning why he felt compelled to care. It was a strange feeling, but he recognized that being a pro-hero often left little room for personal life. He believed that everyone deserved a private life, even heroes. As she considered his words, she affectionately petted his head, a warm smile replacing her earlier demeanor. It was a softer expression, one that hinted at a deeper connection. She found humor in his naivety, revealing that All Might frequently praised him in meetings. He was often the first to be mentioned, with All Might speaking of his potential and growth. It had started as a joke, but it became clear that All Might was serious about wanting him as a successor. This revelation surprised him, and he struggled to comprehend the weight of such expectations. She pointed out that his caring nature was indeed special, noting that it was rare for someone to consider another's feelings after such an NTMT encounter. He downplayed it, insisting that a hero should care for others, but she challenged him on that notion. She asked him to reflect on how often he prioritized others over himself, and he found it difficult to quantify. Their conversation shifted as she admitted to feeling better than she had in a long time. The experience they shared had been exhilarating, but she reminded him not to let it inflate his ego. There was a playful banter about the nature of their encounter, and she teased him about the dramatic flair that could come with such moments. As they discussed the future, she made it clear that he was not free to leave. He was under a sort of house arrest, with chores awaiting him. The prospect of being summoned to the teacher's room without warning loomed over him, and he felt a mix of anxiety and curiosity. When he expressed his discomfort with the implications of their relationship, she brushed aside his concerns. The age difference was acknowledged, but she dismissed it, insisting that it didn't matter. She had plans for him, wanting to keep him close even after graduation. He felt trapped in the situation, realizing he had little choice in the matter. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows, startling him. A lady appeared, wrapped only in a towel that barely covered her. She had been present for the entire exchange, and her casual demeanor added another layer of complexity to the already tangled situation. The unexpected arrival shifted the atmosphere, and he felt a mix of embarrassment and surprise. The dynamics were shifting once again, and he was left to navigate the consequences of the choices made in the heat of the moment. Midoriya felt utterly exhausted. He had kept his quirk activated for longer than usual, and dealing with Midnight had drained his energy. Half asleep, he surrendered to the situation as Midnight guided him to the shower, where you helped bathe him. Afterward, Midnight carried him back to the 1A dorms, informing Aizawa about the reason for the earlier confrontation. Aizawa agreed with her decision regarding the punishment and extended it to Bakugo as well. He did not question why Midoriya was sleeping in her arms, assuming she had used her quirk again after her interrogation of Bakugo. Meanwhile, the rest of the class woke up shortly after Midnight left the gym. They quickly realized that both Midoriya and Bakugo were missing. After a brief search, they found them in the infirmary with Recovery Girl and Midnight, who warned them about the house arrest. The girls arrived in the afternoon, and Kirishima was left confused as they rushed to see the green-haired teen. A few of them, including Todoroki, Siro, Ojiro, and Mineta, witnessed Midnight carrying Midoriya, and Mineta's envy was evident. After gently laying the sleeping teen on his bed and closing the door behind her, Midnight encountered a group of girls who seemed to form Midoriya's Eicho. As she suspected, they were all concerned about him. To her surprise, a girl from the support course was also present. They inquired about his condition, whether he was in trouble, and if they could see him. Midnight reassured them that he was fine but indeed in trouble and would be under house arrest for a while. She mentioned that she had used her quirk again to allow him to rest, but she noticed some complaints and suspicious glances among the group. Midnight contemplated the situation, realizing she needed to address the girls' overwhelming concern. If they continued to act this way, they might drain Midoriya's energy. She considered that perhaps a training session to improve his stamina would be beneficial for both of them. As the night unfolded, Midoriya remained sound asleep, His HRM worried about him, Midnight satisfied with her discoveries, you slightly tipsy and dreaming of the green-haired teen, and Bakugo angrier than ever.